Hi, I'm Carl Weber. Welcome to Video Aided Instructions English Grammar Series. The topic of this program is using modifiers correctly. I like to compare a sentence to a machine. Now, every machine has a purpose: to dig holes, to produce goods, to transport passengers. The purpose of a sentence is to convey meaning from one person to another. Now, like most machines, a sentence is made up of various parts. They're called the parts of speech. Nouns, pronouns, and verbs are three of the most important parts of speech. Think of them as crucial parts of the machine, like the engine and transmission in your car. In this program, we're going to look at a different part of the sentence. Our topic is modifiers. These are words or groups of words that add information about the nouns, pronouns, and verbs of the sentence. Modifiers give a special spin to the sentence. They add color, vividness, and interest. Think of modifiers as being like the chrome trim, the tinted windshield, and the CD player in your car. They aren't as important as the engine or the transmission, but they make the car a lot more fun to drive. In this program, we'll look at some of the basic principles for using modifiers correctly in the sentences you write. Are you ready? Then let's get started. A modifier gives more information about something else in the sentence. We call it a modifier because it modifies, that is, changes what we know about something else in the sentence. It gives more information or tells us something more about another item in the sentence. Now, the two most important kinds of modifiers are adjectives and adverbs. And in this lesson, we'll look at some of the basic principles for using adjectives and adverbs correctly. First, an adjective modifies a noun or pronoun. As you know, a noun names a person, place, thing, or idea, and a pronoun can take the place of a noun. An adjective would be a word that modifies or gives more information about a noun or pronoun appearing in the sentence. Take a look at this phrase: a diligent worker. In this phrase, worker is a noun. It names a person. Diligent is an adjective. It gives more information about the noun worker. It tells us what kind of worker: a diligent worker. That is, a worker who works hard. So the word diligent is an adjective because it modifies or gives more information about the noun worker. By contrast, an adverb modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. As you can see, an adverb is also a modifier, just as an adjective is, but an adverb can be used in one of three different ways. It can modify a verb, or an adjective, or another adverb. Let's take a look at some examples. Here's a short sentence: she works diligently. When you analyze a sentence, it's usually best to begin by looking for the verb, the single most important word in the sentence. What's the verb here? The verb is works. What's the subject of the verb works? Who or what is doing the working? The answer is the pronoun she. Now, what about the word diligently? What role does that play in the sentence? Well, diligently is an adverb because it gives more information about or modifies the verb works. It tells us how she works diligently. Since diligently modifies or gives more information about a verb, it's an adverb. Here's another sentence: she is very diligent. Here we have a sentence with a slightly different structure. The verb in this sentence is. The subject is the pronoun she. Now, the difference between the verb is and the verb works is the following. Works is an action verb. An action verb describes something that the subject does. Is a linking verb. A linking verb describes something that the subject is. So in this case, we have a sentence containing a linking verb rather than an action verb. Notice that what follows the linking verb is the adjective diligent. That adjective diligent refers back to, describes, or modifies the subject of the sentence, the pronoun she. It tells us something more about she. She is diligent. And that leaves the word very. What role does very play in this particular sentence? Well, very is an adverb which modifies or gives more information about the adjective diligent. How diligent is she? Very diligent. So very gives us more information about the adjective diligent. Therefore, very is an adverb, because remember, another one of the roles that an adverb can play is to modify or give more information about an adjective. And that's what very is doing in this sentence. Finally, look at this sentence. She works extremely diligently. What's the verb? Works. The subject? The pronoun she. And again, we have an action verb. This sentence describes something that she does rather than something that she is. Now we have the adverb diligently, which modifies the verb works. It tells us how she works. How? Diligently. And we have one more word, extremely. What role does extremely play in the sentence? Well, extremely is an adverb. And what does it modify? In this case, it modifies another adverb. It modifies diligently. How diligently does she work? Extremely diligently. So extremely gives us more information about or modifies the adverb diligently. So in this case, we have an adverb being used to modify another adverb. So we've seen examples now of all three ways that an adverb can be used: to modify a verb, to modify an adjective, or to modify another adverb. Notice that the adverbs extremely and diligently both happen to end in the letters ly. That's rather common in English. Not all adverbs end in ly, but many do. So when you're looking at a word in English that ends in ly, if you aren't certain what part of speech it is, consider whether or not it's an adverb. Chances are good that it is. Now, in some sentences in English, it can be a little tricky to figure out whether to use an adjective or an adverb. Here are a couple of rules that will make it easier. First, after an action verb, use an adverb. Remember that an action verb describes something that the subject does. Normally, after an action verb, an adverb should be used. We've already seen an example of this. She works diligently. Here we have the action verb works describing something that the subject, she, does. And diligently is an adverb which modifies the action verb works. It tells us how she works, gives more information about the verb, and therefore the adverb diligently is perfectly correct. After a linking verb, use an adjective. Remember that a linking verb expresses a state of being. It tells us something that the subject is rather than something that the subject does. Take a look at this sentence. She is diligent. Here we have a sentence containing the linking verb is. The subject is she, and what follows the linking verb correctly is an adjective, not an adverb. She is diligent. That adjective diligent refers back to or modifies the pronoun she. It tells us what she is, and therefore an adjective is correctly used in this sentence. Remember that an adjective is used to modify or give more information about a noun or pronoun. Since diligent refers back to the pronoun she, an adjective rather than an adverb is correct. So in a sentence that contains a linking verb, you generally want to follow it with an adjective, not an adverb. Now, the most common linking verb in English is the verb to be, and is a form of the verb to be. But there are many other linking verbs in English. Looks, seems, appears, feels, sounds. All of these can be linking verbs. To determine whether or not a verb is being used as a linking verb or an action verb, stop and ask yourself, is this sentence describing something that the subject is doing, or is it rather saying something about what the subject is? If the latter is the case, then the verb is being used as a linking verb and should be followed by an adjective. So, for example, if the sentence, she is diligent, instead used one of these other linking verbs, the adjective diligent would continue to be correct. She looks diligent. That's really saying something about what she is rather than what she does. So looks is a linking verb, and diligent, the adjective, is correct. She seems diligent. She appears diligent. She feels diligent. All of these are linking verbs. They're all describing something that she is rather than something that she does. And therefore, the adjective diligent is correctly used. Now, there are a couple of specific modifying words in English that can be tricky because of adjective and adverb confusion. And we'll take the next few moments of this lesson to explain the rules for using these words correctly. One somewhat tricky word in English is the word well. It can be used in a number of different ways. Well can be a noun, for example. It's a hole in the ground from which you get water. A wishing well, for example. Well can also be used as an interjection. That's a word that's very loosely connected to the rest of the sentence. Sometimes you'll hear people begin a sentence with the word well. They'll say something like, well, I think it'll rain later on today. In that sentence, the word well is simply being used almost as a space filler and doesn't have any particular meaning or any grammatical connection to the rest of the sentence. So well can be a noun, and it can be an interjection. In this lesson, we're not going to deal with either of those two uses of the word well. Instead, we're going to talk about how well is used as an adjective or an adverb. What makes it tricky is that when well is used as an adjective, it has a different meaning from when it's used as an adverb. Here's the explanation. When well is used as an adjective, it means healthy. When it's used as an adverb, it means in a good way. It's important to keep these two meanings separate and distinct in your mind. Here are some examples of the correct way to use the word well. The patient looks well today. What's the verb in this sentence? Looks. The subject, patient. Now, is looks in this sentence an action verb or a linking verb? Is it describing something that the patient is doing or something that the patient is? Well, if you think about it, this sentence is really describing something that the patient is. It's not telling something the patient did, but rather that the patient is or seems to be healthy. So the patient's state of being is being described, not an action that the patient is undertaking. So looks in this sentence is being used as a linking verb. What follows a linking verb should always be an adjective. And remember that the word well, when it's used as an adjective, means healthy. Is that being correctly used in this sentence? Of course. Since we're talking about a patient, it would be natural to talk about the state of health of the patient. So this sentence is perfectly correct. The patient looks well today means that the patient appears to be healthy. And that's an example of the correct use of the word well as an adjective to mean healthy. Look at this sentence. The hospital feeds its patients well. What's the verb here? Feeds. The subject, hospital. The hospital feeds. Now, is feeds a verb of action or a linking verb? Is something that the hospital does or something that the hospital is being described? Well, here what's being described is something that the hospital does. It feeds its patients well. In other words, it gives them meals that are good, nutritious, and so forth. So feeds is an action verb. And what follows an action verb should be an adjective or an adverb. Well, it should be an adverb. And in this case, the adverb well is being used correctly. Remember, the adverb well has nothing to do with health. It means in a good way. So what this sentence is saying is the hospital feeds its patients in a good way. And that's a perfectly correct and logical meaning. So the adverb well means in a good way, and it's being used correctly in this sentence. The hospital feeds its patients in a good way, meaning it gives them food that's tasty, healthful, and so forth. So well is being used to mean in a good way, and it's being used as an adverb. Don't confuse the adjective well with the adjective good. Look at this sentence. You look good in your new dress. What's the verb here? Look. The subject, the pronoun you. Now, is look a verb of action or a linking verb? In this case, look is being used as a linking verb. What's being described is not something that you are doing, but rather how you look, how you appear, how you are in the broadest sense. You are good looking. You're looking good today. So what's being described here is not some action that you're taking, but rather a state of being that you have. So look is being used as a linking verb here. And in this sentence, it's followed by the adjective good, which is perfectly correct. When I say you look good, what I'm saying is you are good. You are good looking in that dress. So the adjective good is correct. It would be incorrect to use the adjective well instead. If this sentence read, you look well in your new dress, it would seem to have a strange meaning, because remember, the adjective well means healthy. And it would sound as though I was saying you look healthy in your new dress, as though something about the dress makes you look less sick. And that's usually not the effect that dresses have. So when following a linking verb, if you want to talk about someone or something being good as opposed to healthy, the adjective good should be used, not the adjective well. It's a little tricky because the adverb well means in a good way, but remember, the adjective and the adverb well have very different meanings. Another word that's tricky in English is badly. Badly is an adverb meaning in a bad way. Use it only with an action verb. Here's an example. The accident damaged the car badly. What's the verb in this sentence? Damaged. The subject? Accident. The accident damaged. Is this an action verb or a linking verb? Well, what's being described is an action, something that the accident did rather than something the accident was. So damaged is an action verb, and what follows it should be an adverb. So the adverb badly is being used correctly in this sentence. How was the car damaged, or how did the accident damage the car? Badly, in a bad way. In other words, the damage was very serious. The car was nearly destroyed. So badly is being used correctly here as an adverb to modify the action verb damaged. Now, the mistake that people sometimes make is to use the adverb badly when the adjective bad would be correct. Look at this sentence. I feel badly about the accident. What's the verb here? Feel. The subject, the pronoun I. I feel badly. Now, is feel an action verb or a linking verb? This one may be a little tricky, but if you think about it, feel is not describing an action. It's not describing something that I'm doing. Rather, it's describing a state of being of me. I feel sad, depressed, unhappy. So the word that follows feel should really be an adjective describing how I am, because it's describing my state of being, not something I'm doing. So the correct wording of this sentence should be, I feel bad about the accident. Bad in this case is being used as sort of a synonym for unhappy, sad, or depressed. So when you're using a linking verb, it should be followed by the adjective bad, not by the adverb badly. It's a mistake that people often make in English, but it's something that you can avoid if you simply remember that a linking verb should be followed by an adjective, not by an adverb. If you can remember and practice these rules for the correct use of well, bad, and badly, you'll avoid some of the most common mistakes that people make when they're using modifiers in English. Well, do you think you've mastered these simple rules? I hope so. Turn to your study guide and you'll find that we've provided an exercise to give you a chance to practice using these rules yourself. Try your hand at the questions in the exercise, and when you're finished, come back to this program and we'll look at the questions together. In each of these sentences, a modifying word has been underlined. Your job is to decide whether the modifier is correct, and if it's incorrect, to decide what modifier ought to be used instead. Let's take a look at the first sentence. Glancing at himself in the mirror just moments before the job interview, Enrico felt well about his appearance. And the word well is underlined. You recall that the word well is one of those tricky words. It can be used as either an adjective or an adverb, and its meaning differs depending on which it's being used as. Now, in this particular sentence, how is the word well being used, as an adjective or an adverb? That depends on the verb that it's near. So let's take a close look at that verb. Enrico felt well about his appearance. What's the verb here? The verb is felt. The subject is Enrico. Enrico felt. Now, is felt being used as an action verb or a linking verb? Is it describing something that Enrico is doing, or is it describing something that Enrico is, a state of being of Enrico? There's really no action being described here. Instead, we're being told something about what Enrico is. That is, how he feels, his state of mind, his state of being. So, felt is a linking verb in this sentence. And with a linking verb, you would always use an adjective, not an adverb. Therefore, well should be used here as an adjective. And if that's the case, is it the correct word or not? Is it the correct adjective? Remember what well means when it's used as an adjective. It means healthy. So the sentence now appears to be saying Enrico felt healthy about his appearance. Does that make sense? Not really. We know what the author is really trying to say. Enrico felt good about his appearance. If you want to use an adjective with the linking verb and your intention is to convey the meaning good, then you have to use the adjective good rather than the adjective well. Well can only be used as an adjective to mean healthy. So in this case, the modifier well should be changed to good, and that would make the sentence correct. As originally written, it's incorrect. Take a look at the next example. The chef's hands moved quick as she demonstrated the proper technique for dicing onions. Here, the modifier quick is underlined. Now, is quick an adjective or an adverb? If you think about it, you can realize that quick is an adjective. The adverb with a corresponding meaning would have ly on the end. Remember, we've already seen that many adverbs in English have ly at the end. So quick would be an adjective, quickly would be an adverb. Now, is it correct to use an adjective or an adverb in this particular part of the sentence? What is it modifying? Well, it's modifying the verb moved. It's telling how the chef's hands moved. And is moved an action verb or a linking verb? Is it describing an action or a state of being? Well, clearly the verb moved is describing an action. You can see her hands moving just by imagining what's going on when you read this sentence. So moved is an action verb, and therefore it should be followed by an adverb, not an adjective. So the modifier quick is incorrect. Instead of the adjective quick, we want the adverb quickly, and that would make this incorrect sentence correct. So quick, the adjective, should be changed to the adverb quickly. Next question. Although Jason seems happy about moving to California, he admits that he will miss his friends in Minnesota. Here, the modifier happy is underlined. Now, is happy an adjective or an adverb? Happy is an adjective. It's the kind of word that you would normally use to modify or add information about a noun or a pronoun. A happy camper, for example. Happy is an adjective modifying the noun camper. Now, is an adjective or adverb correct in this particular sentence? What is being modified by the adjective happy? Well, let's look at the verb that's nearby. It says, although Jason seems happy about moving to California, the verb is seems. Now, is seems an action verb or a linking verb? Is it describing something that the subject Jason is doing, or rather something that the subject Jason is? Well, it's a linking verb. It's describing something that Jason is rather than something that Jason does. Jason seems happy means almost the same as Jason is happy. Seems is a linking verb, and remember, a linking verb would normally be followed by an adjective, not an adverb. So the adjective happy is correct in this sentence, and therefore the sentence is perfectly correct as written. The sentence contains a linking verb which should be followed by an adjective, and it is. So this sentence is correct. Next example. Because of her extreme nervousness, Soon Lee performed the sonata bad during her audition for the college orchestra. And the modifier bad is underlined. Once again, we have the adjective-adverb question to deal with. First of all, is the underlined modifier bad an adjective or an adverb? Well, as we saw in the lesson, badly would be the adverb form. Remember that in many cases in English, an adverb ends in ly, and you can often turn an adjective into an adverb simply by adding ly at the end. So in this case, the adverb is not being used. Instead, we have the adjective bad being used. Now, is the adjective correct in this particular part of the sentence, or should an adverb be used instead? Let's look at the context, and in particular, let's focus on the verb. It says, Soon Lee performed the sonata bad. What's the verb there? The verb is performed. The subject is Soon Lee. Now, is performed an action verb or a linking verb? Is it describing something that Soon Lee did or something that she was? It's describing something that Soon Lee did. Performing the sonata is an action. So performed is an action verb. And remember that an action verb needs to be followed by an adverb, not an adjective. So this sentence is wrong as written. The adjective bad is incorrect. Instead, the adverb badly should be used, and badly would modify the action verb performed. So to correct the sentence, you would want to make it read, because of her extreme nervousness, Soon Lee performed the sonata badly during her audition for the college orchestra. Next example. The team doctor decided that Mona was well enough to play in Saturday's championship game, and the modifier well is underlined. Remember that well can be used as either an adjective or an adverb, and that its meaning will vary depending on which way it's used. In this sentence, which way is the word well being used? Let's look at the context. We're told that Mona was well enough to play in Saturday's championship game. What's the nearby verb? The verb is was. And is was an action verb or a linking verb? Well, was is a linking verb. In fact, it's a form of the most common linking verb in English, the verb to be. What's being described here is not an action that Mona is taking, but rather a state of being, something that Mona was rather than something that Mona did. So was is a linking verb, and what follows a linking verb should be an adjective, not an adverb. All right then, if well is being used as an adjective, is it the correct word in this context? Remember that as an adjective, the word well means healthy. So the sentence is saying Mona was healthy enough to play in Saturday's championship game. Does that make sense? Of course, because we're being told that the team doctor made this decision. The doctor, of course, would be concerned with Mona's health, and therefore well makes sense. It's the correct word grammatically because the adjective fits logically into the sentence, and it's the correct word in terms of its meaning because health is what is being discussed here. So for this last example, the sentence is perfectly correct as written. So far, we've been talking about the use of single words as modifiers, namely adjectives and adverbs. Sometimes groups of words can be used as modifiers, specifically phrases and clauses. Now, if you've watched the program in this series that deals with sentence structure, then you're familiar with phrases and clauses. Both phrases and clauses are groups of words. The main difference between them is that a clause contains a subject and a verb. And a clause can be either an independent clause or a subordinate clause. A subordinate clause can't stand alone as a sentence. Now, as we'll see in a moment, both phrases and subordinate clauses are often used as modifiers in sentences. In other words, they give more information about something else that appears in the sentence. In that sense, these phrases and clauses are being used very much like adjectives and adverbs. And there are a couple of special problems that can sometimes arise when phrases and clauses are used as modifiers. First, let's look at a couple of examples of how a phrase and a clause can be used as a modifier. Take a look at this sentence. Running to catch the bus, I tripped on my untied shoelace. Now, what's the main verb in this sentence? It's tripped. The subject is I, the pronoun. I tripped on my untied shoelace. That's the main action of the sentence. The sentence begins, however, with 5 words that are set off by a comma, and they form a separate phrase, running to catch the bus. Now, what's the function of this phrase in the sentence? What role does it play? Well, if you think about it, what this phrase does is it modifies or gives more information about something else in the sentence. Namely, it gives more information about I. What was I doing? Running to catch the bus. That entire phrase there tells something more about the pronoun I. It describes what I was doing at the time of the accident, of the tripping. So running to catch the bus is acting, the entire group of words is acting in a sense as an adjective. It's a modifying phrase, and the whole group of words refers to, modifies, or gives more information about I in the sentence. So this is an example of how a phrase in a sentence can act as a modifier. Very often, when a sentence begins with a group of words like this, set off by a comma, it's acting as a modifier. And as we'll see in a moment, it should be near to or next to whatever it's modifying. Take a look at this sentence for a somewhat different example. The food was spoiled because it had been left on the table overnight. Now, this sentence contains two different verbs. First, we have the food was spoiled. This is a clause unto itself because it contains a subject and a verb. The verb is was spoiled, a two-word verb phrase. The subject, food or the food. So the food was spoiled is a clause. It could even stand alone as a sentence. But then we have another clause. Because it had been left on the table overnight is also a clause. It also contains a subject and a verb. The verb is the phrase had been left, and the subject is the pronoun it. Because it had been left on the table overnight is a clause, but it can't stand alone as a sentence. That word at the beginning, because, turns it into a subordinate clause. Because is a subordinating conjunction, and when it begins a clause, the clause can't stand alone as a sentence. If you saw this standing as a sentence, you would say, that sounds incomplete. I don't understand what's being said. Because turns it into a subordinate clause. So we have a main clause, an independent clause, followed by a subordinate clause. A very common structure for a sentence. Now again, when you think about it, the subordinate clause, and this is usually the case, is acting as a modifier. It's giving more information about something that appears in the independent clause. Because it had been left on the table overnight, that all explains why the food was spoiled. Therefore, this subordinate clause is acting as a kind of adverb. It's giving more information about or modifying the verb was spoiled. So here we have an entire clause acting as an adverb, acting as a modifier. So in the two sentences we've just looked at, we've seen how groups of words can act as modifiers. In the first sentence, we saw a group of words acting as an adjective, modifying the pronoun I. In this sentence, we have a group of words, a clause, acting as an adverb, modifying the verb was spoiled. So now we can see how groups of words, phrases, and clauses can act as modifiers. Now, why does this pose problems for writing English sentences? It can create a problem if the modifying phrase or clause is not placed in the proper relationship to the rest of the sentence. And there are two basic problems to watch out for. Here they are. First, when a modifier is separated from the word or words it modifies, causing confusion, it is called a misplaced modifier. A modifying phrase or clause should always be placed as close as possible to the word or words it modifies. That way, it's obvious to the person reading the sentence exactly what idea is linked to what. When the link is not clear, when the two things are not placed close to one another, then confusion, even momentary confusion, arises, and the sentence is considered wrong. And then we have the problem of the misplaced modifier. Take a look at this sentence. Painted bright yellow, the decorator selected a new cabinet for the kitchen. Now this sentence begins with a modifying phrase, painted bright yellow. Very often, as we've seen, a modifying phrase appears at the beginning of the sentence, and it's usually set off by a comma from the rest of the sentence. Now, what immediately follows the modifying phrase should be the word or words that the modifying phrase refers to or modifies. In this case, we have painted bright yellow followed by the decorator. If you stop and think about it for a moment, it almost sounds as though the sentence is saying that the decorator was painted bright yellow. Of course, that's not the idea. A person would never be painted bright yellow. And so, after a few seconds of confusion, the reader immediately figures out what is really going on. The thing that's really painted bright yellow, of course, is the new cabinet that has been selected for the kitchen by the decorator. But there is a moment or two of confusion, and it's actually a little comic if you think about what the sentence seems to be saying. Painted bright yellow, the decorator selected a new cabinet for the kitchen. It doesn't really make sense, and it's a little bit confusing, causes the reader to pause just a second to get his or her bearings and figure out what's actually being said, and that's not the kind of effect you want your writing to have. Ideally, a sentence should be perfectly clear the first time through and not cause the reader to pause. This particular sentence violates the rule by separating the modifying phrase from the word that it modifies, and therefore we have a misplaced modifier. Now, how do you correct a misplaced modifier? The easiest and usually the best way to correct it is simply to move the modifying phrase or clause so that it is next to what it modifies. So to correct this sentence, we would want to move the words painted bright yellow and put them next to the cabinet. The sentence could then read, the decorator selected a new cabinet painted bright yellow for the kitchen. And that would be a simple, easy, and perfectly correct way of rewriting this sentence. So the normal solution for a misplaced modifier is simply to move the modifier so that it is next to what it's supposed to be modifying. A different kind of problem is caused and solved in a different way. When a modifier has no word or words in the sentence to modify, it is called a dangling modifier. In this kind of sentence, the connection has broken down altogether because we have a modifying phrase or clause that actually doesn't have any word or words in the sentence to link up to or to modify. And therefore, the confusion on the part of the reader is even greater. And a little more work has to be done in order to correct this kind of sentence, a sentence containing a dangling modifier. Here's an example. While driving to work yesterday morning, an accident delayed traffic on the highway. Okay, let's take a look at this sentence. After the comma, we have the main part of the sentence. An accident delayed traffic on the highway. We have the verb delayed, the subject accident, and that could stand alone as a sentence. What comes before the comma is a modifying phrase, which is designed to give more information, to add some detail about what's being described in the main part of the sentence, while driving to work yesterday morning. The problem is that that modifying phrase doesn't link up to any word or words in the rest of the sentence. Think about it for a moment. Who is being described in that modifying phrase? While driving to work yesterday morning, who? Who was driving to work yesterday morning? The rest of the sentence says, an accident delayed traffic on the highway. That leaves it totally unclear who was driving to work, who is being discussed here. And therefore, there's no real connection between the modifying phrase and whoever is supposed to be modified by it. In fact, the person being modified doesn't appear in the sentence. And that's why we call this a dangling modifier. It is a would-be modifier that doesn't have any word or words to modify. Solving the problem of a dangling modifier is a little more tricky than solving the misplaced modifier. A misplaced modifier can be fixed simply by moving it. A dangling modifier generally requires that you rewrite the sentence, and usually there's more than one good way of doing it. Here are two possible ways of fixing this particular sentence. One way would be to take the modifying phrase and turn it into a subordinate clause, adding a subject and a verb, and thereby making it much clearer what's being described. If you were to do that to this sentence, it might read as follows. While I was driving to work yesterday morning, an accident delayed traffic on the highway. Notice that we've now taken the modifying phrase, while driving to work yesterday morning, and turned it into a clause with the complete subject and verb, I was driving, while I was driving to work yesterday morning. Notice that it's no longer unclear who is being referred to in that phrase, driving to work yesterday morning. Now, it's obvious that I'm the one who is doing the driving. And therefore, turning this into a subordinate clause makes it perfectly clear and solves the problem of the dangling modifier. Another way of solving the problem would be as follows. Remember that the modifying phrase or clause should always be next to what it modifies. Therefore, what you could do with this sentence would be to keep the modifying phrase at the beginning of the sentence and just make sure that what immediately follows it explains who or what was doing the driving. In other words, make sure that right after the comma we put the word or words that are being modified by the modifying phrase. That would mean that right after the comma you'd want to have I, if I am the one doing the driving. And again, that requires a little bit of rewriting. The sentence might read, for example, as follows. While driving to work yesterday morning, I was delayed by an accident on the highway. Notice how we've solved the problem. We've kept the modifying phrase in place, but made sure that what follows immediately after it is I. And that makes it clear that I am the one being modified. I was the one who was driving to work yesterday morning. And then, of course, we've had to rewrite the clause a little bit to make it clear exactly what was going on. I was delayed is the way of rewriting that clause so that it contains the same meaning but begins with I. So the problem of the dangling modifier exists when you have a modifying phrase or clause that isn't connected logically to the rest of the sentence. And usually there's more than one way of fixing it. And in this case, you have at least two alternatives, and there probably are other acceptable ways of fixing it. The important thing is to make sure that when you have the rewritten sentence, that you read it through and make certain that any modifying phrases or clauses are right next to the word or words that they're intended to modify. That way the sentence will be logical, clear, and easy to read. Okay, we've provided an exercise in your study guide that will give you a chance to test your ability to recognize and fix sentences that contain misplaced and dangling modifiers. Try your hand at the exercise, and when you're done, come back to the program. Let's take a look at the first sentence. Having lost one of the most controversial elections in history, many expected Al Gore to run for president again in 2004. Does this sentence contain a misplaced or dangling modifier? Well, first, let's see if we can locate the modifying phrase or clause. As in many sentences, it appears at the beginning of the sentence, separated by a comma from the rest of the sentence. Having lost one of the most controversial elections in history. Perhaps you can even hear when you read that sentence that that whole long phrase there is describing someone, and it should be next to the person that it describes or modifies. Now, what comes immediately after the comma? Well, immediately after the comma, we have the word many. It's a pronoun referring to many people. Now, is that correct? Having lost one of the most controversial elections in history, many expected Al Gore to run for president again in 2004. No, that's not correct, because what's right next to the modifying phrase is not the word that it is intended to modify. It is not the many people who lost one of the most controversial elections. The person who lost the controversial election was Al Gore. So for this sentence to be correct, that modifying phrase would need to be followed immediately by Al Gore, not by the pronoun many. Now, as with many of these kinds of sentences, there's more than one way to fix it. This is technically a misplaced modifier. The modifying phrase should be next to Al Gore. So one way to fix it would be to simply move the entire phrase next to Al Gore, in which case the sentence might read like this. Many expected Al Gore, having lost one of the most controversial elections in history, to run for president again in 2004. This is all right. It would be a perfectly correct way of fixing the sentence. It does put the modifying phrase right next to the word it's intended to modify, Al Gore. The only problem with it is that it's a little awkward to have such a long modifying phrase interrupting the sentence that way. So you might want to consider a different way of rewriting the sentence. You might, for example, want to rewrite the sentence so that the modifying phrase remains at the beginning of the sentence, but that Al Gore then follows immediately afterward, in which case the sentence might read something like this. Having lost one of the most controversial elections in history, Al Gore was expected by many to run for president again in 2004. Notice that we've had to rewrite the sentence somewhat to make Al Gore the subject of the passive verb was expected. You have your choice then of more than one way of rewriting this sentence. In either case, the problem of the misplaced modifier has been fixed by placing that modifying phrase next to the word or words that it's intended to modify, namely Al Gore. Next example. Distracted by the demands of my 2 children, the chicken in the oven burned. Here we have a dangling modifier. The sentence begins with a modifying phrase, distracted by the demands of my 2 children. Remember that what follows immediately should be the word or words that are being modified. In other words, who was distracted by the demands of my 2 children? Well, presumably that was me. I would normally be the one that my children would come to, but I don't follow the modifying phrase. Instead, the words, the chicken in the oven follows. It almost makes it sound as though the chicken was distracted by the demands of my 2 children, and I don't think that's the case. The chicken in the oven has other more serious problems. So the sentence suffers from a dangling modifier. The word I, in fact, doesn't appear anywhere in the sentence, and so there is nothing for the modifying phrase, distracted by the demands of my 2 children, to modify. So this sentence has to be significantly rewritten. And the most simple, best way to do it is probably to keep the modifying phrase where it is, but just rewrite what follows so that it begins with I, since I am the word that's intended to be modified. So the sentence might read something like this. Distracted by the demands of my 2 children, I burned the chicken in the oven. Or you could say, I let the chicken in the oven burn, whichever seems like a more appropriate way to write it to you. The important thing is that the modifying phrase, distracted by the demands of my 2 children, should be followed immediately by the word I. So that way the modifier won't dangle. Instead, it will be nicely connected to the word that it's intended to modify. Next example. When birds fly in the path of an airplane, they can produce dangerous and costly accidents. This sentence is perfectly correct as written. It begins with a subordinate clause, when birds fly in the path of an airplane. And that clause is acting as an adverb. It is modifying the verb can produce that appears in the second part of the sentence. It's explaining under what circumstances the birds can produce the dangerous and costly accidents. In this case, we have a modifying clause at the beginning of the sentence which is quite close to the word or words that it's intended to modify. Therefore, the meaning is perfectly clear, and we don't have either a misplaced or dangling modifier. In fact, I don't know how you could possibly make that modifying clause any closer to the word or words that it modifies. So therefore, this sentence is perfectly correct and doesn't need to be changed. Next example. Hoping to make the space more sunny, Nancy's bedroom was expanded and fitted with a large skylight. Now here we have a slightly subtle dangling modifier problem. Again, the sentence begins with a modifying phrase, hoping to make the space more sunny, and what immediately follows should be the word or words being modified. In other words, who or what was hoping to make the space more sunny. Now you might be tempted to say this sentence is perfectly correct, because after all, Nancy follows hoping to make the space more sunny. And so it makes sense that Nancy, whose room this is, would be the one hoping to make the space more sunny. But here's the problem. What follows the modifying phrase isn't the word Nancy. Instead, it's Nancy's bedroom. Nancy's is technically in the possessive case, and that does make a difference. In fact, taken literally, this almost makes it sound as though Nancy's bedroom was the one that was hoping to make the space more sunny. And of course, a bedroom can't have hopes and feelings. What follows the modifying phrase should be Nancy in that form, not in the possessive form, which makes it incorrect and momentarily confusing. So you would need to rewrite this sentence so that what follows the modifying phrase would be the person who is hoping to make the space more sunny. presumably Nancy. And there's more than one way that you might rewrite the sentence, but one correct way to do it would be to make it read as follows. Hoping to make the space more sunny, Nancy expanded her bedroom and fitted it with a large skylight. That would correct the problem because it keeps the modifying phrase in place but follows it immediately with Nancy, which makes it clear who was doing the hoping. It puts the modifying phrase right next to the word it modifies. Next example. Swollen by a week of heavy rain, the grasslands on either side of the Missouri River were eventually flooded. Once again, we have an opening phrase which is intended to modify something else in the sentence. Unfortunately, in this case, we have a misplaced modifier. Swollen by a week of heavy rain describes who or what? Well, it doesn't describe the grasslands. They weren't swollen. It was the Missouri River that was swollen by a week of heavy rain. Swollen means to make bigger or fuller. And after a week of heavy rain, a river would indeed become swollen. It would become bigger and fuller with water, which is why it would eventually overflow its banks and flood the grasslands on either side. So that modifying phrase, swollen by a week of heavy rain, ought to be right next to the Missouri River. Now, since we have a misplaced modifier in this sentence, we could fix it by moving the entire modifying phrase to follow the words Missouri River. But a less awkward and easier to read sentence would probably be the result if we instead moved the words Missouri River to immediately follow the modifying phrase at the beginning of the sentence. The sentence could read something like this. Swollen by a week of heavy rain, the Missouri River eventually flooded the grasslands on either side. In this way, by leaving the modifying phrase where it is and moving the Missouri River to immediately follow the modifying phrase, we've made the relationship very clear and solved the misplaced modifier problem. Whenever you use a modifying phrase or clause in a sentence, always make sure that what's next to it is what you intend it to modify. Otherwise, you'll create at least momentary confusion for your reader and sometimes a rather comical effect. So reread the sentences you write and make sure that they're not guilty of misplaced or dangling modifiers. Now let's go back to one-word modifiers, adjectives and adverbs. Sometimes modifiers are used to compare two or more people, things, actions, or qualities. In fact, there are 3 degrees of comparison. These 3 degrees are known grammatically as the positive degree, the comparative degree, and the superlative degree. In this lesson, we'll provide you with the rules you need to know to form and use all 3 degrees of comparison correctly. First, the positive degree. The positive degree of an adjective or adverb makes no comparison. You might think of the positive degree of an adjective or adverb as being the normal way the adjective or adverb is used. Here are a couple of examples. A tall building. Here we have a phrase containing the adjective tall, modifying the noun building, and there's no comparison involved. So this is the positive degree of the adjective tall. A colorful landscape. Here we have the noun landscape modified by the adjective colorful. Again, there's no comparison involved, so this is the positive degree of the adjective colorful. She runs fast. In this short sentence, the verb runs is modified by the adverb fast. Again, there's no comparison, so this is the positive degree of the adverb fast. Notice, by the way, that this is one of the adverbs in English that doesn't happen to end in ly, so don't assume that every adverb ends that way. Finally, this example. She sings beautifully. In this short sentence, the verb sings is modified by the adverb beautifully. No comparison is involved, so this is simply the positive degree of the adverb beautifully. Next, the comparative degree. The comparative degree of an adjective or adverb compares two people, things, actions, or qualities. It's formed in one of two ways. It can be formed by adding the letters ER onto a one-syllable adjective or adverb. Or it can be formed by adding the word more in front of an adjective or adverb that is 3 syllables long or longer. Let's take a look at some examples. A taller building than this one. Now in this phrase, we're comparing two buildings, this one and another one, and we're using, therefore, the comparative form of the adjective tall. The adjective tall is a one-syllable word, and therefore we form the comparative form of the adjective by adding ER at the end. So the positive degree tall turns into the comparative degree taller, a taller building than this one. Another example, a more colorful landscape than any other. Now, in this phrase, again, we are creating the comparative degree of the adjective. The adjective colorful contains 3 syllables. It's a long adjective, and therefore we follow the second part of our rule. We turn it into the comparative degree by adding the word more in front, and we turn colorful into more colorful, a more colorful landscape than any other. Now, you may want to stop me and say, wait a moment, I thought you said the comparative degree was used when comparing two people, things, actions, or qualities. In this phrase, aren't we comparing more than two? A more colorful landscape than any other seems to refer to all the landscapes in the world. In a sense, you're right. The meaning of this phrase does refer to all the landscapes in the world, but grammatically, only two things are actually being compared in this phrase: this landscape and any other in the world. In other words, in effect, what we're doing in a logical and grammatical sense in this phrase is comparing this landscape one by one with each individual other landscape in the world. And therefore, grammatically, we consider this as comparing two and only two items, this landscape versus any other. So even though you're right, in a broader sense, we are talking about all the landscapes in the world, grammatically and logically, we're comparing them one at a time, and therefore this particular phrase would use the comparative degree of the adjective, which is used for comparing two things, and that's why more colorful is correct. Here's another example, this one using an adverb. She runs faster than I do. Here we've taken the one-syllable adverb fast and made it into the comparative degree by adding ER at the end, because two people are being compared, she and I. She runs faster would be the correct use of the comparative form of the adverb. And one more example. She sings more beautifully than her sister. Here again we have a comparison of two people, she and her sister. And we've taken the positive degree of the adverb beautifully and turned it into the comparative degree by adding more in front. Remember, we would use the word more in front of the adjective or adverb when it's 3 syllables long or longer. And beautifully is a long adverb. And therefore, more beautifully is the correct way to form the comparative degree of the adverb. We've talked about the positive degree and the comparative degree. The third degree is the superlative degree. The superlative degree of an adjective or adverb compares 3 or more people, things, actions, or qualities. It is formed by adding EST to a one-syllable adjective or adverb, or by adding the word most in front of an adjective or adverb that is 3 syllables long or longer. Let's again look at some examples. The tallest building in town. Here we're comparing not just two buildings, but all the buildings in town, and presumably there are 3 or more, probably dozens of buildings in town. And therefore, rather than the comparative degree, we use the superlative degree, which is formed by adding EST to a one-syllable adjective. So we've taken the one-syllable adjective tall and turned it into tallest. The most colorful landscape in the state. How many landscapes are there in the state? Who knows, but there are dozens or hundreds, depending on how you define a landscape. In any case, there are certainly more than 2. So we want to use the superlative degree of the adjective colorful. Since colorful is 3 syllables or longer, we form the superlative degree by adding the word most in front of it, the most colorful landscape in the state. Now a couple of examples with adverbs. She runs fastest of all the members of the track team. It seems obvious that there is more than 2 members of the track team, and therefore we want the superlative degree of the adverb. Starting with a 1-syllable adverb fast, we turned it into the superlative degree by making it fastest, simply adding the letters est at the end of the 1-syllable adverb. And finally, of all the members of the chorus, she sings most beautifully. Again, we're dealing with a comparison of 3 or more individual people, and therefore we want the superlative degree of the adverb. Since we're dealing with an adverb that's 3 syllables long or longer, we form the superlative degree by adding the word most in front of the word. So we end up with, of all the members of the chorus, she sings most beautifully. Now, we've spoken about how to form the comparative and superlative degrees of adjectives and adverbs that are 1 syllable long or 3 syllables long and longer. You are probably wondering, what do we do with adjectives and adverbs that are 2 syllables long? Well, here's where it gets a little tricky. In fact, it varies. If an adjective or adverb is 2 syllables long, use your judgment and your ear to decide how to form the comparative and superlative forms. You can either add er and est if you want, or you can add the words more and most, depending on which sounds right. And in most cases, it will be fairly obvious which sounds better. Let me give you a couple of examples. Take the adjective hungry, a hungry man. How would you form the comparative and superlative forms of hungry? Well, you could add er, I think, to hungry and est to hungry to form the comparative and superlative degrees, and the word would sound just fine. A hungry man, this man is hungrier than that man. This man is the hungriest of all. I think that sounds fine. So here we have a 2-syllable adjective where the comparative and superlative degrees can be formed by adding er and est to the same word. On the other hand, take an adjective like gorgeous, a gorgeous day. How would you form the comparative and superlative degrees of that? Well, you could add er and est, but I think the result sounds a little awkward and is even a little difficult to pronounce. A gorgeous day, tomorrow will be even gorgeouser, and next week should be the gorgeousest of all. It's very hard to say that because of all the S sounds. And so the correct way to modify gorgeous and come up with the comparative and superlative degrees would be to add the extra word. Gorgeous, more gorgeous, most gorgeous. You can try this exercise with other 2-syllable adjectives and adverbs. Easy, for example, would probably be translated into the comparative and superlative degrees by adding er and est. Easy, easier, easiest. Quickly, on the other hand, sounds less awkward if you use more and most. Quickly, more quickly, most quickly. When you're dealing with a 2-syllable adjective or adverb, then, use your judgment, try reading aloud the phrase, and you can either use er, est, or more and most in forming the comparative and superlative forms. When in doubt, use more and most. Use the additional word, because that's never incorrect, and it will often be a little less awkward than adding er or est onto the positive degree of the adjective or adverb. Now, just to complicate your lives a little more, it's also true that in English, a few adjectives and adverbs have irregular comparative and superlative forms. That is, the comparative and superlative degrees are created not following any of the rules we've given so far. And you simply have to memorize the proper comparative and superlative degrees of these particular words. Here are the ones you need to know. Good is the positive form of the adjective. The comparative is better. The superlative is best. Bad is the positive form of the adjective. Worse is comparative. Worst is superlative. Many is the positive form of the adjective. More is the comparative, most is the superlative. Much is the positive form of the adjective, more is comparative, most is superlative. Well is the positive form of the adverb, better is comparative, best is superlative. Badly is the positive form of the adverb, worse is comparative, worst is superlative. In this lesson, we focused on the rules for creating the comparative and superlative degrees of adjectives and adverbs. Using these forms correctly can also be tricky in its own right, and we'll focus on some of the problems that arise in the next lesson. But first, turn to your study guide and try your hand at the exercise we provided to test the rules you've just learned. When you've finished, come back to this program, and we'll look at the exercise together. Now, in this exercise, we provided a number of sentences, each of which has a blank space. And in the blank, a comparative or superlative adjective or adverb is required. We've provided at the end of the sentence, in parentheses, the positive form of the adjective or adverb. So your job is twofold. First, to decide whether the comparative or superlative degree is correct, and then to form it correctly and insert it into the blank space in the sentence. Let's see how well you did. First example. Pablo Picasso and Juan Gris began painting around the same time, but Picasso continued painting blank, then Gris. And the positive form of the adverb that we want appears at the end, long. So the first question is, do we want the comparative or superlative form of the adverb? And as you know, the distinction between comparative and superlative is based on whether we're comparing two things or more than two. Well, in this sentence, it's clear only two things are being compared, Picasso and Juan Gris. And therefore, the comparative form of the adverb would be correct, rather than the superlative. And how do you form the comparative form of the adverb long? Well, it's a one-syllable adverb, and therefore, you simply add the letters ER at the end to turn it into longer. And the sentence would read, Pablo Picasso and Juan Gris began painting around the same time, but Picasso continued painting longer than Gris. Next example. Of all the sopranos in the choir, Lisette sings blank. And the positive degree of the word is well. Now, in this case, do we want a comparative or superlative form of the adverb well? Once again, it's based on how many things or people are being compared. And in this case, it seems clear that more than two people are being compared. The sentence reads, of all the sopranos in the choir. And in a normal choir, you would certainly have more than two sopranos. If there were only two, the sentence would probably read differently. It might say something like, of the two sopranos in the choir, or compared to the other soprano in the choir, something that would make it clear there's only two people involved. So the sentence certainly makes it sound as though there are three or more sopranos involved. So therefore, we want the superlative degree of the adverb well. And as you know, the adverb well is one of the irregular adverbs. It forms its comparative and superlative degrees irregularly rather than according to the usual rules. And the three forms of the adverb well are well, better, best. The superlative form is best, and the sentence should read, of all the sopranos in the choir, Lisette sings best. Next question. Although Nadia and Katya are both expert programmers, Katya is considered blank than her colleague. And the adjective that we want is talented. Okay, how many people are being compared here? Just two, Nadia and Katya. So we want the comparative form of the adjective. Now, how do we form the comparative form of the adjective talented? Here we're dealing with a three-syllable word, talented. You can hear that there are three separate sounds in that adjective. So to form the comparative degree, rather than adding ER at the end, we'll add the word more in front of the adjective. So the sentence correctly should read, although Nadia and Katya are both expert programmers, Katya is considered more talented than her colleague. Next sentence. The island of St. Martin boasts 36 beaches, and many visitors say that Orient Beach is the blank of them all. And the positive degree of the adjective is alluring. First, how many things are we comparing? Well, obviously more than two. In fact, the sentence tells us there are 36 beaches involved. So rather than the comparative degree, we want the superlative degree. Now, the adjective alluring contains how many syllables? 3, alluring. Therefore, we need to form the superlative degree by adding the word most in front. And the sentence should read, the island of St. Martin boasts 36 beaches, and many visitors say that Orient Beach is the most alluring of them all. Next sentence. No one feels blank about the mistake Carlos made than Carlos himself. And the positive degree of the adjective is bad. Now, do we want the comparative or superlative degree here? This is a little tricky. You might be tempted to say, we want the superlative degree because we're comparing Carlos to all the people in the world. Of all the people in the world, who feels the most bad? It's Carlos. So therefore, superlative degree is involved. But once again, this is the kind of sentence which, although in terms of its meaning, it may seem to be comparing Carlos to all the people in the world, grammatically and logically, only two people are really being compared. That is, Carlos and no one. No one feels a certain way about it, and Carlos feels even more bad. I'm fudging in order to avoid giving away the answer. But you see, we're comparing Carlos with no one, so that grammatically and logically, we're just comparing two people or two things. That's why the comparative degree is used in a sentence like this, as opposed to the superlative degree, even though in a sense it appears we're comparing more than two people. We're using the comparative degree of the adjective bad, and remember, bad is another one of those words that forms its comparative and superlative degree in an unusual or non-standard way. The correct comparative degree of bad is worse. So the sentence should read, no one feels worse about the mistake Carlos made than Carlos himself. Did you get all 5 of these questions right? Very good. Let's move on to our next lesson. Now, there are certain mistakes that people often make when using comparisons in sentences. In this lesson, we'll look at the 3 most common such mistakes and learn how to avoid them. First, avoid making a double comparison. A double comparison, what does that mean? Well, look at this example and then we'll discuss it. After dinner, the orchestra began playing a series of more livelier melodies. Maybe you can hear that something has gone a little wrong with the comparison here. What exactly went wrong? Well, remember that there are 2 different ways of forming the comparative and superlative degrees. You can either add ER or EST at the end of the word, or put more and most at the beginning of the word. And generally, you choose between these 2 methods based on the length of the word. If the word is short, you would add ER or EST. If the word is long, you would use more and most. And with 2-syllable words, you could go either way depending on how the word sounds to you. Well, occasionally people get a little confused and end up using both methods. That is, they use ER and EST at the end of the word and also stick more and most in front of the word. And that's what the author of this sentence has done. Rather than choosing between the 2 methods for creating the comparative degree of the adjective lively, the author has simply chosen to use both methods, and that has created what we call a double comparison. After dinner, the orchestra began playing a series of more livelier melodies. Now, what would be the correct way to write this sentence? Really, the author has 2 choices. Remember that when you have a 2-syllable adjective, lively, you have a choice of whether to use ER at the end of the word or more at the beginning of the word, depending on which sounds better to you. So the author could have written the sentence in either of 2 ways. The author could write, after dinner, the orchestra began playing a series of more lively melodies. Or the author could write, after dinner, the orchestra began playing a series of livelier melodies. Either one is really correct. It's just a matter of personal preference. The only thing that's wrong is to use both methods and create a double comparison. Here's the second common type of mistake. Some adjectives are absolute and cannot be compared. This means that there are certain qualities that are considered to either exist or not exist, and therefore it's not considered appropriate or logical to deal with comparative or superlative degrees. Either you are or you aren't, and you can't be more or less. For example, some of the adjectives that are considered absolute are first, last, equal, and unique. Perhaps you can see why these would be considered absolute qualities, which can't really be compared. For example, first. If you are first in line, you're first in line. No one else could be more first than you, or the most first. Either you're first or you're not. Perhaps the adjective where we see this mistake most often made is the word unique. Literally, the word unique means one of a kind. If something or someone is unique, that means there's no one else, nothing else like them in the world. They are simply different from everything or anybody else. And any one thing that is unique would be just as unique as anything else. In a sense, of course, all people are unique, but you can't really compare different degrees of uniqueness. If there's only one in the world, then there's only one in the world, and something else can't be more unique or less unique than that. Either something is unique or it isn't. If it isn't unique, that means there's another match to it. If it is unique, it's one of a kind, and it's an absolute quality. Nonetheless, people often mistakenly use the comparative or superlative form of the adjective unique, thinking, I think, that the word unique really means something like unusual. So you might often see a sentence like this one. The architectural designs of Frank Gehry are the most unique in the world today. This is really wrong because it is creating the superlative degree of the adjective unique, which should be considered absolute and therefore not comparable. You could make this sentence correct by changing the word unique to a word like unusual or distinctive. So the sentence would be correct if it read, the architectural designs of Frank Gehry are the most unusual in the world today. You can see that this makes sense because there could be degrees of something being unusual. You could have one architect whose work is unusual, someone else who's even more unusual, and another person who's even more unusual than that. So unusual is different from unique, and it can be compared. Our third rule. Make sure that the items being compared are truly comparable. If not, reword as necessary. Now, there are a few ways that you can go wrong in terms of drawing comparisons between things. And probably the simplest way to explain this is by showing some examples and discussing them. You'll probably recognize some of these mistakes because they're very common. We all make them in our writing. And whenever you make a comparison, you need to think carefully about what you're comparing and how in order to avoid these mistakes. Here's our first example. The tropical fish found in the Caribbean are less colorful and varied than the South Pacific. All right, the person who's writing this sentence is trying to compare two things, namely the tropical fish in the Caribbean and the tropical fish in the South Pacific. But notice the way the sentence is actually worded seems to be comparing things that can't directly be compared, because he's left out certain words. If you look closely at what the sentence actually says, it appears to be comparing the tropical fish found in the Caribbean with the South Pacific. The South Pacific, of course, being an ocean. So rather than comparing one group of fish with another group of fish, the author of this sentence, if you take it literally, seems to be comparing a group of fish with an ocean, two things that are not the same at all. Now, of course, we can figure out what the author means, so we don't literally become very confused by this. But again, there's that momentary hesitation. We have a vague feeling something's wrong here. The author's not saying exactly what he's really trying to say, and it is considered incorrect. So the author of this sentence would want to rewrite it in one of a couple of ways. One way would simply be to add in the words to make it clear what's being compared. So, for example, the sentence would be correct if it read, the tropical fish found in the Caribbean are less colorful and varied than the fish found in the South Pacific. Now, it's clear that he's comparing two groups of fish. If you don't want to repeat the word fish, you can use a pronoun instead. And the sentence could then read, "The tropical fish found in the Caribbean are less colorful and varied than those in the South Pacific." Now the pronoun those has been used so that the word fish doesn't have to be repeated. And that would also be a perfectly correct way of correcting the error. The problem with the original sentence is that it seems to compare fish with ocean, and that, of course, doesn't logically make sense. And it's one of the types of errors of comparability that you need to watch out for. Here's another subtle problem that perhaps creeps into your own writing. Our new customer service center will make your next visit to the store the easiest of all your past shopping experiences. Did you catch the error there, or do you have a vague sense as to what might be wrong? What are the things that are being compared in this sentence? Well, the person who wrote this sentence is trying to compare your next visit to the store with all your past shopping experiences. Well, that's fine, but notice that the way it's written, it makes it sound as though your next visit to the store is one of your past shopping experiences, because the sentence says your next visit to the store will be the easiest of all your past shopping experiences. The way the sentence is worded, it makes it sound as though your next visit is part of the group of your past shopping experiences. And of course, that doesn't make sense. Your next visit can't also be a past experience. I think what the author is doing here is jumbling up a couple of different ideas, and that's why he has ended up writing a sentence that isn't really very logical. Here's a good way to correct this sentence. Our new customer service center will make your next visit to the store easier than all your past shopping experiences. By rewriting the sentence this way, the author is now making a clear comparison between your next visit and all your past shopping experiences. Rather than making the next visit sound like one of the past visits, he's simply saying the next visit will be easier than all those past ones. That, I think, is what the author was really trying to say, and just became a little confused in setting up the comparison. It's another example of the way it's easy to get a little tricked up when trying to make a logical comparison. Reread your comparisons and make sure that you've successfully compared the things you're trying to compare. One last example. Many historians consider Lincoln greater than any American president. Here we have another problem relating an individual to a group. What is the author of this sentence trying to compare? He's trying to compare Abraham Lincoln with all the other American presidents. But you notice what I just said, comparing Lincoln with all the other American presidents. After all, Lincoln, we know, was an American president. When we read this sentence, it actually sounds as though Lincoln was not an American president. Many historians consider Lincoln greater than any American president. Think about the group that's implied there. Any American president, that group would include Abraham Lincoln. If we take literally what the sentence says as it's now written, it sounds as though it's saying that historians consider Lincoln greater than all the presidents, including Lincoln. In other words, Lincoln is greater than himself. And obviously that's not logical or possible, nor is it what the author is trying to say. When you're comparing an individual to the other members of the group of which he's a member, you have to use the word other. So this sentence would be correct if it read, many historians consider Lincoln greater than any other American president. For the sake of logic, you need to use that word other when you're comparing a member of a group to all the other members of the group. As you can see, there's some subtle ways to get tripped up when you're trying to create a comparison. So read your sentences that contain comparisons carefully and make sure you haven't committed any of these basic errors. Okay, try your hand one more time at the exercise in the study guide, and then let's look at those questions together and see how well you've figured out how to avoid these problems with comparisons. Now, in these sentences, there's a comparison in each one, and only one is completely correct. The others all have an error of one kind or another, and your job is to locate the error and then figure out how to correct it. Let's see if you were able to do that. Start with the first example. The story of the development of anesthesia is stranger than any other scientific discovery. Here we have a subtle problem of comparing two things that aren't really comparable. Why is that? Well, let's see. What are the two things that are being compared in this sentence? First, we have the story of the development of anesthesia, and that is being compared to any other scientific discovery. Do you see what's wrong with this comparison? On the one hand, we have a story, and on the other hand, we have a scientific discovery. What's missing from the second part of the comparison is the idea of a story. What we're really trying to say, what the author is trying to say, is that one story is stranger than any other story. But the word story is necessary, otherwise you seem to be comparing the story with the discovery, and those are really two slightly different things. So the right way to state this same concept would be to say something like the following. The story of the development of anesthesia is stranger than the story of any other scientific discovery. Or if you don't want to repeat the word story, you can replace it with a pronoun and write the sentence this way. The story of the development of anesthesia is stranger than that of any other scientific discovery. Either way would be perfectly correct. The point is that you need to make the comparison between two comparable things, the story and other stories, as opposed to the story and the discovery, which are two incomparable, different things. Our next example is the sentence that happens to be perfectly correct. The Hermitage in St. Petersburg has the world's most impressive collection of paintings by Rembrandt. Here the Hermitage collection is being compared with all the other Rembrandt collections in the world. There are more than two, and so therefore the superlative form of the adjective impressive is correct, and there's no problem with comparability, there's no double comparison, and no adjective that is absolute has been mistakenly compared. So this sentence doesn't contain any errors, it's perfectly correct as written. Our next sentence does contain an error. The government of Switzerland is older than any government in Europe. Here we have a problem because Switzerland is, after all, a government in Europe, or Switzerland is a country in Europe. By saying that the government of Switzerland is older than any government in Europe, it seems to be saying, if you take it literally, that the government of Switzerland is older than any government in Europe, including that of Switzerland, since Switzerland is one of those governments in Europe. Once again, remember that when you're comparing one member of a group with all the other members of the group, you have to use the word other. So this sentence would be correct if it read, the government of Switzerland is older than any other government in Europe. Next example. Both Sheryl Crow and Bjork are gifted songwriters, but the music of Bjork is more unique than that of Sheryl Crow. Well, we're comparing two things, and so therefore the comparative form of the adjective is correct. But there is a problem because we're trying to compare the adjective unique, which, as we've seen, is an absolute. Either something is unique or it isn't. There's really no such thing as more unique or less unique. I think the author of this sentence is probably trying to say something else about the music of Bjork, and therefore the sentence could be corrected by changing unique to some other adjective which is comparable. So, for example, the sentence would be perfectly correct if it were written like this. Both Sheryl Crow and Bjork are gifted songwriters, but the music of Bjork is more distinctive than that of Sheryl Crow. So that would be one way of correcting the sentence. You could use other adjectives instead, such as unusual, but unique can't be used in this comparative or superlative form. Next example. Generations of travelers have described the waters of the Dead Sea as the most saltiest on earth. Our problem here is the problem of the double comparison. Remember that when you have a two-syllable adjective, you have two different ways of forming the comparative and superlative forms. Now, here we are dealing with a two-syllable adjective, salty. So we could create the superlative form by using most salty or saltiest. Either one would be correct. Unfortunately, the author of this sentence has chosen to use both, and that's a problem. That's considered grammatically wrong to use the double comparison, to use both forms of the superlative degree. So the sentence could be corrected in either of two ways. Generations of travelers have described the waters of the Dead Sea as the most salty on earth, Or, generations of travelers have described the waters of the Dead Sea as the saltiest on earth. This concludes our program on how to use modifiers correctly. Now you're an expert in using adjectives and adverbs and in creating interesting comparisons. So you should be able to go out and sprinkle your writing with all kinds of lively, vivid, colorful, and interesting descriptions using these modifiers correctly. And you can do it without fear of making a grammatical error. Thanks for watching, and I'll look forward to speaking with you on other programs in the Video-Aided Instruction English Grammar Series. Welcome to Video-Aided Instruction's English Grammar Series. This is the Parallel Structure program. Now, I know this program deals with English, but let's begin with a little bit of math. Do you know what parallel lines are? They're lines that run in the same direction. Railroad tracks are parallel lines. So are the two side rails of a ladder. Now, in geometry, parallel lines are used to make squares and rectangles. In English grammar, we don't use parallel lines, but we do use parallel words and groups of words when constructing sentences. Parallelism refers to using words and groups of words that run in the same direction. In other words, words, phrases, and clauses that have the same grammatical form. As you'll learn in this program, some kinds of sentences require parallelism. We'll look at when and why parallelism is needed, and you'll learn some basic rules that will help you construct parallel words, phrases, and clauses to make your sentences as solid and sturdy as a well-built stepladder. The basic principle of parallelism is fairly simple. Here it is in a nutshell. Parts of a sentence that have similar meanings should be written in grammatically similar forms. Now, this principle is simple, but the specific applications of the principle are varied and somewhat complex. In the rest of this program, we will look at some more specific rules that grow out of this basic principle, and we'll look at many examples of sentences that require parallelism and look at exactly what this requirement means. Here's our first specific rule that will help you apply the principle of parallelism. When listing two or more things, qualities, or actions, describe them in parallel grammatical forms. One of the most common types of sentences that requires parallelism is one that contains a list. Very often when we're writing English, we have a need to list 3, 4, or 5 things in a particular sentence. And since all these items are on the same list, that means that they naturally have similar meanings. Since they have similar meanings and are being listed together, they should be written in grammatically similar forms. In other words, the same grammatical shape ought to be applied to each of the items in the list. When the same grammatical shape isn't applied to each item in the list, then the sentence sounds wrong, and we will have violated the principle of parallelism. Let's take a look at a couple of examples. Read this sentence. America's founders were prepared to risk everything, their property, their reputations, and would even risk death. Now, in this sentence, as you can probably recognize, 3 things are being listed. After the colon, the 3 things that are being listed are things that America's founders were prepared to risk. Now, since we have a list of 3 items here, we have 3 things that are similar in meaning, and therefore they should be set up in grammatically similar form. Has that been done? Let's look at the 3 items that are listed in this sentence. First, their property. Second, their reputations. Third, and would even risk death. Now, are all 3 items written in grammatically similar form? Not really. The first 2 are written in the same grammatical form. Their property, their reputations. Here we have nouns, property, and reputations preceded by the possessive pronoun their. However, the third item is listed in a different form. Would even risk death. Suddenly, a verb has been inserted, would risk, and this changes the grammatical form. So the 3 items, even though they have similar meanings, are not being set up in grammatically similar form. Instead, that third item should be changed to match the other 2 in grammatical form. Since the first two items read their property, their reputations, the third item should read their lives. After all, that's what's being risked: their property, their reputations, and their lives. Notice that we have to change it from death to lives to make it parallel both in meaning and in grammatical form. So the correct sentence following the principle of parallelism ought to read, America's founders were prepared to risk everything: their property, their reputations, and their lives. If you want to emphasize the importance of that third item, you could use the adverb even and insert that as well without violating the principle of parallelism. You would simply be emphasizing that this third item in the list is the most important and dramatic of all. And the sentence could read, America's founders were prepared to risk everything: their property, their reputations, and even their lives. This sentence now fits the principle of parallelism, which applies whenever a sentence contains a list of similar items. Here's another example. A Marine recruit is expected to be physically fit, psychologically tough, and mature in his emotions. Now, once again, the sentence contains three items that are similar in meaning. And once again, the principle of parallelism has been violated. The first two items are written in grammatically similar form: physically fit, psychologically tough. In both of these phrases, we have an adjective, fit and tough, preceded by an adverb: physically fit, psychologically tough. However, let's look at the third item in the list. Mature in his emotions is written in a different grammatical form. We do have the adjective mature, which describes what a Marine recruit is expected to be, but rather than being preceded by an adverb, like physically or psychologically, instead the adjective mature is being followed by the prepositional phrase in his emotions. Therefore, this third item in the list sounds different from the other two. It isn't set up in the same grammatical form. So once again, the principle of parallelism has been violated. We need to make a change to correct this sentence. How could you do it? Well, there's actually more than one way to correct it. Probably the easiest way to correct the sentence is to change the third item in the list so that it matches the other two. We could therefore rewrite that third item so that it contains an adjective preceded by an adverb. Now, if we want to do that, what would be the proper adverb to precede the word mature? Since the meaning of the sentence refers to mature in his emotions, it makes sense that the proper adverb to use would be emotionally. And the sentence would then read, a Marine recruit is expected to be physically fit, psychologically tough, and emotionally mature. Now the sentence fits the principle of parallelism. All three items that are being listed are set up in grammatically similar form. Now, in this case, we changed the third item to make it match the other two. We could also change the first two items to make it match the third if we wanted to. But then the sentence would contain longer phrases and would be a little less concise, and therefore wouldn't read quite as well. We could do that, however, if we want. The sentence could then read, a Marine recruit is expected to be fit in his physique, tough in his psychology, and mature in his emotions. I think you can see the sentence is a little less effective that way. It's more concise and therefore more effective to use the adverb-adjective form in all three items in the list. Either way is grammatically correct, however, because either way we would be following the principle of parallelism, which says that when items are being listed, we need to set them up in grammatically similar form. Here's another rule that will help you apply the principle of parallelism. Use parallelism to link related ideas and emphasize the relationships among them. Very often when we write English sentences, we are including two or more ideas in the same sentence that have some close relationship to one another. Sometimes those ideas help to prove or demonstrate the same point. In other cases, the two ideas may have a relationship of contrast, that is, they disagree with one another. In either case, it's desirable to follow the principle of parallelism, that is, to show and emphasize the relationship between the ideas by setting them up in grammatically parallel form. When you do this, your sentences read well, and the relationship between the ideas is very clear. The readers of your sentence will immediately see the relationship between the ideas and understand it, and will see how the ideas fit together. Here's an example. Love of country is admirable, but today it is necessary to love humanity in general. Now, this sentence is not grammatically wrong. That is, it doesn't contain an out-and-out error. However, it does violate the principle of parallelism, and therefore it's not as well written as it ought to be. How does it violate parallelism? Well, remember the rule we just looked at. When we have related ideas in a sentence, it's desirable to use parallelism to link them and to emphasize the relationship between them. This sentence contains two ideas. First, that love of country is admirable. Second, that today it's necessary to love humanity in general. In other words, to love people no matter where they come from. Now, the author of this sentence is setting up a clear relationship between these two ideas. The relationship is one of contrast. Notice that the conjunction but has been used to join these two ideas. The author is trying to say, one thing is true, but today something else is also true. So here are two ideas that are closely related and have a contrast to one another. And both deal with love of various kinds. So the two ideas are clearly related, and yet they haven't been set up in grammatically parallel form. The first clause says love of country is admirable. The second clause doesn't refer to love of humanity. Instead, it changes the grammatical form and says it is necessary to love humanity in general. Therefore, the two clauses are not set up in grammatically similar form. However, it would be easy to rewrite the sentence to make the two clauses parallel or grammatically similar. And when we do this, the sentence becomes much more forceful, and the contrast between the two ideas becomes much more clear. Here's how we would rewrite the sentence to follow this principle of parallelism. Love of country is admirable, but today, love of humanity is necessary. When we rewrite the sentence this way, the contrast between two kinds of love has been emphasized. Love of country, love of humanity. And we're told that the first kind of love is admirable, but that today the second kind is necessary. So the contrast between the two ideas and the author's point becomes that much more vivid and that much more clear. And that's why parallelism improves the sentence. So remember the rule. When related ideas appear in your sentence, try to follow the principle of parallelism in order to link those ideas and emphasize how they're related to one another. Our third rule, again, is not specifically a grammar rule, but rather a rule that applies as a principle of good writing. When using parallel construction, build to a climax. What does this mean? Well, as we've seen, parallelism is used to link ideas, and it's often used in particular when ideas are being listed, when 2, 3, 4, or more items are being presented in sequence. Now, the basic rule of good writing is that when you're presenting a number of ideas in a sequence, it's best to end with the most interesting, most important, or most dramatic item. If instead you end with an item which is less important, less interesting, or less dramatic than the preceding items, suddenly your sentence will sound a little funny. The idea that you're trying to get across will come a little flat, and the reader may even be distracted by the fact that there's been a sudden fall off. Rather than a steady climb in emotion, we have a climb and then a sudden decline, which is very distracting. It can be used for comic effect, but not when you're trying to write a serious sentence. Here's an example of a sentence that violates this rule of building to a climax. Visitors to America's heartland fall in love with the fields of waving grain, the endless skies, and the giant hamburgers. Now, if the author of this sentence was trying to write a humorous essay or make a funny remark, it might work, because the third item in this list, the giant hamburgers, sounds much less grand and exalted and serious than the first two, the fields of waving grain and the endless skies. Rather than building to a climax, This sentence gradually builds and then suddenly falls flat on its face, with the rather comic image of giant hamburgers being thrown in alongside the grandeur of American landscapes. So the author of this sentence has not built to a climax, but instead has fallen down at the last moment, and therefore the sentence sounds rather funny. Now, if you're trying to write humor, then by all means use this technique because it does create a comic effect. But when you're trying to write a serious sentence, remember this rule: build to a climax and make the items in your list get gradually more important, more impressive, and more dramatic. And that way you will leave the reader with the most emphatic item and therefore have the greatest effect on the reader's feelings. Let's try now an exercise that will enable you to test your understanding of the basic rules that we've looked at in this lesson. Turn to your study guide, try your hand at the sample sentences that are given there, and when you're finished, come back to this program, and we'll take a look at those questions together. Now, we gave you 5 sentences, some of which have errors in parallelism. Your job was to detect whether there is an error in parallelism in the sentence, and if so, figure out how to correct it. Let's take a look at the first example. Just as Darwin revolutionized biology with his theory of evolution, Einstein's theory of relativity revolutionized physics. Now, this sentence demands parallelism because it contains 2 closely related ideas. Here, the 2 ideas are related because they describe similar happenings. The first clause, the first half of the sentence, talks about Darwin revolutionizing biology with his theory of evolution, and in the same way, we are told, Einstein's theory of relativity revolutionized physics. So in both clauses, similar revolutionary happenings in a particular branch of science are being described. So we have closely related ideas which ought to be described in grammatically similar form. Now, has that been done in the sentence the way it's written? The answer is no. The principle of parallelism has been violated. Look at the difference between the 2 clauses. The first clause says, Darwin revolutionized biology with his theory of evolution. The clause begins with the name of the scientist, Darwin, and it ends with the prepositional phrase, with his theory of evolution. The second clause is not set up in the same way. It doesn't begin with Einstein. Instead, it refers to Einstein's theory of relativity, and the clause does not end with a prepositional phrase. To make the 2 clauses parallel would strengthen the sentence by making the relationship between the 2 ideas that much more clear. Why don't we rewrite the second clause to make it match the first clause grammatically? Just as the first clause begins with the name of the scientist, the second clause should begin with Einstein. The first clause says Darwin revolutionized biology. Let's make the second clause read Einstein revolutionized physics. And then we'll end that second clause with a prepositional phrase, just as the first clause ends with a prepositional phrase. So the rewritten sentence, which would follow the principle of parallelism, would read, just as Darwin revolutionized biology with his theory of evolution, Einstein revolutionized physics with his theory of relativity. Notice how the sentence seems clearer and crisper. The ideas and their relationship become that much clearer when the principle of parallelism is followed. Let's take a look at the next example. Coach Jabbar demands 3 things of his players: hard work, that they have personal integrity, and self-discipline. Now, here we have a list of 3 things, the 3 things that Coach Jabbar demands of his players. And whenever 3 or more things are being listed, we want them to be set up in grammatically parallel form. Has that been done here? No, not quite. The first and third items in the list look similar grammatically: hard work, self-discipline. Here we have nouns preceded by an adjective: hard work, self-discipline. Self-discipline is a hyphenated word, but in effect it's the same form, an adjective preceding a noun. However, the second item in the list is not set up in the same way. Instead, it's a clause, that they have personal integrity. If we want to make all three items grammatically parallel, we'd like to change that second item so that it matches the first and the third items. And actually, that's easy to do. Remember, the first and third items in this list both consist of an adjective followed by a noun. We can easily change the second item into that same form, adjective followed by noun, simply by using the words personal integrity. So the corrected sentence would read, Coach Jabbar demands three things of his players: hard work, personal integrity, and self-discipline. Doesn't the sentence sound much crisper and more forceful when it follows the rule of parallelism? I think so. Let's look at the next example. Thrilled by the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill, thousands of prospectors rushed to California, traveling by boat, by covered wagon, and walking. Once again, we have a list of three items in this sentence. And since all three have similar meanings, all three should be set up in grammatically parallel form. But once again, the rule has been violated, which means once again we'll have to make a change to correct the sentence. The three items that are listed are the three ways that prospectors traveled to California at the very end of the sentence: by boat, by covered wagon, and walking. Now, the first two items are in similar grammatical form. We have the preposition by, followed by the mode of transportation, boat, covered wagon. However, the third item in the list is not in the same grammatical form. Rather than beginning with a preposition followed by the mode of transportation, instead we have what's called a gerund, an ing form of the word, walking. That's not the same grammatically, and therefore it doesn't seem to fit with the other two. Parallelism has been violated. What could we do to change that third item so that it's as similar as possible to the other two, so that it begins with the preposition followed by the mode of transportation? Could we say by walking? Yes, but that doesn't sound quite right. A more common or idiomatic prepositional phrase that describes walking somewhere would be on foot. So that would probably be the best way of rewriting this third item. Notice that the preposition is different. The first two items would have the preposition by, while the third item would have the preposition on. But nonetheless, it sounds parallel because in each case you have a preposition followed by the mode of transportation. So one good way of correcting this sentence would be to end it with the phrases by boat, by covered wagon, and on foot. And that would give us the feeling of parallelism that we're looking for by having three items all set up in the same grammatical form, a preposition followed by the mode of transportation. The exact word doesn't always have to be the same as long as the grammatical structure or form is the same. That's what parallelism is all about. Let's look at our next example. Each of these three poets is admired for a different quality. Milton for his grand rhetoric, Shakespeare for his sweeping vision, Chaucer for his simple humanity. Once again, three items have been listed here. Now, have they all been set up in grammatically similar fashion? That is, has the principle of parallelism been followed? Well, the answer is yes. This sentence doesn't contain an error. Let's take a look at how the writer of this sentence was careful to follow the principle of parallelism. He's listing three poets and the quality for which they are admired. And let's look at how each of these phrases was set up and notice how parallelism was maintained. In each case, the phrase begins with the name of the poet: Milton, Shakespeare, Chaucer. And in each case, what follows is a prepositional phrase that describes the quality for which that poet is noted. And in fact, the parallelism goes even further than that. Within the prepositional phrase, the author has been careful to follow the same grammatical setup, that is, by ending the prepositional phrase with an adjective and a noun: grand rhetoric, sweeping vision, simple humanity. So we have a very strong parallel feeling as we read through these three phrases, and I think you'll find that it's not only very clear, but also sets up the similarities and contrasts between the three poets very vividly, so that by the time you read the third description, it feels rather satisfying, the way everything clicks into place, almost as when a musical piece ends with a nice chord in which all the tones of the orchestra fit together neatly. The sentence reads clearly and vividly because parallelism has been followed so effectively. So this is the sentence in our exercise that doesn't need any correction. It's perfectly correct as written because the author has been very careful about parallel structure. One more example. I agree with Hung Wei's political views, but his way of expressing them is something I don't agree with. Now, this sentence is not really bad, but it is less effective than it could be because it violates the principle of parallelism. Let's take a look at how it could be improved. Here we have two related ideas. They're related by contrast. The first idea differs from the second idea. In the first idea, the author is describing something that he agrees with about Hung Wei, namely his political views. The second clause is describing something the author doesn't agree with, namely the way Hung Wei expresses them. So we have two ideas that are in contrast to one another. The author agrees with one, disagrees with the other. Now, the relationship between the ideas and the contrast between them would become much clearer if parallel structure would be used. And again, it's easy to revise the sentence to make that the case. Let's rephrase the second clause so that it matches the first grammatically. The first clause says, I agree with Hung Wei's political views. How would we begin the second clause to make it as similar as possible grammatically? Well, the first clause begins, I agree. Why not begin the second clause with, I disagree? Then the rest of the clause is easy to write. The revised sentence could simply read, I agree with Hung Wei's political views, but I disagree with the way he expresses them. Notice that the sentence is a little more crisp, a little more concise, and the contrast between the two clauses is a little clearer when parallelism has been used. This sentence is a good example of how parallelism goes beyond the strict question of grammatical correctness or incorrectness and also gets into the realm of writing effective and powerful sentences that convey your ideas clearly and vividly. If you get good at parallelism, you'll find that your writing will improve and people will be more impressed with your ideas because they'll come across that much more crisply. Okay, we've seen that parallelism is necessary when a sentence contains a list of similar items or when it contains ideas that are closely related to one another. Let's talk now about some of the most common errors in parallelism and how to recognize and correct them. Sometimes the best way to recognize problems in parallelism is with your ear. Sentences with parallelism problems will often sound a little funny. With practice, you can recognize when parallelism errors occur in your sentences because they don't sound quite right. Here are some specific examples of what to watch out for. First, avoid mixing words, phrases, and clauses. If you begin a list or a group of related ideas with words, you need to continue them with words. If you begin with phrases, they should all be phrases. If you begin with clauses, then they should all be clauses. Problems arise when writers switch between words and phrases or between phrases and clauses. Let's look at this example and you'll see what I mean. The films of Stanley Kubrick are visually striking, intellectually challenging, and with a strong satiric content. Here again we have a list of 3 qualities that characterize the films of Stanley Kubrick: visually striking, intellectually challenging, and with a strong satiric content. Now, perhaps your ear can tell you that this sentence hasn't been constructed with parallel structure. The 3 items in the latter part of the sentence aren't set up in similar or parallel grammatical form. The first is a phrase, visually striking, that consists of an adjective, striking, preceded by an adverb, visually. The second item is similar, intellectually challenging. Once again, we have an adjective, challenging, preceded by an adverb, intellectually. However, the third item is not a similar 2-word phrase. Instead, it's a prepositional phrase beginning with the preposition with and ending with the words a strong satiric content. So we have a noun, content, preceded by 2 adjectives, strong and satiric. Therefore, we have a two-word phrase, and then a prepositional phrase. We violated parallel structure by mixing words, phrases, and clauses incorrectly. To correct this sentence, we would want to change the third item in the list and make it match the other two by making it a simple two-word phrase consisting of an adjective preceded by an adverb. There are probably a couple of different ways of conveying the same idea and following parallel structure, but here's one way the sentence could read. The films of Stanley Kubrick are visually striking, intellectually challenging, and strongly satiric. Now we have parallel structure because the same kind of two-word phrase has been repeated in each of the three items. Here's another example. The scholarship committee selected Mai Ling because of her academic record, and she is an outstanding athlete. Now here we don't have a list, but we do have two closely related ideas. That is, two reasons the scholarship committee selected Mai Ling. The first reason is her academic record. And here we have a short phrase consisting of the possessive pronoun her, the adjective academic, and the noun record. However, the second item, which is similar, the second idea, which is the other reason why the scholarship committee selected her, is a clause. She is an outstanding athlete. Remember, a clause contains a subject and a verb, and here we have the subject she and the verb is. So we have a phrase matched with a clause, and the two just don't match. They aren't parallel to one another. Once again, we'll need to rewrite one of these in order to create parallelism, and we could change either one. Let's change the second one and turn it into a similar phrase, similar to her academic record. Again, there's probably more than one way of writing this, but here's one way of correcting the sentence that would make it parallel. The scholarship committee selected Mai Ling because of her academic record and her athletic accomplishments. Now, both phrases are simply phrases. Neither one is a clause, and we haven't mixed and matched unmatching parts. Instead, the two ideas are set up in grammatically parallel form, and now the sentence sounds right. Here's another hint as to what to look for to avoid an error in parallelism. Avoid mixing gerunds and infinitives. Actions are often described using either the gerund form of a verb or the infinitive form of the verb. The gerund form of a verb ends in ing, and a gerund can often be used basically as a noun, describing a particular kind of action. The infinitive form of the verb is the simple or base form of the verb. It sometimes is used with the word to. And the infinitive form of a verb can also be used more or less as a noun to describe a kind of action. So both gerunds and infinitives can be used in a similar way in a sentence, but they sound different. They are grammatically not parallel, and therefore to mix them with one another in a list or when similar ideas are being presented would create a parallelism error. Here's an example. My favorite outdoor activities are camping, fishing, and to hike. Perhaps your ear can pick up on the parallelism error here. Three activities are being listed here. The first two are described by using the gerund form of the verb, the ing form, camping, fishing. In both cases, we've taken the verb to camp or to fish, added ing at the end, and it becomes a gerund, which we can treat as a noun, a name of a particular kind of activity. However, the third item in the list has been described not using a gerund, but using an infinitive, the base form of the verb, in this case with the word to in front of it. Now, to hike can be used as a noun, and therefore it's correct in and of itself, but it's being mixed and matched incorrectly here, matching an infinitive with two gerunds, and therefore we violated the principle of parallelism, and that's why the sentence sounds a little weird. The easy way to correct it would be to change that third item in the list so that it's also a gerund, and the sentence could then read, my favorite outdoor activities are camping, fishing, and hiking. Here's another tip as to what to watch out for to avoid a parallelism error. Avoid mixing active verbs and passive verbs. Now, active and passive verbs can both express similar ideas, but they are grammatically different. Most sentences are written with active verbs. In an active verb, the subject of the verb is the one who is doing the action. When a passive verb is used, the subject of the verb receives the action. So, for example, if I say, I cut my leg, I'm using an active verb because the subject of the verb cut is I. I am the one doing the action. On the other hand, if I set up that same idea using a passive verb, I might say, my leg was cut. Notice the difference. My leg is the subject of the verb, and it is receiving the action of being cut. That's the difference between an active verb and a passive verb. Now, both active verbs and passive verbs are perfectly correct. And depending on what idea you're trying to convey, you may want to choose one or the other in a particular sentence. However, it's generally not a good idea to mix active and passive verbs in the same sentence. And in particular, when you're describing ideas that are similar, related, or parallel to one another, you want to avoid mixing active and passive verbs. The result, if you do mix them, would be a sentence that doesn't sound right. There will be a lack of parallelism, and the reader will think, there's something a little odd about this sentence, even if the reader can't identify it grammatically. Let's take a look at this example. When making an apple pie, first slice the apples, then they should be mixed with sugar and lemon juice. Now here, two actions that are part of the process of making an apple pie are being described: the slicing of the apples and then the mixing of the apples with sugar and lemon juice. The problem is that the first verb here is an active verb, slice the apples, in which you, the actor, are doing the action, you're slicing. But in the second clause, the verb is set up in passive form. They should be mixed with sugar and lemon juice. They, the subject of the verb, is the apples, and they are passively receiving the action of being mixed. So in this sentence, we've mixed more than just apples, sugar, and lemon juice. We've mixed active and passive verbs. And that's why the sentence doesn't sound quite right. To correct this sentence, you'd want to make both verbs parallel. And generally speaking, when all things are equal, it's usually better to use an active verb rather than a passive verb. So my recommendation for correcting this sentence would be to change the second clause so that it contains an active rather than a passive verb. Making the two verbs match would give us a sentence that reads like this. When making an apple pie, first slice the apples, then mix them with sugar and lemon juice. Notice how the sentence becomes a little more crisp, a little more concise, and also a little clearer when the two verbs in the sentence are made to match, when both are active rather than having one active and one passive. And here's one more tip that will help you avoid a common error in parallelism. Sentence elements linked with the coordinating conjunctions either or, neither nor, and not only but also should be grammatically parallel. Now, you remember that conjunctions are words, usually short words, that link other things in the sentence. Sometimes they can link words, sometimes phrases, sometimes clauses. One particular type of conjunction is the coordinating conjunction, which actually consists of two words. The two words in a coordinating conjunction are always used together to link different parts of the sentence. And when coordinating conjunctions are used, what follows each of those words should be grammatically parallel. So whenever you say either or, what follows either should be grammatically similar to what follows or. In the same way, whenever you use neither, what follows neither should be grammatically similar to what follows nor. And again, when you say not only, what follows that grammatically should be grammatically similar to what follows but also. Let's take a look at a sentence that contains one of these coordinating conjunctions and see how the rule applies. Some scientists believe that dinosaurs resembled birds not only in their physical structure, but also their social habits. Now, at first glance, this sentence might seem okay, but if you listen to it carefully, you might hear that parallelism has been subtly violated. Here's why. We're using the coordinating conjunction not only, but also. And remember our rule, what follows each of those conjunctions needs to be the same grammatically. Let's check and see if it is. First we have not only. What follows that are the words in their physical structure. Now this is a prepositional phrase, beginning with the preposition in, ending with the noun structure, and containing the possessive pronoun there and the adjective physical in between, in their physical structure. Okay, then we have the conjunction but also, and what follows that is their social habits. What do you notice that's different? Well, what's missing here is the preposition in. Because this is not a prepositional phrase, parallelism hasn't been followed. It's very close. Their social habits is quite similar to their physical structure, but because the preposition has been omitted, we don't have a prepositional phrase. And so what follows each part of the coordinating conjunction is not exactly the same grammatically. And that's why a careful reader will notice, or at least hear, that parallelism has been subtly violated. Luckily, it's easy to correct this error simply by inserting the preposition in into that second phrase after the coordinating conjunction but also. And then the expectation that we will have parallel structure will be nicely satisfied and the sentence will sound good and sturdy the way it ought to. The correct sentence would then read, some scientists believe that dinosaurs resembled birds not only in their physical structure but also in their social habits. Now there is one other way in which you could correct this sentence. That would be by moving the preposition in so that it preceded the coordinating conjunction. And then what follows each part of the coordinating conjunction would be the same grammatically. Let's take a look at how the sentence might then read. Some scientists believe that dinosaurs resembled birds in not only their physical structure, but also their social habits. Now, notice that what follows the two parts of the coordinating conjunction is the same in each case. Their physical structure, their social habits. We've moved the preposition in so that it encompasses both. And that would be another perfectly correct way of changing this sentence. So you have your choice as to whether to insert the preposition in each phrase or move it so that it's not necessary to have it in either phrase. That's completely up to you and is a matter of your own ear or taste for writing. The most important thing, however, is to make sure that what follows each part of the coordinating conjunction is exactly the same grammatically. Otherwise, you will have violated the principle of parallelism. So whenever you find yourself writing a sentence that contains one of these coordinating conjunctions, it's worthwhile to pause, go back, reread the sentence, and consciously make certain that you've created parallel grammatical structures after each part of the coordinating conjunction. It's a very common writing error, but one that's easy to avoid now that you know the rule. Let's turn to the study guide. We've provided you with an exercise that will give you a chance to test your understanding of the rules we've just talked about. Our first sentence contains a list of 3 activities that were done on a vacation. But you'll notice that the principle of parallelism has been violated. Let's see how we could correct this sentence. We spent our days in St. Petersburg touring historic churches, magnificent art museums, and admiring ornate palaces. Okay, 3 activities are being listed here, and let's look at how each one is described grammatically. Touring historic churches, magnificent art museums, and admiring ornate palaces. Of these 3 items, 1, 2, and 3, which ones are similar? Well, the first and the third seem to be similar, don't they? In each case, the phrase begins with a gerund form of a verb, touring and admiring, followed by the things that were toured and admired, the historic churches, the ornate palaces. The second item, however, is in a different grammatical form. Here we have magnificent art museums, describing what was visited, but with no gerund form verb preceding it. We have a couple of different ways that we could correct this sentence. One way of correcting it would be to change item 2 so that it resembles the other 2 grammatically. So, for example, we could rewrite the sentence to read as follows. We spent our days in St. Petersburg touring historic churches, visiting magnificent art museums, and admiring ornate palaces. That would be one perfectly good way of correcting the sentence. Another way of correcting it would be to eliminate the ing, the gerund form of the verb, from our third item. And what would then happen, you'll notice, is that the ing gerund verb from the first item would apply to all three. All three items would then be parallel, but in a different form. The sentence could then read as follows, and listen closely and hear how the parallelism works. We spent our days in St. Petersburg touring historic churches, magnificent art museums, and ornate palaces. Now the ing verb touring applies to all three things, and what follows touring are three parallel phrases describing three places that were toured, which is also a perfectly correct way of making the sentence parallel. So notice that the principle of parallelism doesn't tell you exactly how you must write a sentence. Often there's more than one way of following the principle. It's up to you which path you choose. Either of the two possible corrections would be perfectly all right, and you should consider yourself correct if you wrote the sentence in either of those ways. The only thing that we know is wrong is the way the sentence is originally written, where we've mixed phrases that don't match and therefore violated parallelism. Here's our next example. The doctors moved quickly to wash the wound, disinfect it, and applying a sterile dressing. Do you recognize the rule that we violated here? Remember our rule not to mix gerunds and infinitives. Here we have three different actions being described: the washing, the disinfecting, and the applying of a sterile dressing. The third one, applying, is being described with a gerund, the ing verb. But the other two are described with the base or infinitive form of the verb. The easiest way to correct this is to make all three into infinitives, and the sentence would then correctly read, the doctors moved quickly to wash the wound, disinfect it, and apply a sterile dressing. That way, all three actions are described using the infinitive form of the verb, and parallelism has been maintained. Let's look at the next sentence. The hardwood floors in the old house were stripped, sanded, stained, and sealed with varnish. Does this sentence sound all right to you? Actually, it is perfectly correct. Parallelism has been maintained here. The list of actions that are being described as things that were done to the hardwood floors in the house, all those actions are being described using the same form of verb: stripped, sanded, stained, and sealed. The last item, we've added the prepositional phrase with varnish, which is necessary to complete the meaning. But the feeling of parallelism is not lost. So this sentence is perfectly correct. This is one that doesn't need any changing in order to create that feeling of parallelism. Next example. In 1968, the Democratic Convention was held in Chicago, and the Republicans held their convention in Miami. Now, what's wrong with this sentence? Well, the problem is a subtle one. Here we have two actions being described that are quite similar or parallel, related to one another. However, the first one is described using a passive verb, and the second one using an active verb. Notice the first clause, the Democratic Convention was held in Chicago. Here we have the subject of the action, of the verb, the Democratic Convention, passively receiving the action of being held. However, the similar action described in the second clause is described using the active verb. Here, the subject of the verb, Republicans, is actively conducting the action or performing the action of holding the convention. So to correct this sentence, we could go either way. We could make both verbs passive or both active. If we made them both passive, then the sentence would read, in 1968, the Democratic Convention was held in Chicago, and the Republican Convention was held in Miami. Or we could make them both active, in which case the sentence would read, in 1968, the Democrats held their convention in Chicago, and the Republicans held their convention in Miami. Either correction would be perfectly okay. It's your choice as to whether to use a passive verb or an active verb. The only real mistake is to mix and match both kinds of verbs in the same sentence. That's when we have a problem with parallelism. And our next example. Either the snowstorm must stop within the next 2 hours, or the town festival will have to be postponed. Here we don't have a parallelism problem. We have a second sentence in this exercise. That's perfectly correct. We're using coordinating conjunctions here, either or, and what follows should be as grammatically similar as possible. And what follows in both cases is a clause, and since the two are roughly similar grammatically, the feeling of parallelism is not violated. What follows either is, the snowstorm must stop within the next 2 hours. That's a clause. And what follows or is, the town festival will have to be postponed. Another clause. The two are basically similar in form, and therefore the sentence sounds perfectly parallel. Remember that what follows, the two parts of a coordinating conjunction, must be similar grammatically in order for parallelism to be maintained. This sentence follows that rule, and therefore it's correct. Doesn't need any changing. Well, so far we've looked at some of the basic rules about using parallelism correctly. In this lesson, we're going to scale some of the heights and get into one of the more difficult aspects of parallelism, namely using ellipsis. Now, ellipsis is when certain words are omitted from a sentence. Ellipsis is used to avoid needless repetition. Now, when a word or a group of words is used more than once in the same sentence, the word or group of words may sometimes be omitted, but this must be done correctly. Now, in parallel constructions, repeated words may be omitted after one use, provided the omitted words are the same words and they can be understood quickly and easily. What does this mean? Well, it means that when you're setting up a sentence with parallel constructions, so you have different parts of the sentence set up in the same grammatical form, rather than repeat all the same words each time you use the parallel construction, you may omit them. However, it has to be done in accordance with this rule that the omitted words are the same words and can be understood quickly and easily. To test whether you're using ellipsis correctly, you need to reinsert the same omitted words and make sure the sentence makes sense. If it does, and if the missing words can be understood quickly and easily, then the sentence is okay and you've used ellipsis correctly. Otherwise, you need to rewrite the sentence. Let's take a look at a couple of examples that may make this rule a little more clear. Here's a sentence in which ellipsis has been used correctly. Labor has agreed to cooperate with management, and management with labor. Okay, here we have a sentence that has two closely related ideas. Labor has agreed to cooperate with management, and the same is being done in reverse by management with labor. Two closely related ideas which are being set up in parallel form. However, in order to save space and to avoid unnecessary repetition, the author has left out some of the words from the second example of the parallel construction. In other words, the author of this sentence is employing ellipsis. After all, if you think about it, the sentence, when fully filled out, if the ellipsis were eliminated and the omitted words were reinserted, the sentence would read, labor has agreed to cooperate with management, and management has agreed to cooperate with labor. That's what the sentence is saying. And when we fill out the parallelism and plug the omitted words back into the second half of the sentence, we see that we have parallel structures. The two halves of the sentence are written in exactly the same grammatical form. Now, notice that when we reinserted the omitted words into the second half of the sentence, it did make sense. It was grammatically clear and understandable. And I think that when the words are omitted, the sentence can still be understood quickly and easily. Therefore, this sentence passes the test. It is a correct use of ellipsis because when the same omitted words are reinserted into the sentence makes sense. And when they are taken out, it can still be easily and quickly understood. So this is an example of good ellipsis. Labor has agreed to cooperate with management, and management with labor. The omitted words from the second half of the sentence still leave the sentence quite clear, and exactly the same words can be reinserted, and the sentence makes sense. Here's another example of a sentence containing ellipsis. Without pleasure, life is intolerable. Without purpose, meaningless. This sentence has been written to be very pithy, very concise. It's a short kind of philosophical statement. And one of the ways the author has made this sentence pithy and concise is by using ellipsis. He has left out some words from the second half of the sentence. Once again, we have two clauses set up in parallel fashion, but in order to avoid repeating the same words, the author has omitted certain words from the second half of the sentence. Let's test to see if ellipsis has been done correctly here. Remember that our test is to insert exactly the same omitted words and make sure that the sentence makes sense once those words have been inserted. Let's try that and see if the sentence makes sense. Without pleasure, life is intolerable. Without purpose, life is meaningless. The words that were omitted from the second half of the sentence were life is. When we reinsert exactly those same words into the second half of the sentence, it does make sense. And I think the sentence is clear and easy to understand without them. Therefore, once again, this sentence passes the ellipsis test. We've got two parts of the sentence with parallel construction, and the author is using ellipsis to make the sentence that much more pithy, concise, and short. And it's quite effective the way it's been done. And when we apply the test of reinserting the omitted words, the sentence still makes sense, so this is a perfectly correct use of ellipsis. Now, once again, to test ellipsis, you want to mentally complete all the clauses in the sentence and make sure that they're logically and grammatically parallel. If not, you have to revise the sentence to either fix the parallelism or rewrite it to eliminate the use of ellipsis. That is, simply fill in the ideas so that the sentence makes sense. It's very easy to make mistakes with ellipsis, as we'll see in a couple of examples now. Here's a sentence where the author is trying to use ellipsis to avoid repeating words, but when we try to apply the test, we see that it doesn't really work. For generations, fishing boats have and do navigate the waters of Chesapeake Bay. Okay, we understand what the author is trying to say. He's trying to say that fishing boats have navigated the waters of Chesapeake Bay for generations, and they still do that today. So there are two parallel ideas being described here. And they could have been written out in parallel structure clauses. Instead, however, the author is trying to use ellipsis to make the sentence shorter by leaving out the repeated words. However, does he pass the test of correct ellipsis? To test that, we have to plug in the same words that have been omitted and make sure that the sentence makes sense. Now, in the second clause here, we're told fishing boats do navigate the waters of Chesapeake Bay. That's the complete clause. When we try to insert the same words into the first half, suddenly the sentence doesn't really work. For generations, fishing boats have navigate or do have navigate. You see, when you try to insert those words, do navigate, into the first part of the sentence, we see it doesn't really work. The reason being that the same words don't work in the two clauses. Remember that with the helping verb have, you need to use the past participle form of the verb navigate, namely navigated. So the sentence, the first clause here would have to read, fishing boats have navigated the waters of Chesapeake Bay. So inserting the same omitted word navigate doesn't work in that first clause. And that's an example of how ellipsis can go wrong. Ellipsis only works when the exact same word has been omitted as appears elsewhere in the sentence. In this case, when you try to insert that same word navigate, the sentence doesn't make sense grammatically. And that's why you can't really use ellipsis in this way. To correct the sentence, you would have to rewrite it to eliminate the ellipsis. One way of doing that would be to simply flesh out both clauses, and then the sentence would read something like this. For generations, fishing boats have navigated the waters of Chesapeake Bay, and they still do navigate the waters of Chesapeake Bay. Now, this is rather long and awkward, and that's why the author wanted to use ellipsis in the first place. He realized that writing out both of those clauses would create a sentence with a lot of repetition. Unfortunately, the way he did the ellipsis didn't really work. A better alternative would probably be to greatly shorten the second clause so that the idea comes across without using incorrect ellipsis. So a better way to write this sentence would probably be something like this. For generations, fishing boats have navigated the waters of Chesapeake Bay, and they still do. by changing the sentence altogether so that there's no attempt at ellipsis, but instead we simply have two different verbs being used to describe the past and the present activity in Chesapeake Bay. The sentence is now clear, and the incorrect ellipsis has been eliminated. Very often, when you've got an ellipsis problem, you simply have to start from scratch, in effect, and retool the sentence altogether to avoid the problem. Here's another example. No true warm water fish could exist in the Arctic, and certainly could not thrive there. Okay, again, two parallel ideas are being described. No true warm water fish could exist in the Arctic, which makes sense because the waters in the Arctic would be cold. And then in our second idea, warm water fish certainly could not thrive there. Okay, so far so good. But the author has tried to use ellipsis in the second clause in order to avoid repeating the words warm water fish. However, here's the problem. When we reinsert those omitted words into the second clause, suddenly it doesn't make sense. Here's why. Remember, the rule is you have to reinsert the exact same words. The sentence would then read, no true warm water fish could exist in the Arctic, and no true warm water fish certainly could not thrive there. Notice what's happened to the logic. We're saying that no warm water fish could not thrive there. The two negatives in that second clause create an explosion. The sentence no longer makes sense. The author is trying to say that a warm water fish could not thrive there, but the words omitted from the first clause are no true warm water fish. So it doesn't pass the ellipsis test. You have to be able to reinsert exactly the same words and have it make sense. So therefore, the ellipsis doesn't work here, and what you have to do is go back to the drawing board and really rewrite the sentence. One way of doing it, for example, might be, no true warm water fish could exist in the Arctic, and a warm water fish certainly could not thrive there. Once again, this is rather repetitious and lengthy, and probably not the best way of correcting the sentence. So you might want to retool it even more and get rid of the no with which the sentence now begins, and rewrite the sentence something like this. A true warm water fish could not exist in the Arctic and certainly could not thrive there. By making it a true warm water fish, now we've got words that could be inserted into that second clause and make sense. So now we've set up the sentence with an ellipsis, which does work. So remember, whenever you find yourself using an ellipsis, omitting a few words in order to save space in the sentence, make sure that the way you've written the sentence is such that the exact same words from one clause can be inserted in the other clause and still make sense. If not, you need to rethink the way you've written the sentence and either eliminate the ellipsis or make it correct. It's a rather tricky and subtle rule of correct writing in English, but a very important one, and one of the fine points in using parallelism correctly. Okay, let's take a look at an exercise that will give you a chance to test this rather subtle and difficult but important skill. In our first sentence, the author is trying to use a very simple form of ellipsis, and yet he's gotten it wrong, which shows just how tricky ellipsis can be. Let's think about the different ideas the author is trying to convey here. In accordance with the First Amendment to the Constitution, no state has or may enact a law establishing an official state religion. Okay, the author is talking about the First Amendment to the Constitution and is saying that as a result, two things have happened. One is that no state has enacted a law establishing an official state religion, and second, no state may enact such a law. Okay, but rather than repeat the verb enact, the author is trying to use ellipsis to eliminate the first enact. And so he has written, no state has or may enact a law establishing an official state religion. But remember the test. You need to be able to insert the exact same word that you've omitted from elsewhere in the sentence, plug it in, and have the sentence make sense. Now, the word that was omitted is enact. We see it right here in the sentence. When we try plugging it in, how does the sentence read? No state has enact or may enact a law establishing an official state religion. Now we see the problem, that with the helping verb has, we need the past participle enacted. And therefore, when we try to reinsert the omitted word enact, we see that the sentence doesn't really make sense. Remember that the word that you omit when you use ellipsis must be exactly the same in both places. So that doesn't work in this case. Probably the simplest way to correct the sentence would simply be to break down, go ahead and insert the word enacted, and the sentence will be a little longer, but not really much longer, and will certainly be grammatically correct. So the sentence would then read, in accordance with the First Amendment to the Constitution, no state has enacted or may enact a law establishing an official state religion. This is a correct way of writing the sentence, and it eliminates the erroneous attempt at ellipsis. Our next example. Many scientists agree about the causes of global warming, fewer about the best ways to combat it. Here again we have two parallel ideas. The first clause says many scientists agree about the causes of global warming. The second clause says that fewer scientists agree about the best ways to combat it. Now, the way I just said it spells out or fleshes out both clauses at full length. Perfectly understandable, but it's a little bit wordy. So the author of this version has tried to use ellipsis to shorten the sentence somewhat. Has he done the ellipsis correctly? Well, let's apply our test. We should be able to take the same words from the first clause, which were omitted in the second clause, and insert them into that second clause and have the sentence make sense. Now, what are the words that were omitted from the second clause? The words that were omitted are scientists agree. When we take those words from the first clause and insert them back into the second clause, does it read correctly? Many scientists agree about the causes of global warming. Fewer scientists agree about the best ways to combat it. Yes, it does make sense. It does read well, and the parallelism works. Therefore, the ellipsis, as done in this sentence, is perfectly correct. The author has simply not repeated the words scientists agree, has left them out. The resulting sentence is clear and easy to understand, and when we plug the exact same words back in, it all hangs together. Therefore, it passes the ellipsis test, it's perfectly correct, and this sentence doesn't need any fixing. Next example. Baseball pitcher Cy Young's lifetime record of 511 victories has never been challenged and probably never will. The author is saying two things about Cy Young's record. It has never been challenged and probably never will be challenged. Now, rather than repeat the word challenge, the author is trying to use ellipsis here. But what happens when we try to plug the same verb in? We see that the sentence doesn't really work. Baseball pitcher Cy Young's lifetime record of 511 victories has never been challenged and probably never will been challenged. You can see that doesn't sound right. The second clause here would demand the wording and probably never will be challenged, which is different from been challenged. So since we can't insert exactly the same words into that second part of the sentence, we see that the ellipsis rule has been violated. And therefore, you'd have to correct the sentence by spelling out that complete verb and make the sentence read, baseball pitcher Cy Young's lifetime record of 511 victories has never been challenged and probably never will be challenged. There's no way around it. You can't use ellipsis here because you can't omit exactly the same words. Instead, they are different words, and they have to be spelled out. Next example. As global trade increased, manufactured goods began to flow from north to south, raw materials from south to north. Once again, two closely related ideas talking about the flows of global trade. Now, certain words were omitted from the second clause just to save space and avoid needless repetition. The first clause says, manufactured goods began to flow from north to south. Those words began to flow are omitted from the second clause. When we insert those exact same words in the second clause, does it make sense? Raw materials began to flow from south to north. Yes, it does. So this passes the ellipsis rule. When you insert the omitted words, the sentence still makes sense and reads properly, and when they're omitted, the thing is clear and easy to understand. So once again, this is a sentence that has used ellipsis correctly and doesn't need any fixing. And our last example. The main legal barrier to an improved school system has been eliminated and the economic obstacles reduced. Let's use the same test. From the second clause here, the author has left out a couple of words, hoping to save space and make the sentence sound less repetitious. When we pick up the exact same words from the previous clause and insert them in the second clause, does it sound right? Does it make sense? Here's how it would then read. The main legal barrier to an improved school system has been eliminated and the economic obstacles has been reduced. Okay, when we reinsert the helping verbs has been, which were left out or omitted from the second clause, we see that they don't quite work. The reason is that the subject of the first clause, barrier, is singular, but the subject of the second clause, obstacles, is plural, and therefore the helping verb has been doesn't work. We have to use have been instead. Therefore, we can't use ellipsis here because the exact same words can't be reinserted and make a correct sentence. Instead, this sentence has to be fixed by spelling out that second verb and therefore making the sentence a little less concise but more correct grammatically. The sentence would then read, the main legal barrier to an improved school system has been eliminated and the economic obstacles have been reduced. So this is a sentence where ellipsis isn't really practical because we simply need different verbs to make the two clauses correct. Well, now you're an expert on the subject of parallel structure. Actually, if you find this a particularly challenging aspect of writing in English, don't feel bad. Many native English writers and speakers have difficulty with this, and in fact you'll probably find, if you read carefully in newspapers and magazines, a number of cases where professional writers make mistakes about parallel structure, because it can be rather tricky. In fact, when we get into the realm of parallel structure, as you've seen, we're moving beyond simple grammatical correctness into areas where topics such as logic and clarity become involved. Therefore, to use parallelism effectively, you really need to do more than just follow a couple of basic grammatical rules. Instead, you really need to think about what you're saying, to look at the relationships among the ideas that you're expressing in your sentences, and then make sure that the grammar mirrors and reflects those relationships clearly. If you do that and you think carefully about how the grammatical structure and the relationship among the ideas, how those things fit together, then you'll probably find that you can use parallel structure very effectively and even powerfully in your writing. Thanks for watching this program, and I'll look forward to seeing you out there for other programs in the Video-Aided Instruction English Grammar Series. Hi, I'm Carl Weber. Welcome to Video-Aided Instructions English Grammar Series. This is the program on punctuation. Punctuation marks are those little signs and symbols like periods, commas, semicolons, colons, and many others that are added to sentences to help make them easier to read. Think of punctuation marks as being like traffic signs that you see when you're driving. They tell you when to slow down, when to change direction, and when to come to a complete stop. If you learn how to use punctuation marks correctly in the sentences you write, no one will get lost while reading your work. If you're ready, let's begin with our study of punctuation marks and how to use them. As you recall, there are 4 different kinds of sentences: declarative, interrogative, imperative, and exclamatory. Let's look at each of these 4 kinds of sentences and look at the kind of punctuation mark you need to use to end each type of sentence. First, use a period to punctuate the end of a declarative sentence. As you recall, a declarative sentence states a fact. The great majority of sentences in usual written English are declarative sentences, so most of the sentences you write will end with periods. Here are a couple of examples. It's raining outside. She is my sister. Both of these are declarative sentences. They state facts, and appropriately each one ends with a period, a simple dot. Most sentences you write will be declarative sentences and will end with periods. Next, use a question mark to punctuate the end of an interrogative sentence. An interrogative sentence asks a question. Appropriately enough, it's marked at the end with a question mark. Here are a couple of examples. Would you like some coffee? What time is the party? Both of these sentences are interrogative sentences. They ask questions. And notice that they are read slightly differently. Your voice turns upward a little bit at the end of an interrogative sentence. Putting a question mark at the end of the sentence makes it very clear to the reader that this is an interrogative sentence, one that asks a question, and that needs to be read in that special tone of voice. Notice that you don't use a question mark to punctuate the end of an indirect question. What is an indirect question? This is a sentence which refers to or describes a question, but which itself does not ask a question. Therefore, an indirect question is really a declarative sentence, even though at first glance you might think that it is an interrogative sentence. Take a look at this example. Juan asked Maria whether she would like some coffee. Now, this sentence refers to or describes a question. Juan is asking Maria a question, would you like some coffee? But notice that the sentence itself doesn't ask the question. Instead, the sentence is really describing the question or making a statement. It is stating a fact that Juan has asked Maria a question. Therefore, the sentence itself is not an interrogative sentence. It isn't asking a question. So it doesn't end with a question mark. Instead, it ends with a period. This is an example of what we call an indirect question. Here's another example. I wonder what time the party will start. Now, the same general idea might have been stated in the form of an interrogative sentence. For example, this sentence might have been written, what time will the party start? That would have been an interrogative sentence, a question, and it would have ended appropriately with a question mark. However, the way the sentence was worded, it is a declarative sentence. It is making a statement of fact. That is, I am wondering something. It is stating that as a fact rather than asking a question. And therefore, this too is an indirect question and one that does not end with a question mark, but rather with a period. Now, the third type of sentence. Use a period or an exclamation point to punctuate the end of an imperative sentence. An imperative sentence expresses a request or a command. When you're asking or ordering someone to do something, you are writing an imperative sentence. And an imperative sentence may end with a period or an exclamation point. It all depends on the nature of the request or the command. Let's take a look at a couple of examples. Hand me that hammer, please. This is an imperative sentence because whoever has written or is speaking the sentence is expressing a request, asking someone else to do something. Since it's written in a quiet tone of voice and does not have a great deal of urgency or strong emotion built into it, it's appropriate to end it with a period. Most imperative sentences which express requests or commands will end with periods. Occasionally, however, a request or command will be uttered with a great deal of urgency or emotion, in which case an exclamation point may be the appropriate punctuation mark to use at the end of the sentence. Look at this example. Get out, quick! This might be spoken by a firefighter arriving at the scene of a fire, warning the people in the house to get out right away. This is a command that's being spoken with a great deal of urgency and emotion and a great deal of emphasis. For all these reasons, ending the sentence with an exclamation point is appropriate. The exclamation point is used in English to indicate that a sentence is being written or spoken with a great deal of feeling. You only want to use exclamation points where they're really appropriate. Certain types of commands do require exclamation points, although as we've seen, most do not. So an imperative sentence may end either with a period or an exclamation point, depending on the degree of urgency and emotion that's built into the sentence. You'll have to be the judge. Finally, use an exclamation point to punctuate the end of an exclamatory sentence. An exclamatory sentence is defined as one that expresses strong emotion or strong feeling. Therefore, by definition, it's appropriate to end an exclamatory sentence with an exclamation point. That tells the reader this sentence has just expressed something that is very important with a great sense of urgency attached to it, and therefore you need to pay close attention to what it says. When you end a sentence with an exclamation point, you're telling the reader, pay attention. Here are a couple of examples of exclamatory sentences. The house is on fire. There's a message that, of course, contains a great deal of emotion and urgency, and it's appropriate to end it with an exclamation point. That's an exclamatory sentence. Here's another example. What a beautiful sunset. Now, here's a message that's much more positive. Rather than talking about physical danger, the person who speaks or writes this sentence is simply reflecting on the beauty of nature. However, because strong emotion is involved, an exclamation point seems appropriate. This, too, is an exclamatory sentence. So as we've seen, each of the 4 types of English sentences needs to be punctuated in a slightly different way. Most sentences are declarative sentences, and they will end with periods. But interrogative sentences need question marks. Imperative sentences may use either periods or exclamation points, depending on whether strong emotion is involved, and an exclamatory sentence ends with an exclamation point. In your study guide, we've provided an exercise which will enable you to practice using punctuation marks to end sentences correctly. In this exercise, we provided several sentences without end punctuation. Your job is to read each sentence, decide what type of sentence it is, and therefore what type of end punctuation is needed. Let's look at the first example. Where can I buy a portable radio similar to the one you brought to the ball game yesterday? Now, what type of sentence is this? Perhaps you can tell just from the words used that the person who wrote or is speaking this sentence is expressing a question. Therefore, this is an interrogative sentence and ought to end with a question mark. And therefore, it ought to be read in a particular way with that rising inflection at the end, which indicates that this is a question. And the question mark would make it obvious that that's what we're reading. Where can I buy a portable radio similar to the one you brought to the ball game yesterday? Question mark. Next example. After giving me reliable service for 8 years, my car finally broke down last week. Now, what is this sentence doing? Is it expressing a question, like the interrogative sentence we just looked at? No, not really. Instead, it's simply stating a fact. Therefore, this is a declarative sentence and ought to end with a period. As we've said, most sentences that you write will be declarative sentences and will end with periods. Now, perhaps you were tempted to say this is an exclamatory sentence because it expresses a strong emotion, but that's not really appropriate. It's possible that the person who writes or speaks this sentence does have a strong emotion about the fact that the car broke down, but the sentence itself doesn't really speak about that strong emotion. It simply says that the car did break down. And remember, exclamatory sentences should be used rather rarely in your writing. Don't lean toward using a lot of exclamatory sentences. In most cases, treating a sentence as a simple declarative sentence and putting a period at the end is most appropriate, and that would be the correct answer for this question. Next, that's an incredible story. Now here we have a true exclamatory sentence. The person who speaks or writes this sentence is expressing a strong emotion. He or she is saying that the story that has just been told is one that's amazing, incredible, hard to believe, breathtaking. All of those are expressions of strong feeling. And therefore, it would be appropriate to treat this as an exclamatory sentence and end it with an exclamation point. And the sentence, if it were being read aloud, would probably be read in such a way as to convey that strong emotion. That's an incredible story. That's the way you read an exclamatory sentence, and the exclamation point is appropriate. Next example. I'd like to know why the senator voted against the appropriation bill. Now, what is this sentence doing? Is it expressing strong emotion? No, not really. Very mild emotion. Is it asking a question? Well, not really. You might be tempted to think of this as an interrogative sentence because the person who speaks or writes this sentence does have a question in mind. But notice that the question is being stated indirectly, not directly. For this to be an interrogative sentence, it would have to read something like, why did the senator vote against the appropriation bill? Then the sentence would be directly expressing a question. Instead, this is a declarative sentence because it only states the question indirectly. It states as a fact that I am wondering about something or I would like to know something. It is stating that as a fact rather than expressing the question directly. And remember, an indirect question is really a declarative sentence and should be ended with a period rather than a question mark. Next example. Let me have a copy of the paper you wrote for our art history class. What kind of sentence is this? Well, this is an example of an imperative sentence because it's expressing a request or a command. In this case, I think we'd call it a request. It's expressed politely and in a quiet tone of voice. There's certainly not a great deal of urgency or emotion in the request. It's not like the order that the firefighter gives to get out of the house quick. Instead, this is a quiet, unemotional request, and therefore we would treat it appropriately with a period rather than an exclamation point. Remember that an imperative sentence may end with either one, depending on how strong the sense of urgency or emotion is. In this case, a period makes sense. If a period, a question mark, and an exclamation point are like stop signs, you might think of commas as being like yield signs. They tell the reader not to come to a complete stop, but rather to slow down or pause. Now, some writers who aren't sure about how to use commas correctly tend to sprinkle commas into their sentences almost at random, just to kind of slow down the reader from place to place. That's not the best way to use commas. Instead, the right way to use commas is to put them in where they are required by certain specific rules, which have to do with pauses or breaks in the meaning of the sentence. In this lesson, we'll look at the rules that lay out the most important places where commas ought to be used, so that you'll be able to use commas more correctly in the sentences you write. First, use a comma to set off a modifying phrase or clause at the start of a sentence. Now, you might remember from other programs in this series that sometimes phrases or clauses, groups of words, can be used as modifiers. That is, they give more information about something else in the sentence. These modifying phrases and clauses almost act like adjectives and adverbs. They give more information about a specific other word that appears in the sentence. Now, when a modifying phrase or clause appears at the start of a sentence, you usually want to use a comma to set it off, to separate it from the rest of the sentence. That makes the sentence a little bit easier to understand, and it puts a pause into the sentence in a place that feels appropriate. Here are a couple of examples. Lost in thought, Peter didn't hear Andre's question. Now let's look at the phrase that begins this sentence, lost in thought. What role does this phrase have in the sentence? Well, it acts as a modifier. It gives further information about Peter. It describes or tells something about Peter. Therefore, this is a phrase that's acting almost like an adjective because it's giving more information about a noun that appears elsewhere in the sentence. Because this is a modifying phrase that appears at the start of the sentence, it makes sense to separate it from the rest of the sentence by using a comma. And notice that the pause makes the sentence a little easier to understand, and it seems to fit logically with the meaning of the sentence. Lost in thought, Peter didn't hear Andre's question. Notice that the pause in reading that sentence makes it a little easier to understand and a little clearer, and that's why the comma works in that location. Another example. When I arrived at the beach, the tide was coming in. Here the sentence begins with a clause which acts as a modifier. The entire dependent or subordinate clause, when I arrived at the beach, tells more information about something else that appears in the sentence. The tide was coming in when? When I arrived at the beach. Therefore, that entire clause is acting as a modifier, almost like an adverb, because it gives more information about the verb was coming later in the sentence. The entire clause, then, is a modifying clause, and it ought to be separated from the rest of the sentence by a comma. And that's why we've put in the comma after the word beach. Notice again that the pause after that modifying clause makes the sentence a little easier to understand. When I arrived at the beach, the tide was coming in. The pause seems to make sense, and it makes the sentence a little bit clearer and easier to understand. In this case, we have a modifying clause that begins the sentence, and therefore it's appropriate to separate it by using a comma. Here's another rule about when to use a comma. Use a pair of commas to set off a word or phrase that interrupts the meaning of a sentence. Sometimes you'll write a sentence which has a main train of thought, but there's an additional fact or idea that you want to insert somewhere into the sentence because it's interesting and important, but not necessarily essential to the meaning of the sentence. We consider this group of words an interrupter, something that breaks into the main flow of the sentence. When you put in a group of words like this into a sentence which interrupts the main flow, set it off with commas, a pair of commas, one on either side. That signals to the reader, whoops, here's a little detour, don't get sidetracked, and it makes it easier for the reader to follow the complete meaning of the sentence. Here's an example. Harry Truman, the 33rd President of the United States, was born in Missouri. Now we have a group of words in the middle of the sentence here, the 33rd President of the United States, that tells a little bit more about Harry Truman. It's an interesting and important fact. But notice that it interrupts the main flow of the sentence. We can tell this because if we eliminate those words altogether, what is left still makes sense and still has the same meaning. Harry Truman was born in Missouri. We understand exactly what's being said. This person, this man named Harry Truman, was born in Missouri. Those words that are added in the middle give a little more information and help to define a bit more about who Harry Truman was, but they're not strictly necessary, and they do interrupt the main flow of the sentence. Therefore, it's appropriate to set them off with commas, to have a comma before and a comma after that group of words. And again, notice that inserting the pauses when we read the sentence makes the sentence a little easier to understand. Harry Truman, the 33rd President of the United States, was born in Missouri. Notice how the link between the subject of the sentence, Harry Truman, and the verb was becomes a little clearer when we pause to set off those words that interrupt the flow from the subject to the verb. So this is a classic example of a sentence that contains an interrupting phrase. It's good to set that off from the rest of the sentence with a pair of commas. One more example. My uncle, unlike his three brothers, never learned to drive a car. When we eliminate the words unlike his three brothers, the sentence still means the same thing and still makes sense. My uncle never learned to drive a car. Those interrupting words, unlike his three brothers, give a little more information and add an interesting fact, but they're not strictly necessary. So we consider that an interrupting group of words which ought to be set off by a comma at the beginning and a comma at the end. Don't forget that when an interrupting phrase or clause like this appears in the middle of a sentence, it needs to be set off by a pair of commas. Don't forget to put a comma at the beginning and at the end. Sometimes people make the mistake of putting a comma in one place, not the other. That's unclear. To make it clear to the reader that this is a phrase or clause that interrupts the rest of the sentence, you need to set off the entire thing with a pair of commas. Now here's a subtle variation which is important to note. Don't use commas to set off a word or phrase which is essential to understanding the meaning of the sentence. Sometimes a sentence contains a word, a phrase, a group of words which may at first glance appear to be an interrupter. But if you look closely, you realize that the word or phrase is actually essential to understanding what the sentence is saying. When that's the case, don't set it off with commas, because those words are not simply interrupting the flow of the sentence. They're an integral, important part of the flow of the sentence. So understanding the meaning of what's being said and recognizing what's essential and not essential for the meaning is actually very necessary to punctuate the sentence correctly. Let's look at this example. The historian Doris Kearns Goodwin wrote a famous book about Franklin D. Roosevelt. Now, the sentence is saying that Doris Kearns Goodwin wrote this famous book, but it begins with the words, the historian, and you might then think that her name, Doris Kearns Goodwin, is a kind of interrupter. If you take away the interrupter, the sentence does still make a kind of sense. The historian wrote a famous book about Franklin D. Roosevelt. But think about what that's saying. Can we tell which historian is being talked about if we leave out the words Doris Kearns Goodwin? We really can't. Now the sentence is saying the historian wrote a famous book, but we don't know which historian, so we don't really understand what the sentence is saying. It's essential for us to understand the sentence to have those words Doris Kearns Goodwin in there. And therefore, we can't regard those words as a mere interruption. They are essential to the basic meaning of the sentence. We've got to leave them in there, and therefore, we shouldn't surround them with commas. When you put a pair of commas around words or a phrase in a sentence, you're implying that those words can be ignored to a degree without changing the meaning of the sentence. That wouldn't be the case here, and therefore you don't put commas around Doris Kearns Goodwin. One more example. My Uncle Jerry is an expert driver. Once again, the name Jerry might appear at first glance to be an interrupter. But if we put commas around it, what's left outside of the commas would be, my uncle is an expert driver. And once again, we can't be sure who exactly is being spoken about. I might have several uncles, and therefore to simply say my uncle is an expert driver might leave the meaning of the sentence somewhat unclear. Since the name Jerry is essential to the meaning of the sentence, it's better not to put commas around it and instead let the sentence read as one unit. So before you put a pair of commas around an interrupting word or phrase, make sure it really does interrupt and is not essential to the meaning of the sentence. That makes an important difference to the right way to punctuate the sentence. Our next comma rule. Use a comma to separate two independent clauses that are linked with a coordinating conjunction. Now, you'll recall that independent clauses are clauses which contain both a subject and a verb and can stand alone as a sentence. An independent clause could appear as a sentence all by itself, but sometimes we do link independent clauses in larger sentences. One way of linking two independent clauses to create a larger sentence is by using a coordinating conjunction. There are 6 coordinating conjunctions: and, or, nor, for, but, and yet. Whenever you have a sentence containing 2 independent clauses joined by one of these coordinating conjunctions, it's good practice to insert a comma between the 2 clauses to separate them clearly. It puts in a pause where it's appropriate and makes the sentence a little bit easier to follow. Here's an example. French wines are considered the finest in the world, but many other countries also produce excellent wine. Here we have a sentence that is made up of 2 independent clauses. Each of the clauses here could stand alone as a sentence. French wines are considered the finest in the world. Yes, that could be a sentence by itself. Many other countries also produce excellent wine. That too could be a sentence by itself. Because the 2 ideas are closely linked, the author has decided to join them into a single sentence and use the coordinating conjunction but as the connector. And that makes perfect sense. Notice that a comma is necessary before the conjunction but. It puts a pause between the 2 independent clauses, which separates them. It makes it a little easier to follow the logic of the sentence, and it warns the reader, slow down a bit because we're about to change course, just like a yield sign on a highway. So when we pause slightly in reading that sentence, it's a little easier to understand, and the pause makes sense with the shift in meaning that's about to begin. So when you have 2 independent clauses joined by a coordinating conjunction, use a comma as well. Here's an exception to the rule. Omit the comma if both independent clauses are very short. In some cases, you might write a sentence that contains 2 or even more independent clauses that are all very short and joined with coordinating conjunction. If that's the case, you can usually omit the comma because the effect works perfectly well to read straight through when the clauses are very short. Here's a simple example. I hear and I obey. Here we have 2 independent clauses. I hear, I obey. And they're joined by the coordinating conjunction and. You could put a comma before the conjunction and if you want, but because the clauses are so short and the sentence is so quick and easy to read and understand, it doesn't really seem to be necessary. So this is an exception to the rule. You can omit the comma if both clauses are very short. Here's our last rule for using commas. Use commas to separate items in a list. When you're listing 3 or more items in a sentence, it makes the list much easier to read and understand if you separate the items with commas. Here's an example. The exhibit of Spanish art included paintings by Velázquez, Murillo, and Goya. This sentence contains a list of 3 Spanish painters whose work was included in the exhibit: Velázquez, Murillo, and Goya. To make this sentence easier to read, the author has inserted commas after Velázquez and Murillo. The comma that appears before the word "and" in this particular sentence has a special name. It's called the serial comma. And you actually have a choice as to whether to insert that one or not. Normally, when you create a list like this, you will have the word "and" before the last item in the list. And inserting the comma before the word "and" is actually optional. Some writers prefer to use it. Some writers prefer to omit it. Personally, I like to use it. I think it adds just a little bit of clarity to the sentence, but you wouldn't be wrong if you omitted it. However, the comma after Velázquez earlier in the list is absolutely essential. So use commas to separate items in a list. The final comma, the serial comma, may or may not be inserted. That's your choice. Here's a slightly different kind of list that also requires commas. Miriam drove up in a small, battered, rusty station wagon. Here we have a sentence that strings together a list of several adjectives, all describing the noun station wagon. What kind of station wagon was it? It was a small one, and a battered one, and a rusty one. So here we have 3 adjectives in a row, all added to describe a particular noun. Again, it's much clearer if you insert commas between the adjectives. So we have a comma after small and a comma after battered. Notice that you don't insert a comma after the last adjective. The last adjective here is rusty. Station wagon we consider one noun, even though it's made up of 2 words. Don't think that in this case the noun is wagon and station is another adjective. That's really not the case, because she didn't drive up in a wagon after all. It wasn't a particular type of wagon. It was a type of car that is known by one name, station wagon. So the noun here is station wagon, and the last adjective that precedes the noun station wagon is rusty. And you wouldn't put a comma separating that adjective from the noun station wagon. But you do have commas separating the other adjectives. So small comma, battered comma, rusty station wagon would be the right way to string together the adjectives here. So once again, we have a kind of a list. In this case, it's a list or a series of adjectives. And to make the sentence clearer and easier to read, insert commas after each of the adjectives except for the last one. There are some other instances in which commas might be used in sentences, but the rules we've just given you will cover the vast majority of appropriate places to use commas in your sentences. Turn to your study guide and try your hand at the exercise, which tests your understanding of these rules. When you're finished, come back and we'll look at those sentences together. In this exercise, you were given several sentences, some of which contain commas and some of which do not. Some of the commas are correct, some aren't, and in some cases, commas need to be inserted. Let's look at each sentence and figure out the right way to use commas in each one. First, the exhibit includes fossil remains of Apatosaurus, Stegosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, and several other dinosaurs. Here we have a sentence that contains a list. It lists several dinosaurs whose fossils appear in the exhibit. Remember that when you are giving items in a list, you need to separate them using commas. And I think you can see that the sentence will be clearer and easier to understand when those commas are inserted. So the sentence should correctly be punctuated this way. The exhibit includes fossil remains of Apatosaurus, comma, Stegosaurus, comma, Tyrannosaurus, comma, and several other dinosaurs. Now, of course, that last comma is the serial comma, the one that appears after the name Tyrannosaurus. So it's really optional. You could include it or not as you prefer. I recommend using it, but it's up to you, and you wouldn't be incorrect if you left it out. Next example. Having been born in Nigeria, Henry, never saw snow until he visited Colorado last winter. Well, there is a comma in this sentence, and we need to ask whether the comma is appropriate. We also need to ask whether there should be a comma somewhere else in the sentence. As it happens, this sentence should contain one comma, but the comma that it contains is actually in the wrong place. Let's take a look at the sentence more closely. Notice the opening words of the sentence. Having been born in Nigeria. What role do those words play in the sentence? What do they describe, or who do they give information about? Well, what those words do is modify the noun that follows, Henry. Those words act as a kind of an adjective, giving us more information about Henry. And since the sentence begins with a modifying phrase, we want to set off that phrase from the rest of the sentence with a comma. So there really should be a comma after the word Nigeria here. That would make it clear that the opening phrase is a modifying phrase, which should be separated from the rest of the sentence by a comma. Now, what about the comma that appears in the sentence after the name Henry? Is that appropriate or not? Well, it really doesn't fit any of the rules that we've seen in this lesson. There's no good reason to put a comma there, and in fact, it's better to not have a comma in a location like this. Notice that the comma in this case would help to separate the subject of the sentence, Henry, from the verb saw. And it's usually a bad idea to separate the subject and verb of a sentence unless it's necessary. Sometimes you will have an interrupting phrase between a subject and a verb in a sentence, in which case a pair of commas to set off the interrupting phrase is a good idea. But when that's not the case, it's better not to separate the subject and a verb in a sentence, and therefore the comma here really should be omitted. When we read the sentence with a pause in the correct place where the comma really belongs after the word Nigeria, we can see that the meaning holds together very clearly. Having been born in Nigeria, Henry never saw snow until he visited Colorado last winter. Now the sentence makes sense, and the ideas that belong together have been grouped appropriately. Next example. Felipe enjoys rebuilding the engines of classic cars, and he was happy when Simone asked him to work on her 1969 Corvette. Here we have two independent clauses joined by the coordinating conjunction and. That should be a signal to you that a comma is needed. In the normal course of events, when you have a sentence consisting of two independent clauses joined by a coordinating conjunction, you want to separate them with a comma before the conjunction. So the sentence ought to be properly punctuated this way. Felipe enjoys rebuilding the engines of classic cars, comma, and he was happy when Simone asked him to work on her 1969 Corvette. Notice again that the pause actually makes the sentence a little easier to read and a little clearer. So adding the comma helps the reader as well. Another example. Lake Placid, a ski resort in upstate New York, was the site of the 1980 Winter Olympics. And here we do have a comma after the words New York. Now, is that correct? Does the sentence need any other commas? Should this comma be omitted? Let's think about it. In this case, we have an interrupting phrase, a group of words that breaks into the main flow of the sentence. Notice that if we took out the words a ski resort in upstate New York and eliminated them from the sentence, the rest of the sentence would still be clear and would have the same meaning. Lake Placid was the site of the 1980 Winter Olympics. That's basically what the sentence is saying. The interrupting phrase gives a little further information about Lake Placid, a ski resort in upstate New York. Tells us more about Lake Placid, but it isn't strictly necessary. Therefore, it should be set off by commas on both ends. So the mistake that the writer of this sentence made was to put a comma at the end of the interrupting phrase, but not one at the beginning. It's a common mistake. There should be a comma in both places, and so the sentence should correctly read, Lake Placid, comma, a ski resort in upstate New York, comma, was the site of the 1980 Winter Olympics. Now, the author has clearly set aside that interrupting phrase by bracketing it with a pair of commas, and that makes the flow of the sentence a lot clearer. One more example. We spotted the actor, comma, Tom Hanks, comma, having lunch in a restaurant on Madison Avenue. Now here again, we have some words that serve to give more information about or explain some other words that are nearby. I'm talking about the words Tom Hanks. Now, those words in this sentence have been set apart by commas, as if Tom Hanks is an interrupting phrase. Is that correct? Remember our rule. If you eliminate the interrupting phrase, the sentence should still mean the same thing. Is that the case if we eliminate the words Tom Hanks? Does the sentence still say exactly the same thing? We spotted the actor having lunch in a restaurant on Madison Avenue. Suddenly, the meaning of the sentence is unclear. We don't really know what actor is being described. The sentence suddenly does not have the same meaning. We can see then that the words Tom Hanks are actually essential to the meaning of the sentence. If we're going to understand what the author of this sentence is saying, we need those words. Therefore, it's wrong to put commas around Tom Hanks. It's really not an interrupting phrase. Instead, it's a phrase which is essential to understanding the meaning of the sentence. The right way to punctuate this sentence is without any commas at all. We spotted the actor Tom Hanks having lunch in a restaurant on Madison Avenue. Notice that when we read the sentence without pauses, the meaning is much more clear and it all hangs together logically. So knowing where to put the commas in sentences like these requires that you really think about the meaning of the sentence and how the various parts fit together so that the commas can accurately reflect the meaning of the sentence and help your reader to navigate appropriately. As we've seen, a comma represents a brief pause in a sentence. There are two other punctuation marks that are used to indicate pauses in sentences, which are a little more complicated than commas. These are semicolons and colons. Understanding how to use them is a little tricky, but once you know the rules, you'll never get them wrong, and people will consider you very smart and a good writer. Semicolons and colons actually look similar. The only difference is that the colon consists of two dots, whereas the semicolon consists of a dot over what looks like a comma. So that's the difference between a semicolon and a colon visually. They're also used quite differently. In this lesson, we'll give you the basic rules for when to use semicolons and when to use colons. First, use a semicolon to separate two independent clauses where no coordinating conjunction is used. Now, we saw before that when two independent clauses are used to make up a sentence and they are joined with a coordinating conjunction, such as and or but, a comma is also used as part of the structure. In some cases, you might choose to take two independent clauses and simply join them in a sentence because the ideas are closely linked. You might do that without using a coordinating conjunction. When that's the case, you have to use a semicolon in between the two independent clauses. If you fail to use a semicolon, you will have created a run-on sentence, which will be an error. Notice that this is by far the most common use of a semicolon. So what that means is, as a general rule, whatever appears on either side of a semicolon should be an independent clause. That is, it should be capable of standing alone as a sentence. So whenever you use a semicolon, pause and make sure that what appears on either side could stand alone as a sentence. That should be the case. If that's not the case, chances are you're using the semicolon incorrectly. Let's look at an example. Dogs aren't permitted at the hotel. Therefore, we'll put Rex in a kennel for a week. Here we have two independent clauses which have simply been joined without using a coordinating conjunction. So the semicolon that appears after the word hotel is correct. Look at what appears on either side of the semicolon. You'll see that each of those clauses could stand alone as a sentence. Dogs aren't permitted at the hotel. Could that stand alone as a sentence? Yes. Therefore, we'll put Rex in a kennel for a week. That too could stand alone as a sentence. So we have what could be two independent sentences. But because the ideas are so closely linked and they really belong together, the author has chosen to join them in a single sentence. And the semicolon as a way of separating the two independent clauses is correct. One more example. In his last years, Matisse gave up painting. His final works are paper cutouts and collages. Once again, we have two independent clauses, so the semicolon that appears after the word painting is correct. Let's look at what comes before the semicolon. In his last years, Matisse gave up painting. Could that stand alone as a sentence? It certainly could. What about what follows the semicolon? His final works are paper cutouts and collages. That too could stand alone as a sentence. So in this case, the semicolon has been used correctly. So remember, whenever you are linking two independent clauses without a coordinating conjunction, you need to use a semicolon between them. And a semicolon should basically only be used when what appears on either side could be a complete sentence standing alone. Now, there are a couple of minor exceptions as to the use of semicolons. That is, a couple of instances when semicolons could be used without separating independent clauses. Here's the most important one. Use a semicolon to separate items in a list when the items themselves contain commas. This is a tricky one, and it doesn't come up terribly often, but often enough so that you ought to know the rule. As we saw in our lesson about commas, items in a list should normally be separated by commas. But there are times when you are writing a list that contains a number of lengthy items, the items themselves being so lengthy and complex that they actually contain commas or pauses. If you string those together, the whole sentence can become very complicated and difficult to read. Therefore, to add another layer of separation between the items, it can be a good idea to use semicolons to separate the items. Otherwise, you can't tell where one item begins and the next one ends. Let's take a look at this example, and you'll see what I mean. Among the leading figures at the Constitutional Convention were Thomas Jefferson, a planter from Virginia, Alexander Hamilton, an aide to Washington during the Revolution, and James Madison, a legislator from Massachusetts. Now, this is a long and fairly complicated sentence, but the key to understanding it is to realize that it is built around a list of three different people: Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison. And each of those three people is described using a phrase that is a kind of modifying or explanatory phrase, which, for clarity's sake, has been separated off by a comma. Well, what that means is that it's not immediately clear to the reader where each of the three items begins and ends. So the author of this sentence has wisely chosen to use semicolons to separate the items. That makes it clear that there are three items being listed here, even though there are commas within each of the items. So it's correctly punctuated this way: Thomas Jefferson, comma, a planter from Virginia, semicolon. That warns you that another item is about to begin. Alexander Hamilton, comma, an aide to Washington during the Revolution, semicolon. And James Madison, comma, a legislator from Massachusetts. So here's another useful place to insert semicolons when you're writing a list that contains lengthy items which themselves contain commas. In order to make it clearer where the items begin and end, separate them using semicolons. In this case, notice that the semicolons do not separate independent clauses. These are not groups of words that could stand alone as sentences. Most of the time, semicolons are used only for that purpose. But here is an exception which occasionally comes up and which you need to be aware of. Now let's turn to colons. Use a colon to indicate that what follows is equivalent to what precedes the colon. In other words, a colon is used to introduce a group of words that restate or say in other words what you just said before the colon. What appears on either side of the colon, then, should be more or less equivalent or equal in meaning. Here's a tip for you. When used correctly, the colon can often be replaced with the words "that is" or "in other words." So you can test your use of a colon by asking yourself that question: could I take away the colon and substitute the words "that is" or "in other words"? If so, you are probably using the colon correctly. You don't use the colon, notice, to separate independent clauses. That's a job for the semicolon. Instead, the colon is introducing something which simply restates or says, in other words, what you just said. Here are a couple of examples. The silent movie era produced three comic geniuses: Charles Chaplin, Buster Keaton, and Harold Lloyd. This is a good example of the correct use of a colon. We put the colon after the word geniuses, introducing that list of Charles Chaplin, Buster Keaton, and Harold Lloyd. Notice that what appears on either side of the colon is more or less equivalent. We just mentioned three comic geniuses. Who were they? Charles Chaplin, Buster Keaton, and Harold Lloyd. Those three names are equivalent to or equal to what was stated just before the colon, three comic geniuses. Let's try our tip, our test for using a colon correctly. Could we take away the colon and replace it with the words that is, or in other words? We could. The silent movie era produced three comic geniuses, that is, Charles Chaplin, Buster Keaton, and Harold Lloyd. The sentence reads better with a colon, but it does make sense to substitute the words that is for the colon. So that's a signal that we're using the colon correctly. One more example. I drove all night for only one purpose, to ask Annalisa to marry me. Once again, the colon is separating two things that are more or less equivalent in meaning. One purpose. What was that one purpose? To ask Annalisa to marry me. Those two things are the same. The purpose was the asking. The two things are equivalent. If we took out the colon and substituted the words that is, would it make sense? It would. I drove all night for only one purpose, that is, to ask Annalisa to marry me. So once again, we can see that we're using the colon correctly. Remember that the semicolon separates independent clauses. That's not the case with the colon. Instead, the test for using a colon correctly is whether the things on either side are basically equivalent or the same in meaning. If so, then a colon is correct. One last tip. Don't use a colon to separate words that clearly belong together, such as a verb and its object, or a preposition and its object. People know that a colon is used to introduce things, and so sometimes they get carried away and use colons where they actually interrupt the flow of the sentence and aren't really needed. Here are a couple of examples of incorrect uses of the colon, which you ought to avoid. Leanna gave her mother, colon, a scarf from Mexico. Here, the writer knows that a colon can be used sometimes to introduce something which is going to be described, and so he or she has put a colon after the word mother. But if you look closely, you see that the colon is really separating things that belong together. It's separating the verb gave from its direct object, scarf. The scarf is what Leanna gave. So it really makes sense for the sentence to simply flow rather than putting the colon in. And the colon, in any case, could not be removed and substituted for the words that is. And what appears on either side of the colon is not equivalent. The mother and the scarf from Mexico are not equivalent. So for all those reasons, inserting a colon in this sentence is incorrect. And one more example. The new security plan was developed by, colon, the local police commissioner and the State Department of Safety. Once again, the colon has been used here as a kind of an introductory punctuation mark. And we've seen that colons can be used to introduce lists, as, for example, in the sentence we looked at previously, where the colon introduced the list Charles Chaplin, Buster Keaton, and Harold Lloyd. So the person who wrote this sentence is thinking, well, I have a kind of a list here, the local police commissioner and the State Department of Safety. So why not put a colon in front of it? Well, the reason is that the colon, in this case, is separating the preposition by from the object of the preposition. The plan was developed by whom? By the police commissioner, State Department of Safety. So the objects of the preposition come right after the colon. The colon, therefore, interrupts or breaks the flow of the preposition and its objects. And once again, what follows and precedes the colon are not equivalent. The new security plan was developed by is not equivalent to police commissioner, Department of Safety. So for all those reasons, the use of a colon in this instance is wrong. So remember our basic rule, the colon should introduce things that are equivalent to what precedes the colon, and you should be able to substitute the words that is for the colon and have the sentence still make basically the same sense and the same meaning. If that's not the case, then you're using the colon inappropriately. Okay, those are the basic rules for using the semicolon and the colon correctly. Try your hand at the exercise and see whether you've mastered those rules. When you're done, come back and we'll take a look at those questions together. Now, in some of these sentences, colons or semicolons may appear, and when they appear, they may or may not be used correctly. In other instances, semicolons or colons ought to be inserted. So your job is to read each sentence and figure out what ought to be done about semicolons and colons. Let's look at the first example. To this day, millions of opera lovers consider one man the greatest singer of all time, Enrico Caruso, the renowned Italian tenor. Now, there are no semicolons or colons in this sentence. Do you think either one should be inserted somewhere? What about a semicolon? Remember that a semicolon would normally be used when you have two or more independent clauses joined without a coordinating conjunction. Could this sentence be broken down into two parts that could each stand alone as a sentence? No, not really. There's only one clause here. Opera lovers consider is the subject and the verb, and there's really only one independent clause, and therefore a semicolon wouldn't really be appropriate. But there is a place where a colon ought to be used, and that would be after the expression, the greatest singer of all time, colon, because what follows is equivalent to or a restatement of what comes before. The greatest singer of all time is who? Enrico Caruso, the renowned Italian tenor. So what comes before and after the punctuation mark there is basically equivalent in meaning. So a colon would be the appropriate punctuation mark to use. Notice that we could also use the words that is instead, and the sentence would mean very much the same thing. That's a good test as to whether a colon is appropriate or not. So to correct this sentence, after the word time, use a colon rather than a comma. Next example. If you see a parking spot on the street, put your car there. Otherwise, use a parking lot. Now this sentence, again, doesn't contain any semicolon or colon. Does it need one? The answer is yes. In fact, as written, the sentence is actually an error. It's a run-on sentence. Let's break it down and see how that works. The sentence begins with a dependent clause or a subordinate clause, a clause that cannot stand alone as a sentence. If you see a parking spot on the street, it has the subject you, the verb see, and it begins with the subordinating conjunction if, which means that it can't stand alone as a sentence. What follows then is an independent clause, one that could stand alone as a sentence. Put your car there. Here the verb is put, the unspoken subject is you. It's telling you to do something, and it could stand alone as a sentence. Put your car there. And what follows is yet another independent clause, which could also stand alone as a sentence. Otherwise, use a parking lot. So we have a subordinate clause followed by two independent clauses, which are simply joined together without a coordinating conjunction or a semicolon. To be correct, we need a semicolon separating the two independent clauses. So the sentence would then read, if you see a parking spot on the street, comma, put your car there, semicolon. Otherwise, comma, use a parking lot. The semicolon is needed to separate the two independent clauses which are being joined together without a coordinating conjunction. What appears on either side of the semicolon should be able to stand alone as a sentence, and when you read the sentence that way, you can see that that in fact is the case. So insert the semicolon after the word there, and the sentence is now correct. Next example. Under relentless questioning by the teacher, Joanne finally admitted that, colon, she had copied part of her paper from a book in the school library. Now, is the colon being correctly used here? We've seen that colons often do introduce things, but what the colon should introduce is a restatement of what immediately precedes. In this case, what follows the colon is, she had copied part of her paper from a book in the school library. Is there anything that comes before the colon that's equivalent to that or means basically the same thing? Not really. So in this case, the colon is really separating things that belong together. It's not introducing a restatement. And if you apply the test of could it be deleted and replaced with the words that is, or in other words, you can see the sentence wouldn't really make sense. Joanne finally admitted that, that is, she had copied part of her paper. No, that really doesn't sound right. So in this case, the colon is wrong and should actually simply be deleted so that the flow of the sentence would not be interrupted. Joanne finally admitted that she had copied part of her paper. Now the sentence connects the things that logically belong together, and the unnecessary colon no longer interrupts the flow of the sentence. Next example. At first, Columbus thought his ships had landed in India, semicolon. For this reason, he called the native people he encountered Indians. Now, is this semicolon correct? Remember that a semicolon is normally used to separate two independent clauses. are these independent clauses, each of which could stand alone as a sentence. Let's read them and see. At first, Columbus thought his ships had landed in India. Does that sound as though it could stand alone as a sentence? Indeed, it does. It has a subject and a verb. It's independent in meaning and could stand alone as a sentence. What about what follows the semicolon? For this reason, he called the native people he encountered Indians. This too could stand alone as a sentence. It's also an independent clause. So we have two independent clauses that have been stuck together. You need a semicolon between them to separate them. So in this case, the sentence needs no correction. It's perfectly right as originally written. The semicolon is correct and necessary. One more sentence. 4 cities are being considered to host the World Soccer Championships, semicolon. Madrid, Spain, Seoul, South Korea, Sydney, Australia, and Bogota, Colombia. Okay, the sentence is a little hard to read, isn't it? That should tell you right off the bat that there's something wrong with the punctuation. And actually, there are a couple of problems. First of all, let's look at the semicolon that appears after the word championships. Is that a correct use of the semicolon? Again, normally what appears on either side of the semicolon should be able to stand alone as a sentence. Let's check that out. What comes before the semicolon is 4 cities are being considered to host the World Soccer Championships. That could stand alone as a sentence, so that's fine. What follows the semicolon, however, is Madrid, Spain, Seoul, South Korea, Sydney, Australia, and Bogota, Colombia. Could that stand alone as a sentence? No, it's clearly just a list. So the semicolon is being incorrectly used here. What should be used instead of the semicolon? Well, here's a place where a colon could be used. We've seen that colons can be used to introduce lists, and what follows the colon is indeed a restatement of what comes before. What comes before the colon is the reference to 4 cities are being considered to host the World Soccer Championships, and what follows is a list of those 4 cities. You could indeed put in the words "that is," or in other words, in place of a colon in that spot. So a colon should come after the word championships, not a semicolon. So that's the first change we need to make. Now, what about the list of cities themselves? You might have found this very confusing. It says that we're talking about 4 cities, but we've got a whole bunch of proper names here separated just by commas. Madrid, comma, Spain, comma, Seoul, comma, South Korea, comma, Sydney, comma, and so on. Now, if you didn't know anything about these names, you might think, well, what's going on here? It sounds like there are maybe 8 names being listed here, but there's supposed to be 4 cities. Madrid, Spain, Seoul, South Korea, Sydney. What's going on here? Well, if you know even a little bit about geography, you'll know that these are 4 cities that are being listed, in each case with the country where they're located. And you would normally list a city and a country with a comma in between them. So it's proper to describe the city of Madrid, Spain as being Madrid, comma, Spain. That's the city of Madrid in the country of Spain. So here we have 4 items in a list, each item containing a comma unto itself. So we have Madrid, comma, Spain, Seoul, comma, South Korea, Sydney, comma, Australia, and Bogota, comma, Colombia. Now, what do we do when we have items in a list, each of which contains a comma? For clarity's sake, this is the other instance where we would use a semicolon. We can separate the items in the list with semicolons just because the items themselves contain commas. And it's confusing if you only use commas. You can't tell then where one item begins and the next item ends. So the proper way to punctuate this list would be to use semicolons between the items. And that way it's easy to tell where each item starts. And the list would then read Madrid, comma, Spain, semicolon, Seoul, comma, South Korea, semicolon, Sydney, comma, Australia, semicolon, and Bogota, comma, Colombia. Now the list is clear, easy to understand, and we can tell where each of the 4 city names begins and ends. That's the other use of the semicolon, the exception to the rule that normally semicolons should only be used to separate independent clauses. Sometimes when you're writing something, you want to quote what someone else has said. This might happen, for example, in a short story or a diary where you're writing about an incident from life, either imagined or real, and you have characters who exchange dialogue, who talk to one another. It might also happen in an essay that you might be writing for a class at school, where you want to quote what some other writer has said, or perhaps quote from a figure from history. In all of these cases, you need to use quotation marks to show where the words you are quoting begin and end. Here's the basic rule. Use quotation marks to set off the words in a direct quotation. Since the quotation marks have to indicate where the quoted words begin and end, quotation marks are always used in pairs, and they're sometimes referred to as opening and closing quotation marks, beginning and ending quotation marks. Any expression like that is equally clear and equally correct. The important thing to realize is that you always need both of the pairs of quotation marks. You need quotation mark at the beginning of the quotation and at the end, so it's very clear to the reader where the quotation begins and ends. Here's a simple example. "I have a dream," said Martin Luther King, Jr. The words that Martin Luther King, Jr. actually said were, "I have a dream." So to indicate which words those were, we put the opening quotation marks before I and the closing quotation marks after dream. You'll notice that we also have inserted a comma after the word dream, preceding the quotation marks. In a moment, we're going to look closely at the rules about that, but as a general practice, quotations are usually set off from the rest of the sentence with commas. There's no hard and fast rule about that, but that's what most writers do, and it's a safe rule for you to follow. The important thing at this point to remember is that the exact words of the quotation must be set off by a pair of quotation marks at the beginning and end of the quotation. Now, how exactly do you combine quotation marks with other punctuation marks? It can be a bit tricky. Here's the rule. Put periods and commas inside the closing quotation marks. Put other punctuation marks outside unless they themselves are part of the quotation. Before we go further, I should explain that the practice of putting periods and commas inside the closing quotation marks is what's done in the United States. In England and other countries where British practice is followed, the periods and commas often appear outside the closing quotation marks. But if you are writing and working in the United States, it's safe to put periods and commas inside the closing quotation marks, as we did a moment ago with our quotation from the famous speech of Martin Luther King, Jr. Notice that, however, other punctuation marks should be put outside the closing quotation marks unless they themselves are part of the quotation. This would apply, for example, to colons, semicolons, exclamation points, and question marks. And another rule to remember is don't double up on punctuation marks. That is, in and around quotations, you don't need or want to put both a period and a question mark, for example, which you might be tempted to do if there's a question mark within the quotation. Let's take a look at some examples that will help you sort out what could be a confusing set of rules. The first example reads as follows. Paula said, "I'll be back by dinner time." Notice the punctuation that we've used in this sentence. The words that Paula actually said were, "I'll be back by dinner time." So we have quotation marks around those words. We have the opening quotation mark before I'll and the closing one after time. Fine. Now we also have a comma and a period. As we indicated a moment ago, you usually will set off the quotation with a comma from the rest of the sentence. So we have a comma after the word said. Paula said, comma, "I'll be back by dinner time," so that the words that Paula said are being separated from the rest of the sentence by a comma. Finally, since the sentence ends, we need some kind of end punctuation mark, and a period seems to be appropriate. So we have a period at the end of the sentence as well, and following the U.S. rule, we put the period inside the quotation mark. So the sentence is correctly punctuated. Paula said, comma, "I'll be back by dinner time," period, with the quotation marks around "I'll be back by dinner time." Now let's look at this next sentence for a slightly different problem. Then she asked, "What are you planning to cook?" Okay, Paula's exact words in this sentence are, "What are you planning to cook?" So the quotation marks surround those words. The opening quotation marks come before what, and the closing or ending quotation marks come after cook. Again, we have a comma separating the quotation from the rest of the sentence. Then she asked, comma, "What are you planning to cook?" Now, we have to have a question mark here, don't we? Because there is a question in this sentence. What are you planning to cook is an interrogative sentence, and therefore it needs a question. Now, where should that question mark go? Should it go before or after the closing quotation mark? Should it be part of the quotation or not? Well, if you think about what Paula is saying, her actual statement is itself the question. What are you planning to cook? She's asking a question. Therefore, the question mark belongs with the quotation. It's part of the quotation itself. So this sentence should be punctuated with the question mark inside the quotation marks, inside those closing marks. So the sentence correctly is punctuated. Then she asked, comma, opening quotation marks. What are you planning to cook? Question mark, closing quotation marks. So we've got the question mark inside the quotation marks because it's actually part of the quotation. It's what Paula actually said. Now for a third example, which has to be handled a little differently. Kevin answered, I think I'll make beef stroganoff. At least that's what I think he said. Okay, here we have Kevin making a statement, and the author of this sentence goes on to make a separate statement, at least that's what I think he said. So let's see how we should punctuate this. What are Kevin's actual words? I think I'll make beef stroganoff. That's the actual quotation from Kevin. So the quotation marks should be around those words. The opening quotation marks will come before I, and the closing quotation marks come after stroganoff. Once again, we have a comma separating the quotation from the rest of the sentence. Kevin answered, comma, and then the quotation appears. Now, after the quotation, we have a whole other clause. At least that's what I think he said. That's not part of the quotation. The author of the sentence is saying that. And since we have two independent clauses here, what punctuation mark do we need to separate the two independent clauses? Well, as you know, you need a semicolon in that instance, because we have two independent clauses, each of which could stand alone as a sentence. One sentence could read, Kevin answered, I think I'll make beef stroganoff. That could be a sentence by itself. You could also have a sentence that simply reads, at least that's what I think he said. That could be a sentence by itself. Since we have two independent clauses simply stuck together, we need a semicolon between them. But now the question is, where does the semicolon go in relation to the quotation marks? Well, remember our rule. Other punctuation marks, other than commas and periods, go outside of the closing quotation marks unless they're part of the quotation. Is the semicolon part of what Kevin said, I think I'll make beef stroganoff? Not really. Kevin just made that statement, and there's no semicolon within that. He's not connecting it to some other statement. So the semicolon is really grammatically necessary as part of the larger structure, not as part of the quotation itself. Unlike the example we saw before where the question mark was part of what Paula said. So in this case, the semicolon is not actually part of the quotation, and it should go outside of the quotation marks. So the sentence would be correctly punctuated. Kevin answered, comma, open quotation marks, I think I'll make beef stroganoff, closing quotation marks, semicolon, at least that's what I think he said. So the rules can get a little tricky as to where the punctuation marks go in relation to the quotation marks. The key thing to remember is comma and period you can always put inside the closing quotation marks. Other punctuation marks, it all depends on whether the punctuation mark is actually part of the quotation or not. If it is, it goes inside the quotation marks, otherwise outside. And with practice, you'll find that the rule is not that difficult to understand and practice. Just think about these particular rules each time you write a sentence with a quotation in it, and in time you'll become comfortable with the rule. Now, quotation marks are also used in a couple of other specific circumstances, the most important of which is governed by the following rule. Use quotation marks to set off the titles of essays, poems, articles, stories, and chapters in books. Normally, quotation marks are used for the titles of shorter works. Most other titles, for example, the titles of full-length books, are either underlined if you are handwriting or typing your work, or printed in italics, which is the case in a printed book or when you're typing on a computer. So generally speaking, as a rule, the titles of longer works, such as full-length books, are underlined or printed in italics, while the titles of shorter units, such as essays, poems, articles, and stories, would be contained within quotation marks. And there are other rules for other types of literary or other works, and you'll have to refer to a grammar handbook for more specialized instances. But generally speaking, the titles of shorter works would be contained within quotation marks. For example, my favorite short story is Shirley Jackson's The Lottery. Here the title of the story is The Lottery, so the quotation marks appear around those words, the lottery. And once again, the sentence ends with a period which, like all periods, goes inside the quotation mark. Use single quotation marks to set off the words in a quotation within a quotation. Normally, again, in American practice, the quotation marks that we use are double quotation marks. That is, you see the two little curlicues that make up the quotation mark. However, there is such a thing as a single quotation mark, which is used for a very specific purpose. It doesn't come up that often, but occasionally it does come up. Once in a while, within a quotation, there is a quotation. That is, within the quoted words, the person who is saying those quoted words is himself quoting someone else. When that's the case, you need somehow to set off that inner quotation from the larger outer quotation. And it would be a bit confusing if you simply use the same kind of quotation marks, because after a while people would become confused. Is this the quote within the quote, or is it just the larger quote? Therefore, the practice that has evolved over time is to use double quotation marks for normal quotations, and in the unusual circumstance where there is a quotation within a quotation, to use single quotation marks to set that off. Here's an example of how that might look. King declared, "I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." Okay, we're returning again to the famous speech on civil rights by the great African-American leader, Martin Luther King. And in that speech, Martin Luther King did himself quote other famous words. In this particular quotation, Martin Luther King was quoting from the Declaration of Independence. The words from the Declaration of Independence that Martin Luther King was quoting were, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." So this particular sentence is quoting Martin Luther King, who in turn was quoting another literary work. So here's how the quotation marks have to work. We put normal double quotation marks around all of King's words, starting with "I have a dream" and ending with the end of the sentence, that all men are created equal. Because all of that is what King said as he got up on the podium on that important historical day. All of that is what King said, so all of that is contained within the double quotation marks. But then within the quotation, where King was himself quoting the Declaration of Independence, we use the single quotation marks to set off those words and make it obvious to the reader where the quotation within the quotation begins and ends, which does mean that at the end of the sentence, the single and double quotation marks appear together. It's a little tricky, and you have to look closely to see what you're seeing, but that's the right way to do it. So the sentence is correctly punctuated this way. King declared, comma, opening double quotation marks. "I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed, comma, opening single quotation marks. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, period, closing single quotation marks, closing double quotation marks." And that's the way the sentence should be constructed. Will this come up often in your writing? Not at all. But it will occasionally happen, and when you're reading, you'll see sentences written this way. So it's important to understand the rule, not only for your writing, but also so that when you're reading written works, you'll understand exactly how the quotation marks work. Finally, quotation marks are often misused. Don't use quotation marks for emphasis or to cast doubt. Here are a couple of examples of ways that you'll see quotation marks used, which are really not right. In one case, it's actually wrong, and in the other case, it's kind of a sloppy or lazy use of quotation marks. Our first example, which is strictly wrong, is sometimes you'll see signs in stores or other locations that read something like this: "Special today, quote, fresh corn on the cob." The author of this sentence is trying to emphasize the word fresh. He's trying to say, wow, it's really fresh. You really want this corn on the cob. But by putting the quotes around the word fresh, he's making it sound as though he is quoting some other source, that the word fresh comes from someone else, which doesn't really make sense. If the author of this sign wants to emphasize fresh, perhaps he could underline it or even print it in a different color. But quotation marks are really only used to mean these are words that I am borrowing from some other source. It doesn't really make sense to use them for emphasis, as people often carelessly do when they're writing things like signs. If you find them in your own papers, that's wrong. Correct that. And here's another example. If the English always seem grouchy, it's probably because of their country's, quote, beautiful weather. Sometimes people will use quotation marks this way in order to indicate a slightly different meaning, to say, well, I don't really believe that this is true. It's a way of casting doubt or making fun of what's being said. And sometimes, even in conversation, people will hold up their fingers and wiggle them to say, quote, as if to indicate that there's some doubt about what is being said. Like, oh yeah, that was a great concert. You see, it's a way of being sarcastic. But it's not a very clear or effective way of communicating the meaning. And so you should avoid using quotation marks in this way. It's a somewhat lazy way of trying to be sarcastic or ironic or cast some kind of doubt on what you're saying. In this case, it doesn't really work very well as a piece of writing, and the author would be better off simply straightforwardly saying what he's trying to say. If he's trying to say that English weather is always gloomy, drizzly, and chilly, he ought to say that rather than saying, quote, beautiful weather. The point would come across much more clearly that way. So avoid that careless and sloppy use of quotation marks. You do see it from time to time, but it's not really good writing. Okay, we have an exercise that will test your ability to use quotation marks correctly. Turn to your study guide, and when you finish the exercise, come back and we'll see how well you did. Now, in these sentences, quotation marks have been omitted, and we've also left out some of the punctuation marks that ought to be included. So you can have the fun of figuring out which punctuation marks belong here and where they ought to go in relation to the quotation marks. So let's go through each of these sentences and see how well you were able to figure that out. First, as Robert Frost remarked in his poem, Mending Wall, good fences make good neighbors. Now, there are actually two things in this sentence that need to be enclosed within quotation marks. There's the quotation itself, the words that come from the poem. The quotation is, good fences make good neighbors. So we want to put double quotation marks, normal quotation marks, around that entire sentence. So we'd have opening quotation marks before good and closing quotation marks after neighbors. In addition, the title of the poem, Mending Wall, should also be contained within quotation marks. Remember that titles of poems are one of the kinds of titles that would normally be enclosed within quotation marks. So we'd have quotation marks around Mending Wall. In addition, we do need to add a period at the end of the whole sentence, because after all, sentences need to end with some kind of punctuation mark, and a period would make sense. And the period would go inside the final closing quotation marks, because that's what we do with periods. So the sentence would ultimately be correctly punctuated like this. As Robert Frost remarked in his poem, opening quotation marks, Mending Wall, comma, closing quotation marks, opening quotation marks, good fences make good neighbors, period, closing quotation marks. Let's look at our next example. What did Emerson mean when he wrote the words, I hate quotations, tell me what you know? Ralph Waldo Emerson was a famous 19th century writer, and it's ironic that one of the most famous quotations from his work is this statement about hating quotations, but that's the way it is. Now we have to figure out how we're going to punctuate this sentence, and doing so will prove to be a little bit tricky. First, let's figure out where the quotation is. That is, what are the words that Emerson actually said, which should be enclosed in quotation marks? Well, Emerson's words were, I hate quotations, tell me what you know. So we want to put quotation marks around those sentences. So we will have opening quotation marks in front of I and closing quotation marks after the word know. Now, what about the closing punctuation for the entire sentence? What kind of sentence is this? Well, if you think about it, you can see that the sentence is an interrogative sentence. It's asking a question. What did Emerson mean when he wrote the words blah, blah, blah? What did he mean? It's asking a question. So we need to end the entire sentence with a question mark. So then we have to figure out, where does the question mark go in relation to the quotation marks? Does it go inside the quotation marks or outside them? Well, if we were dealing with a period or a comma, we would always put it inside the quotation marks. But remember, other punctuation marks go either inside or outside the quotation marks, depending on whether they are part of the quotation itself. Now, did Emerson's quotation contain a question mark? Was Emerson asking a question? I hate quotations, tell me what you know. No, that's a declarative sentence. He is not asking a question. So the question mark is not part of Emerson's quotation. Instead, it's part of the broader sentence. The author of this entire sentence is asking the question. So the question mark should go outside of the closing quotation marks, and the sentence would be correctly punctuated like this. What did Emerson mean when he wrote the words, comma, opening quotation marks, I hate quotations, period, tell me what you know, close quotation marks, question mark. The question mark ends the sentence and it goes outside of the quotation marks because it is not part of what Emerson said. Notice, too, that we followed the rule of not doubling up on punctuation marks. Emerson's statement, tell me what you know, is a declarative sentence. It would normally end with a period. However, we don't put in the period because then we'd be doubling up. We'd have a period, closing quotation marks, and then the question mark, and that would look a little weird. So we simply omit the period because we need the question mark instead. We don't double up and put the period as well. Next example. The company president asked all employees to look for ways to work more efficiently and therefore save money. Where do the quotation marks go in this sentence? Well, this is perhaps a trick question. There are no quotation marks in this sentence, and there shouldn't be any. Why? Well, remember what quotation marks are for. Quotation marks are used to set off the words in a direct quotation. That means that when you write a sentence that actually quotes the exact words used by someone else, you enclose those words in quotation marks. This sentence is not a direct quotation. Actually, it's an example of an indirect quotation. Here, we are reporting what the company president said. The company president asked all employees to look for ways to work more efficiently and therefore save money. It is a report of something that was said. So in that sense, it's a quotation, but it's an indirect quotation because the exact words are not being reported. If they were, we would have a true quotation, a direct quotation, which would have to be enclosed in quotation marks. So, for example, suppose the sentence read something like this. The company president said, all employees should look for ways to work more efficiently and therefore save money. Now we would be quoting the exact words actually spoken by the company president, and we would enclose those in quotation marks. But as it is, this is not a direct quotation. It's an indirect quotation, and quotation marks are not used for that. So we put a period at the end of the sentence and move on to the next example. Churchill ended his stirring wartime speech with the words, "Let us therefore bear ourselves so that men will say, this was their finest hour." Okay, here's another slightly complicated example. And by the way, for purposes of this exercise, we've slightly shortened the actual quotation from Churchill. So if you ever look up the actual speech, you'll see the words are a little different. But we're organizing it this way just to make the exercise a little clearer and easier. What exactly did Churchill say? Well, the exact words used by Churchill were, "Let us therefore bear ourselves so that men will say, this was their finest hour." Okay, Churchill said that whole thing, so therefore all of those words should be enclosed in quotation marks. So we would have opening quotation marks before the word let, and closing quotation marks after the word hour. However, we notice there's something else going on within this quotation. Churchill himself is quoting other words. He is quoting what men in the future might say about the people of today. And what might those men of the future say? They would look back on the people of Churchill's own historical time and say, this was their finest hour. So Churchill is imagining what the words of a future person might be and quoting them within his quotation. So we have here that unusual situation of a quotation within a quotation. So here is where single quotation marks need to be used, and we'll put the single quotation marks around the words, this was their finest hour. And we will also use a comma to separate that quotation from the broader quotation. And finally end the whole thing with a period inside all of the quotation marks, because that's where periods always go. So we've got a quotation within a quotation here, and that's why we'll use both double quotation marks for the bigger quote and single quotation marks for the smaller quote within a quote. The sentence as a whole then will be punctuated like this. Churchill ended his stirring wartime speech with the words, comma, opening double quotation marks. Let us therefore bear ourselves so that men will say, comma, opening single quotation marks, this was their finest hour, period, closing single quotation marks, closing double quotation marks. You have to look closely to make sure you've set up all the layers of quotation marks correctly. But if you do, then the reader will be able to understand exactly what Churchill said and exactly where Churchill was quoting from the imagined speech of some future person. And therefore, the entire structure of this rather complicated quotation will be clear. Final example. Everyone chuckled when Kevin quipped, why is it that the teacher only calls on me when I haven't done my homework? Okay, we have a quotation here. What exactly did Kevin say? What are the words that should be within the quotation marks? Well, Kevin said, why is it that the teacher only calls on me when I haven't done my homework? So we want quotation marks around all of that. So we will have opening quotation marks before the word why and closing quotation marks after the word homework. Now, we can also see that a question is involved here. The question is exactly what Kevin said. Kevin is asking a question. Kevin's own statement is an interrogative sentence. Why is it that the teacher only calls on me when I haven't done my homework? So we're going to need to end this sentence with a question mark to reflect the fact that Kevin is asking a question. But where does the question mark go? Well, remember that the question mark, like other punctuation marks other than period and comma, only goes within the quotation marks when it's actually a part of the quotation. And that is the case here. Kevin's actual quotation is itself a question, and therefore the question mark is part of the quotation. So here we will put the question mark inside the closing quotation marks because it's all part of what Kevin said. So the sentence should be correctly punctuated like this. Everyone chuckled when Kevin quipped, comma, opening quotation marks. Why is it that the teacher only calls on me when I haven't done my homework? Question mark, closing quotation marks. As you can see, knowing how and where to use quotation marks can be a little tricky, and combining them with other punctuation marks takes a little bit of practice. But follow the rules that we've given you in this lesson, keep working at it, and soon I think you'll find you can handle these without making any errors. The punctuation marks we've looked at so far, the period, the question mark, the exclamation point, the comma, the semicolon, the colon, and quotation marks, all of these are by far the most common and important punctuation marks. There are a few other marks, though, that you ought to know how to use, even though as a writer you're better off using them relatively infrequently. So the punctuation marks that we're going to talk about in this lesson are ones that, generally speaking, you should avoid using a lot. Some writers do use these punctuation marks heavily, and usually that has a bad effect on style. Nonetheless, it's important to know about them, and we'll cover them briefly in this lesson. First, parentheses. Parentheses, like quotation marks, always have to be used in pairs. They're those little curved symbols, and parentheses are used to set off words or phrases that interrupt the meaning of a sentence. Now, we've already seen that pairs of commas can be used to set off words that interrupt the meaning of a sentence. Parentheses would mark a stronger interruption. The words within parentheses should truly be relatively unimportant or non-essential for the meaning of the sentence, and almost words that the reader could ignore and still capture the gist of the meaning of the sentence. So only use parentheses when you want to insert some additional words or an additional fact or idea that's relatively unimportant, but you just want to kind of toss it in to the sentence. Here are a couple of examples of how parentheses could be used. Everyone in Los Angeles, at least everyone I know, seems to be writing a screenplay. Here the point of the sentence is that everyone seems to be writing a screenplay, and the author just briefly interrupts himself or herself to say, well, everyone I know is included. Maybe it's not true of everyone. It's not a terribly important aside. It's a little idea that's just being kind of thrown in to add a little bit of color to the sentence. Not very important, and that's why putting it within parentheses is probably appropriate. Another example. John Lennon, 1942 to 1980, was a member of the Beatles, the most famous group in the history of pop music. Okay, the author wants to give you a basic piece of information about John Lennon, and while he's at it, he thinks, well, I might as well throw in John Lennon's birth and death dates. That might be useful to the reader. And rather than write a whole separate clause or sentence about that, I can easily insert those dates just by putting them within parentheses after the name John Lennon. And very often in encyclopedias or other reference works, you will see a parenthetical insertion used for just this purpose, to stick in an additional piece of information in a way that's unobtrusive and which the reader can ignore or look at if they're interested. So here's another good example of how parentheses can be used. Some people get into the habit of using parentheses a lot in their writing, and that's not too good because then sentences constantly feel like they're breaking apart and being interrupted. So avoid using parentheses a lot, but once in a while, for a statement that's truly an aside like this, you can use them. Another punctuation mark that's used for an abrupt break is a dash. Use a dash to indicate an abrupt break in the meaning of a sentence. A dash should feel like a more sudden and sharp break or interruption in the sentence than a comma, semicolon, or colon. In fact, when you use a dash, you should really only use it when there's a sudden change in the sentence, in its tone, its feeling, or in the meaning of the sentence. Here's an example. Someone had taken the file from the mayor's desk, but who? Notice how those last two words suddenly change the statement from being, simply a statement of a fact that someone had taken the file, to suddenly turning the sentence into a kind of a mystery. Who had taken it? There's almost a sudden air of danger or urgency added by those last couple of words. This is the kind of sentence that you might read in a mystery story where the author is introducing one of the important clues that will lead to the criminal. So in order to set up that tone of a sudden shift from a rather straightforward statement of fact into an atmosphere of mystery or danger, the dash has been used. And that's an example of how a dash indicates an abrupt break in the meaning of a sentence. Now, sometimes authors use pairs of dashes to surround interrupting material. As we've already seen, both pairs of commas and parentheses can be used to surround interrupting material. When you use dashes to do it, again, it feels a little bit more abrupt, and it's somewhat more informal in feeling. So if you were writing something rather informal, such as a story, for example, or a letter to a friend, using dashes can work perfectly well in this context. But for writing a paper for school, for example, or a report for work, you might prefer to use either commas or parentheses. But here's an example of how dashes could be used in pairs to set off material that interrupts the main flow of the sentence. Parker claimed, with some justification, that his enemies were being hypocritical. Here, the sentence mainly flows this way. Parker claimed that his enemies were being hypocritical. The author wants to throw in the additional fact that there was some justification for what Parker was claiming. And so he's done it as a parenthetical or interrupting phrase, and in this case he has chosen to use dashes to separate the interrupting phrase from the rest of the sentence. It's perfectly correct. You could either use commas or parentheses, and those would be equally correct in this particular sentence. As I say, the dashes would have a somewhat more informal feeling. If you do use dashes in this way, remember you have to have a dash both before and after the interrupting material. If you use it only in one place, you'll be making an error. The last punctuation mark we are going to tell you about is what's called ellipses. In a different program in this series, we talked about ellipsis meaning the omission of one or more words from a repeated phrase or clause. Ellipses, which is spelled ES at the end, is a little different. Ellipses also has to do with omissions, and the punctuation mark known as ellipses consists of 3 periods. Sometimes people refer to it as ... I have never figured out why in this particular context a period is referred to as a dot, but that's in fact what ellipses are, is 3 periods. If you're typing ellipses, you would space them out, so it would be period, space, period, space, period, space. Ellipses are used to indicate words omitted from a quotation or to signal the trailing off of the end of a sentence. Here are examples of each of these 2 uses of ellipses. First, as Lincoln once remarked, you can fool all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Now here we have a quotation enclosed within quotation marks, but Lincoln's actual words were more extensive than this. The actual quotation from Lincoln is, you can fool all of the people some of the time, and some of the people all of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. For whatever reason, the author of this sentence doesn't want to include all of Lincoln's words, but only some of them. So to indicate the words that have been left out, the author has put in ellipses, 3 periods in a row, which indicate to the reader, here are some words omitted that Lincoln actually said, but which I am choosing to leave out. It's a form of intellectual honesty, if you will. You are warning the reader, well, Lincoln said a little more than this. I'm leaving some of it out, so if you want to quote Lincoln later on, you'd better look up the whole quotation to get all the exact words. So from time to time, you may need to use ellipses for this purpose. For example, if you are writing a paper for school and you want to quote some other writer, you may not need or want to quote an entire sentence. And if that's the case, use ellipses to show where you're leaving words out. Now, occasionally writers also use ellipses, as I've said, to signal the trailing off of the end of a sentence, in which case they use ellipses as end punctuation and create a sentence that looks something like this. The house is dark. I wonder why. And we have the 3 periods at the end, indicating that the speaker or the writer of this sentence, that their thoughts are kind of trailing off. And I guess the idea is to create a sense of uncertainty or mystery, and the way I read the sentence, of course, was designed to indicate that kind of mood. Once in a great while, using ellipses to end a sentence this way could be appropriate. But again, some people get into the habit of using ellipses continually in their writing as a way of ending sentences, and it gives the feeling that they're a little too lazy to figure out exactly how they want to end the sentence. Do they want to end it with a period, a question mark, an exclamation point? What's the link between one sentence and the next? It creates somewhat of a vague feeling, almost as though there's fog creeping in between the sentences. So use this very sparingly. Once in a while, in an appropriate context where you really want to suggest that the sentence is drifting to an end rather than coming to a complete halt, you could use ellipses to end a sentence. But don't do it too often. It's not the greatest form of writing. So these last 3 forms of punctuation are used a little less often than any of the other punctuation marks that we've talked about in this program, and they have less hard and fast rules about how they're used. But sprinkled here and there occasionally in your writing, they can serve a perfectly good function, and so it's important to know how and when to use them. Parentheses, the dash, and ellipses. We've provided an exercise that will test your use of parentheses and the dash, not ellipses, because the unusual way in which ellipses are used to indicate omissions from quotations, it's kind of hard to create an exercise to test that, since you'd have to omit words from quotation. So we focused on parentheses and dashes in this exercise. Try your hand at the exercise and come back and we'll look at the questions together. In this exercise, we've given you some sentences where either parentheses or dashes could be used, and we've even suggested at the end of the sentence which might be appropriate. And in fact, because these punctuation marks are used without very hard and fast rules, you could actually interchange them to some extent. So we've told you which one we think you might want to use in a particular sentence, and your job is just to figure out how and where to use them. Let's look at our first example. Because the following day, Wednesday, was the 1st of June, Loretta's rent payment was due. We've suggested using parentheses in this sentence. Now, parentheses would be used to set off a word or phrase that interrupts the meaning of the sentence. Which word or phrase does that here? Well, in this case, the word Wednesday gives a little additional information. It tells you specifically what the following day was, and might make the story a little easier for someone to understand or to follow. But that would be appropriate to enclose in parentheses. So the best use of parentheses in this sentence would be, because the following day, open parentheses, Wednesday, end parentheses, was the 1st of June, Loretta's rent payment was due. Next example. Napoleon's exile to the island of Elba marked the end of his career, or so it seemed. And we've recommended that you insert a dash or dashes somewhere into the sentence. Now, a dash, remember, is used to signal an abrupt break in the meaning of the sentence. Is there an abrupt break anywhere here? Well, yes. The last 4 words of the sentence take a very different tack from the remaining part of the sentence. Up to that point in the sentence, we're being told that Napoleon's career was over. But the last 4 words tell us, something different is going to happen, or so it seemed. When we read those 4 words, we realize that the sentences that follow are going to tell us about how Napoleon actually started his career again after being exiled to Elba. So there is a sudden break in meaning there, and that's where we would insert the dash. So the sentence could now read, Napoleon's exile to the island of Elba marked the end of his career, dash, or so it seemed. The dash alerts the reader, aha, a sudden unexpected change is happening. Next example. The Battle of Bull Run, known in the South as First Manassas, was the first major encounter of the Civil War. And we've suggested that you use parentheses somewhere in this sentence. Well, this is a good example of another way that parentheses can be used to give some additional information about a fact that's mentioned in the sentence, and to do it in a way that's not obtrusive, but which, if the reader finds it useful or helpful, then fine, the reader knows where that information appears. In this case, the words, known in the South as First Manassas, ought to be enclosed in parentheses. You can see why. The battle is mainly known as the Battle of Bull Run, but within a certain part of the United States, it has a different name. If this sentence is being read by someone who happens to be from Georgia, let's say, in school they might have learned the name First Manassas, and so having it in parentheses for them would help clarify for them exactly which battle is being described. Most readers, however, will probably ignore the parenthetical phrase or skim over it in their reading, and that's why putting it in parentheses is useful. It sets this particular information aside as not very important, but it's nice to have in case the reader wants it. So the sentence would then read, the Battle of Bull Run, open parentheses, known in the South as First Manassas, close parentheses, was the first major encounter of the Civil War. Next sentence. When we compare today's automobiles to those of a century ago, we can see that much has changed. In fact, practically everything has changed. And we want to see you insert a dash into this sentence. Now, where is there an abrupt or sudden break in the meaning of the sentence? Well, it comes between the word changed and the phrase in fact. The sentence there suddenly shifts from saying that a lot of things have changed to saying actually everything has changed. It's almost as though the speaker of the sentence or the writer of the sentence is interrupting his own thinking to say, much has changed? What am I saying? Everything has changed. It's like they're correcting themselves in midstream. So putting the dash there indicates the break in meaning, and the sentence would then read, when we compare today's automobiles to those of a century ago, we can see that much has changed, dash. In fact, practically everything has changed. Another good example of the use of the dash. And our last sentence. In a later section of the book, chapters 4 through 6, the author describes in detail the early struggles of the American labor movement. And you're asked to pick certain words and enclose them within parentheses. Which are the words that interrupt the main flow of the sentence but give a little additional or extra information that might be helpful? In this case, the interrupting words are chapters 4 through 6, so we would enclose those in parentheses. Once again, the reader can ignore those words if he or she chooses, but in case the reader wants to look up that later section of the book, the chapter reference is there, and it makes it easy to find it. So the sentence would read, in a later section of the book, open parentheses, chapters 4 through 6, close parentheses, the author describes in detail the early struggles of the American labor movement. So one good way of using parentheses is to get a reference like that in. You can even use parentheses, for example, to enclose a page number within a paper that you might be writing for school. So if you're quoting a particular work, you can put the page number in parentheses to make it easy for the teacher to look up that quotation in the book if he or she wants to do so. And it does that in a rather unobtrusive way without taking away too much attention from the main flow of the sentence. A good use of parentheses. Earlier in this program, I suggested that punctuation marks could be thought of as being like traffic signs. They tell you where to slow down, where to come to a complete stop, and where to change direction. That's a good comparison, but here's another one. You could also think of punctuation marks as being like the symbols that composers use when they write music. Symbols such as rests, or the symbols that indicate an increased volume or decreased volume, speeding up or slowing down. The punctuation marks tell the reader exactly how to read the sentences and the paragraphs that you write. They tell the reader which points need greater emphasis, which ideas belong together, which ideas should be separated, and when there's an abrupt change in the meaning. If you use punctuation marks skillfully, they can make your writing much easier to understand and enable your readers to follow your thinking just as efficiently as a trained musician or a trained singer can follow the instructions given by the composer for performing a piece of music in a way that really embodies what the composer originally had in mind. So learn the proper ways of using punctuation marks, and you'll find that your writing will be much easier to understand and much more effective at getting across your meaning in a powerful way. I hope you've enjoyed watching this program, and I'll look for you in other programs in Video-Aided Instructions English Grammar Series. Thanks for watching. Of all the languages in the world, English may be the most difficult to spell. In some other languages, Italian, for instance, each letter represents only one sound. So if you know how to say a word in Italian, you know how to spell it. In English, however, the relationship between sound and spelling is unpredictable. For example, in the following words, the sound of O is represented by 10 different letters or combinations of letters. So, 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 O, O, do, do, bow, soak, and soul. And the same letter may represent many different sounds in English. For example, in these words, the letter O represents 7 different sounds. So, to, on, honey, horse, women, burrow. No wonder English is hard to spell. Perhaps you wonder why someone hasn't tried to fix English spelling by making it match the pronunciations of words. Actually, some people have tried. Such well-known figures as the playwright George Bernard Shaw, the novelist Mark Twain, and the dictionary maker Noah Webster have all proposed simplified systems for spelling English. None of these systems have been adopted, however. There are several reasons. First, if words are to be pronounced as they are spelled, whose pronunciation will we follow? As you know, English sounds very different in New York City, Liverpool, England, Atlanta, Georgia, Bombay, India, and Sydney, Australia. If we had different spelling systems for every style of pronunciation, communication would be more difficult, not easier. Furthermore, if children were to learn a new system of spelling, they would find it hard or impossible to read the millions of existing books that are printed with traditional spelling, and it would cost billions of dollars to convert and reprint those books. For these reasons, the crazy spelling of English is simply something that we have to live with, like traffic jams or bad weather. In this lesson, you'll learn some rules and techniques that will make it easier for you to spell English words correctly. And when you're still in doubt, consult a dictionary. There are quite a few words in English that are hard to spell. Luckily, it's not necessary to learn each of these words individually. Some of the hard words fall into groups that can be learned together. In this lesson, we'll look at a few rules that can help you remember how to spell some of these groups of hard words. Our first rule deals with the letter combination IE or EI. Many words in English contain these combinations, but it's not always easy to remember whether to use IE or EI in a particular word. Our first rule takes the form of a little poem that can help you remember. Here's how it goes. I before E, except after C, or when sounded like A, as in neighbor and way. Let's take a closer look at this rule. It tells you that IE is usually correct, I before E. However, when the letter combination comes after the letter C, then EI is used instead. So, for example, a word like receive is spelled R-E-C-E-I-V-E. Because the letter combination comes after the letter C, EI is correct. Furthermore, we use EI when the sound of the vowel combination is A. For example, in the word neighbor or the word way. In both of those words, the letter combination sounds like A, and therefore it's spelled EI rather than IE. Now, there are a few other English words that are exceptions to this rule, words that use EI, even though they don't follow the letter C, nor does it sound like A. You can remember most of the most common words that are exceptions to this rule if you memorize this rather strange sentence. Here it is. Neither leisurely, foreign chic seized their weird height. Does this sentence make a lot of sense? Not really, but it is easy to remember, and it's a good way to make a note of these exceptional words in English which are spelled EI, even though they don't fit into our rhyming rule. Our next rule has to do with the sound able or ibble, which comes at the end of many words. It means able to be done. Now, it sometimes can be difficult to remember whether to spell this suffix able or ible. Here are a couple of rules that will help you distinguish able words from ibble words. The ending is usually ible if the root is not a complete word. For example, look at the word credible. This means able to be believed. It comes from a Latin root credere, which means to believe. But in English, the root cred is not a complete word. No one could use the word cred in English. Since it's not a complete word, ible would be the expected spelling, and that is correct. So credible is spelled with ibble, not able. Other examples in English include impossible and plausible, because impos and plaus are not complete words in English. Now, there's another group of words that are also commonly spelled ible rather than able. These are words where the root ends in ns, ss, soft c, or soft g. Examples include defensible, admissible, enforceable, and legible. Because the root in these cases ends with that soft sound, ible is also correct. Otherwise, words with this suffix usually are spelled with able. So in this rule, we've defined two groups of words that usually end in ible. Otherwise, able is correct. Our next rule deals with another common ending, efy or iffy. There are 4 words in English that end in efy. Memorize these 4 and you'll know how to spell them correctly. They are liquefy, which means to make liquid, putrefy, which means to rot, rarefy, which means to make more rare or more pure, and stupefy, which means to make something or someone stupid or dull. Those four words are spelled EFY. Other words with the same suffix are spelled with IFY. For example, magnify, beautify, and identify. So when you have a word that ends with this sound, you would usually spell it IFY. Only the four exceptions with EFY need to be memorized. And our last rule also deals with commonly confused endings. These are all endings that sound like seed. Once again, we have a group of exceptional words that you can memorize, and otherwise all the other words that have that seed ending will fall into a single category. Here's the rule. 3 words end in C-E-E-D. Those 3 words are exceed, proceed, and succeed. 1 word ends in S-E-D-E, supersede. All other words that end with the seed sound are spelled with C-E-D-E. For example, concede, recede, and precede. Again, if you memorize the words that are exceptions to the general principle, you shouldn't have too much difficulty with these seed words. Okay, the rules you've learned in this lesson will help you spell many dozens of English words. Do you think you've mastered them? Turn to your study guide, in which we've provided an exercise which will test your knowledge of these rules. In this exercise, we provided you with 5 sentences, some of which contain spelling errors. Your job is to locate any spelling errors and correct them, and you are allowed to use a dictionary if you find that helpful. Let's look at the first sentence. The telescope at the city observatory can magnify images from space thousands of times, making distant stars and galaxies clearly visible. Now, in this sentence, there are 2 spelling errors. Did you catch both of them? The first one is magnify. Magnify in this sentence was spelled with E-F-Y. But remember, there are only 4 words in English that end in E-F-Y, and magnify isn't one of them. The correct spelling is I-F-Y. The second error is the word visible. Here, the suffix able was spelled with an A, V-I-S-A-B-L-E. This is incorrect. Remember that if the root is not a complete word in English, the usual spelling is I-B-L-E. Viz is not a complete word in English, and therefore I-B-L-E would be the expected spelling, and that would be correct in visible. Let's look at the next sentence. After entering the auditorium, the members of the graduating class are supposed to proceed directly to their seats. Here, seed has been spelled S-E-D-E in the word proceed, but that's wrong. Remember that S-E-D-E is used in only one word in English, supersede. Proceed is one of the group of words, 3 words, that are spelled with C-E-E-D. Remember, those 3 words are exceed, proceed, and succeed. Therefore, the correct spelling of proceed is P-R-O-C-E-E-D, and that's a spelling error you should have caught in this sentence. Next example. Yesterday, I received a package in the mail that was supposed to be delivered to my next-door neighbor. Now, in this sentence, we have 2 words that use the I-E or E-I combination of letters. Are they spelled correctly? Well, one is correct and one isn't. First, we have the word received, which is spelled I-E in this case. Is that correct? No, it's wrong. Remember our rule, I before E except after C. In this case, the word received contains the I-E combination after the letter C, and therefore I should not come before E, but instead the other way around. E-I is correct in the word received, so this word is spelled wrong in this sentence. What about the word neighbor? Neighbor is spelled with E-I, and that's correct, because remember that when the vowel combination is sounded like A, as in neighbor and way, E comes before I. So in this sentence, one of the words with the I-E, E-I combination is spelled incorrectly, one correctly. Our next example. During the early stages of the war, some feared that Hitler's armies were practically invincible, and a few were ready to concede defeat. Now there are 2 tricky words in this sentence. Let's see whether you were able to spell them correctly. The first one is invincible. That includes that suffix able or ible, which can sometimes be difficult. Is I-B-L-E the correct spelling as it's done here? Well, remember that when the root ends with a soft C sound, that is a C that sounds like an S, then I-B-L-E is normally correct. Therefore, the I-B-L-E spelling in this case is correct because invincible, the root there, invince, ends with that soft C sound, the C that sounds like an S. So I-B-L-E is the correct spelling, and the sentence is right so far. What about the word concede? We've seen that that seed ending can be tricky. Well, C-E-D-E is the most common spelling for the seed ending. We saw that there are just 4 words that don't fit that rule, and concede is not one of them. So concede is correctly spelled in this sentence with the C-E-D-E ending. All the words in this sentence are correct. There's no error here. Last example. As darkness fell over the mountains, the weird cry of a distant coyote was faintly audible. Once again, there are 2 possibly tricky words in this sentence. Are they spelled correctly or incorrectly? Let's take a look. First, we have the word weird, which contains the IE or EI combination. Remember that weird is one of the words that shows up in our little sentence, the sentence which is designed to remind you of words that are spelled EI, even though they don't fit into the rule. The sentence is, neither leisurely foreign chic seized their weird height. The word weird is in that sentence, and that's there to remind you that it's spelled EI, not IE. So in this sentence, it's incorrect and would need to be fixed. What about the word audible? Again, that A-B-L-E or I-B-L-E ending can be tricky. Remember our rule that when the root is not a complete word in English, very often I-B-L-E is the correct spelling. Is aud a complete word in English? Not at all. Therefore, we would expect audible to be spelled with I-B-L-E, and that is, in fact, the correct spelling. So audible is correctly spelled in this sentence. Weird is not. Prefixes are syllables that are added to the beginning of words or word roots to change their meaning. Suffixes are syllables added to the ends of words or word roots to change their meaning. As we've already seen, both prefixes and suffixes can pose tricky spelling challenges. In this lesson, we'll look at some rules that will help. Let's begin with the prefix in. It usually means not. For example, take the word visible, which means able to be seen. When you add the prefix in front of that word, it becomes invisible, which means not able to be seen. Now, when added to a word starting with the letter L, the IN of in changes to IL. So, for example, the word illegal is spelled I-L-L-E-G-A-L. Legal begins with L, and so therefore when we want to add IN in front of that word, the IN turns into IL. Illegal means not legal. Similarly, when we want to add the prefix in front of the word literate, the IN turns into IL, and the word becomes illiterate, which means not able to read and write. IN also changes when it's added to a word starting with M or P. In this case, the IN becomes IM. So, for example, when we want to add the prefix IN, meaning not, to the word mortal, IN becomes IM, immortal. Someone who does not die is immortal. When we add IN to mature, it becomes IM, immature. And when we add IN to the word possible, it also becomes IM, impossible. That is, not able to be done. So the prefix IN, when it's added to the front of words, usually means not. And in most cases, it's a simple matter of adding the IN. But when the word or word root begins with L, M, or P, the IN changes, and you need to know that in order to spell the words correctly. Here's a rule that deals with a suffix. When you add a suffix that begins with a vowel to a word that ends in silent E, you drop the E. Many words in English end with an E that is not pronounced, a silent E. When you add a suffix that begins with a vowel to such a word, the silent E simply disappears. Now, suffixes that begin with vowels include A, B, L, E, ing, er, and various others. So this is a rule that comes up quite often. Look at this example. Let's take the verb to move. It ends with a silent E. Although the E is there, we don't pronounce it. We don't say move in English, simply move. It's as if the E wasn't present. So we consider it a silent E. Now, what if we want to add the suffix ing to the word move and turn it into moving? According to our rule, because the suffix begins with the vowel I, we drop the silent E, and moving is spelled M-O-V-I-N-G. Or to take another example, suppose we want to add the suffix A-B-L-E to the word move to create the word movable, meaning able to be moved. Once again, we drop the silent E, and the word movable is correctly spelled M-O-V-A-B-L-E. Now, there are a couple of exceptions to this rule. The most common exception is as follows. When you add a suffix that begins with the letter A to a root that ends in CE or GE, you don't drop the silent E. And there's a special reason why this is the case. But first, let's look at a couple of examples. Take the word noticeable. Noticeable is created by adding the suffix A-B-L-E to the root or word notice. It means able to be noticed. Because of our rule, since this root ends in CE, we don't drop the silent E, and we spell noticeable N-O-T-I-C-E-A-B-L-E. Similarly, the word vengeance is spelled V-E-N-G-E-A-N-C-E because it's created by adding the suffix A-N-C-E, which begins with the letter A, to the root venge, which ends with G-E. In this case, once again, we don't drop the silent E. The reason for this exception to the rule is that if you were to eliminate the silent E from a root that ends in CE or GE, it might make the resulting word difficult to pronounce. For example, if noticeable were spelt without the silent E after C, it might at first glance look as though the C is a hard C, and as though the word ought to be pronounced notacable or notacable, and that would be wrong. So the E makes it clear to the reader that the C or G is soft and ought to be pronounced that way. And that's the technical reason for this exception to the rule. Here's another rule that deals with spelling suffixes. When you add a suffix that begins with a vowel to a one-syllable word that ends with a single vowel and a single consonant, double the consonant. This is a complicated rule, so let's look at each part of the rule separately. First of all, we're talking about one-syllable words. So these are short words that contain only one basic sound. Next, we're talking about one-syllable words that end in a vowel and a consonant, a single vowel and a single consonant. So if the word ends with more than one consonant, such as jump, for example, which ends with MP, this rule would not apply. Or if the word contains two vowels before a single consonant, such as the word leap, L-E-A-P. Again, the rule would not apply because of those two vowels, E-A. This rule only applies to a one-syllable word that ends in one vowel and one consonant. When that's the case, and you're adding a suffix that begins with a vowel, you double the consonant. For example, let's take the word run. Run is a one-syllable word which ends with one vowel and one consonant. The last two letters in the word are U and N. Therefore, the rule applies. So if we're going to add a suffix that begins with a vowel to run, we would double the N. So for example, suppose we want to add the suffix er, meaning one who. A runner is one who runs. We need to double the N, and runner is spelled R-U-N-N-E-R. In the same way, if we want to add the suffix ing and turn run into running, we double the N, and the word would be spelled R-U-N-N-I-N-G. Here's one more suffix rule. When you add a suffix to a word that ends in Y, the Y usually becomes I. Here are some examples. Take the word beauty, which ends in Y. Suppose you want to add the suffix full to mean full of beauty, beautiful. The Y in beauty becomes an I, and beautiful is spelled as you see it. Let's take the word crazy. That also ends in Y. Suppose you want to add the suffix ness and turn it into the word craziness to describe the state of things being crazy. Craziness would be spelled with an I. The Y at the end of crazy turns into an I. One more example. The word identify ends in a Y. If you want to add the suffix cation to it and turn it into identification, which means something that names or identifies a person, the Y once again turns into an I, and identification is spelled as you see. Do you think you've mastered these rules about prefixes and suffixes? You can listen to the lesson again if necessary. If you think you understand these rules, try your hand at the exercise, which allows you to test your understanding of the rules. When you finish the questions, come back and we'll take a look at them together. In this exercise, we gave you 10 words and asked you to add a particular prefix or suffix to the word, and then see if you could spell it correctly. Let's look at these 10 examples together. First, trace plus ing. Well, remember that when you add a suffix that begins with a vowel to a word that ends with silent E, the E usually disappears. So tracing would be spelled T-R-A-C-I-N-G. The silent E disappears. Second example, in plus mobile. Mobile means able to move. In means not. So when we add those two elements together, it creates a word that means not able to move. Now, in added to a word that begins with M normally changes into im. And sure enough, the correct way to spell the word would be immobile. I-M-M-O-B-I-L-E. It's a word that means unable to move. Next example, loneliness. Here we have a word lonely that ends in a Y, and we've asked you to add the suffix ness to it to describe the state of being lonely. Well, remember, when you add a suffix to a word that ends in Y, the Y normally turns into an I. So the correct way to spell loneliness is L-O-N-E-L-I-N-E-S-S. Next, we've given you the verb hit and asked you to add the suffix able to it. Something that is hittable would be something that can be hit. For example, in baseball, a pitch that comes right down the middle of the plate is usually easy for the batter to hit, and it would be described as a hittable pitch. Well, remember that when you're adding a suffix that begins with a vowel, such as A-B-L-E, to a one-syllable word that ends in one vowel and one consonant, the consonant is usually doubled. That's what we have to do here. The word hit is a one-syllable word that ends in the vowel I and the consonant T. So when we're adding the suffix able to it, we need to double the T, and the resulting word would be spelled H-I-T-T-A-B-L-E. Next, logical plus the prefix in. Something that's illogical is reasonable. It makes sense. In means not, so something that's not illogical would be described by the new word that we create. Now remember, when we add in to a word that begins with L, the in normally turns into il. So the correct spelling of the resulting word would be illogical. I-L-L-O-G-I-C-A-L. Next, we have the word limp, and we've asked you to add the suffix ing to it. Now remember our rule. When you're adding a suffix that begins with a vowel to a one-syllable word that ends with a single vowel and a single consonant, you would normally double the consonant. Does that rule apply here? Well, limp is a one-syllable word, but it doesn't end with a single vowel and a single consonant. It ends with a vowel I followed by two consonants, MP. Therefore, no doubling is necessary, and when we add ing, there's really no change in the spelling of the word. The final spelling of the correct word limping is L-I-M-P-I-N-G. Next example, adore plus A-T-I-O-N. Here we're adding a suffix to a word that ends with a silent E, and the suffix begins with a vowel, ation. Therefore, the silent E needs to be dropped, and the resulting word adoration should be spelled A-D-O-R-A-T-I-O-N. Our next word is fly plus ER. Now remember that when a suffix is added to a word that ends in Y, the Y normally turns into an I. So the word flyer, which means one who flies, would be spelled F-L-I-E-R. The Y turns into an I when a suffix is added. Next, tangible with the prefix in or in added. Something that's tangible is something that can be touched or felt. Anything that's material and physical would normally be described as tangible. Something that is not tangible would be intangible. And there's no change in spelling to the prefix. Remember, the prefix in changes its spelling when it is added to a word that begins in L, M, or P, not when it's added to a word that begins with T. So the correct spelling of intangible is I-N-T-A-N-G-I-B-L-E. Finally, trace plus able. Something that is traceable is able to be traced. Now, trace ends with a silent E, so your immediate thought might be, well, let's eliminate the silent E, since we're adding a suffix that begins with a vowel. But remember our exception. When you add a suffix that begins with the letter A to a root that ends in CE or GE, you don't drop the silent E. So the correct way to spell traceable is T-R-A-C-E-A-B-L-E. Remember that if the silent E were dropped in this case, it might be difficult to pronounce the resulting word. And if you eliminate the silent E from traceable, the word might look as though it should be pronounced trackable, which would be incorrect. So the silent E needs to be retained in this particular word. Did you get all of the questions in this exercise right? I hope so. If you're ready, move on to the next lesson. People often make spelling errors when they write a word that sounds the same or almost the same as another word with a different meaning and a different spelling. In this lesson, we'll look at some of the most commonly confused words and explain how you can tell them apart and therefore spell them correctly. First, there are a couple of words that sound like accept. They're spelled differently and have different meanings. To accept, spelled A-C-C-E-P-T, is a verb meaning to take. Except, E-X-C-E-P-T, can be used as either a verb or a preposition. When it's used as a verb, it means to exclude. When it's used as a preposition, which is more common, it means other than. Except for the weather, I enjoyed the picnic. Here are two words that sound like access. A-C-C-E-S-S, access means availability. E-X-C-E-S-S means too much of something. Two words that sound different but have related meanings and therefore are often confused are advice and advise. Advice spelled with a C is a noun. Advise with an S is a verb. When someone gives you some advice, C, they advise you with an S. The words affect and effect sound almost the same, but they're spelled differently and have different meanings. A-F-F-E-C-T, affect, is usually used as a verb, and it means to influence. The weather may affect your mood. Effect, spelled with an E, E-F-F-E-C-T, is usually used as a noun, meaning influence. The weather can have an effect on your mood. Effect is also used as a verb, meaning to accomplish. The president effected a change in tax policy, meaning the president accomplished a change in tax policy. So be careful which of these words you're using and be sure to spell correctly. Here are two words that sound practically the same, coarse and coarse. Coarse with an A is an adjective meaning rough. For example, the hair on the back of a horse's neck is usually coarse. Course spelled with a U means direction, or it can mean a subject at school. What English course are you taking next year? The words complement and complement are spelled slightly differently and have somewhat different meanings. Complement with an E in the middle is a verb meaning to complete. Complement with an I is a verb meaning to praise. You might compliment, with an I, your friend on her dress. And if she chooses a bag and shoes that go with the dress perfectly and complete the outfit, you could say, "Oh, those shoes really complement your outfit," spelled with an E. Phase and phase are two different words with different spellings and different meanings. Phase, F-A-Z-E, means to daunt or overwhelmed. He was really phased by all the work he had to do. Phase, spelled P-H-A-S-E, is a noun that means period. One phase of your life gives way to another. The word its and its are spelled almost the same, except that one contains an apostrophe, and they have an important difference in meaning. Its, without an apostrophe, is a possessive pronoun, which means of it. The cat hurt its paw, meaning the paw of it, of the cat. Its with an apostrophe means it is. When you use its in a sentence, always ask yourself, could I substitute the words it is for its? If so, then you mean it's with an apostrophe, and you need to insert the apostrophe. Otherwise, leave the apostrophe out. Here's a group of three words that people often get tangled up in. First, we have the verb lead, which means to direct. The past tense of the verb lead is led, which means directed. However, there's another word pronounced led, which is spelled the same as lead, L-E-A-D. This lead is a noun describing a kind of metal. So always be careful as to which lead you're using. If you're using led as a verb, meaning directed, someone led a group on an expedition, for example, you spell it L-E-D. If you're referring to the metal, the grayish metal that is called lead, it is spelled L-E-A-D. These two words are pronounced somewhat differently, and they have different meanings, but people often confuse them. Loose, with two O's, is usually used as an adjective, meaning slack. These pants are loose on me. Lose, with only one O, is usually used as a verb, meaning to mislay or perhaps to be defeated in a contest. These two words are pronounced the same, past and past. Past, spelled P-A-S-S-E-D, is the past tense of the verb pass, and it means went by. Past, spelled P-A-S-T, is a noun referring to a previous time. It can also be used as an adjective referring to something from a previous time. But P-A-S-S-E-D, remember, is part of the verb. Peace, spelled P-E-A-C-E, means tranquility. It's the opposite of war. Peace, spelled P-I-E-C-E, means a part, a piece of pie, for example. Pour and pour are pronounced the same, but they have different meanings. Pour, spelled P-O-R-E, means to study. It's often used in the expression to pour over some papers. Pour, spelled P-O-U-R, means to spill. Pour a cup of coffee, for example. Precede, spelled P-R-E-C-E-D-E, means to go before. Proceed, P-R-O-C-E-E-D, is pronounced slightly differently, and it means to go ahead. When one person precedes another in a parade, for example, that means that one person goes before the other. Both of them proceed down the street together, however. Principle and principle are two different words with somewhat different meanings. Principle, spelled with P-A-L at the end, is an adjective or a noun meaning chief. It's usually used as a noun to mean the leader of a school. Principle, spelled P-L-E, is a noun meaning a rule. There are certain important principles of science that every physics student needs to know. One easy way of remembering the P-A-L spelling of the name of a person who's the head of the school is the saying, the principal is your pal. The word pal is spelled P-A-L, and it appears in the end of that word, principal, when it's used to mean the head of a school. There are three words that sound like rain. They're spelled differently, and they have slightly different meanings. R-A-I-N is the most common. That means precipitation, the stuff that falls down, the water that falls from the sky is rain, R-A-I-N. R-E-I-N, rain, that refers originally to the bridle of a horse, that is, the leather strap that you use to control a horse, would be described as a rein or a set of reins. To rein, spelled this way, means to control. And R-E-I-G-N, reign, means rule in the sense that a king rules a country. It's a different type of control, but when reign is used in this way, it refers to a king or another leader who rules a country, whereas R-E-I-N refers to pulling back or holding back some powerful force, the way a rider uses the reins to hold back a horse. The meanings are somewhat similar, but fundamentally different, and therefore you need to distinguish between those two types of reign in particular. Here are two words that sound the same, but actually have opposite meanings. To raise, spelled R-A-I-S-E, means to lift up. To raze, R-A-Z-E, means to tear down. And it's usually used in reference to buildings. When a building needs to be torn down to be replaced by another building, we might speak of raising it, spelled with a Z. Here's another group of three words with different spellings and different meanings. Sight, spelled S-I-G-H-T, means vision, something that one sees or the ability to see. Site, spelled S-I-T-E, means a place. The site for a new office building, for example, would be the place where that building is going to be built. To cite, C-I-T-E, means to refer to something. When you're writing a paper for school, for example, you might cite a reference source. That is, you would refer to it or name the book from which a particular piece of information was drawn. Stationary and stationary look almost the same, but they're quite different in meaning. When stationary is spelled A-R-Y, it means still, not moving. Stationary, spelled E-R-Y, refers to paper and envelopes that you buy at a place called a stationery store. Here's another trio of words that sound the same but have different meanings. There, spelled T-H-E-I-R, means of them. You might speak of a married couple and their child, the child of them. There, T-H-E-R-E, means in that place. And there, spelled T-H-E-Y'-R-E, means they are. When you're using there in a sentence, ask yourself, could I substitute they are for there? If so, then you want the word with the apostrophe, T-H-E-Y-R-E. If you couldn't make that substitution, then one of the other two theirs is necessary. Here's another group of three, words that sound the same, but are used very differently and are spelled differently. To, spelled T-O, is a preposition meaning toward, in the direction of. To, spelled T-O-O, is an adverb, which means also. T-W-O is usually used as a noun or an adjective, and it refers to the number two. Weather and weather sound almost the same, but have different meanings. Weather, spelled W-E-A-T-H-E-R, means the state of the atmosphere, if it's raining, sunny, or whatever. Weather, spelled W-H-E-T-H-E-R, means if. You might look outside to see whether it is sunny or raining. That would be spelled W-H-E-T-H-E-R. But you would look outside to see the weather, spelled W-E-A-T-H-E-R. And finally, your and your. Y-O-U-R is, again, a possessive adjective meaning of you, you and your best friend. Your, spelled Y-O-U'-R-E, means you are. Once again, when you use your in a sentence, stop and ask yourself, could I substitute the words you are for your? If so, then you want your with the apostrophe. Otherwise, use Y-O-U-R with no apostrophe. Once again, we gave you several sentences and challenged you to find any misspelled words they contain. Let's look at the first sentence. The American Civil Liberties Union works to defend freedom of speech and the other basic principles of our democratic society. The misspelled word here is principles. Remember that when principle refers to a rule, which is the use here, it should be spelled P-L-E at the end. So spelling it P-A-L-S is incorrect here. Remember that principal spelled with P-A-L usually refers to the head of a school. So if the American Civil Liberties Union went to court to defend the rights of a principal of a school, then it would be spelled P-A-L. But in this case, the sentence is talking about the basic rules of democracy, and therefore P-L-E would be the correct spelling for that kind of principle. Our next sentence: traces of lead have been found in early Italian pottery, causing some scientists to suspect an epidemic of lead poisoning among the ancient Romans. Here we have the word lead appearing twice, and as we saw, the word lead can often be confusing. Is it spelled correctly here? L-E-A-D is correct. In this sentence, lead refers to the grayish metal, which is somewhat poisonous and therefore shouldn't be used in a cooking or food utensil, but was used in such a way in ancient Rome. So lead has been spelled correctly here. Remember that when lead is being used as the past tense of the verb to lead, it's spelled L-E-D. But that's not the case here. So this sentence doesn't contain any spelling error. Next example. This empty lot will be the site of the new physics laboratory scheduled to be built in the next 2 years. Now remember, from the lesson we saw that there are 3 ways to spell the word that is pronounced site. The way it's spelled in this sentence, S-I-G-H-T, isn't correct for this usage. Sight spelled that way means the power to see, vision, or something that you see. When we're talking about a location or a place, we want to spell site S-I-T-E, and that would be the correct spelling here. Next, the reign of King Arthur is described in English legends as a time of unparalleled peace and prosperity. Well, we gave you 2 errors in this sentence, not just one. I hope you caught them both. The first error is with the spelling of reign, R-E-I-N. Remember that there are 3 different forms of the word reign. The way it's spelled here, R-E-I-N, would refer to the piece of leather that's used to hold back a horse, or it could be used as a verb meaning to restrain, control, or hold back. In this case, however, the author of the sentence is trying to use the word reign, spelled R-E-I-G-N, meaning the rule of a king. Since he's referring to the time when King Arthur ruled or reigned over England, it should be spelled with the G. The other misspelling is the word peace. Remember that peace, spelled P-I-E-C-E, means a bit or part of something. In this case, however, the author is talking about a time of peace, meaning of tranquility, the absence of war. So the correct spelling would be P-E-A-C-E. Final example. The 3rd and 5th holes offer the most difficult challenge on this golf course. Here, course has been misspelled. C-O-A-R-S-E means rough, and it's an adjective. In this case, the word course is being used as a noun, and it's being used in this particular sentence to refer to a series of holes that go to make up a game of golf, the place on which a game of golf is played. That noun is spelled C-O-U-R-S-E, and that spelling would have to be corrected to make the sentence correct. Did you catch all these spelling errors? If not, take a look at the lesson and remind yourself of the principles behind the differentiation among all these different words that sound similar but are spelled differently. And when you're ready, move on to the next lesson. Changing nouns from singular to plural sometimes leads to tricky spelling situations. The following rules will help. Most nouns become plural simply by adding s. Thus, car becomes plural by adding s and turning it into cars. House becomes plural by adding s and turning it into houses. And nation becomes plural by adding s and turning it into nations. In some cases, add es if the plural noun is pronounced with an extra syllable. So, for example, we refer to 1 glass, 2 glasses. Notice that the word glass is only 1 syllable long, whereas glasses has 2 syllables in it. Therefore, we need to add es at the end of the word glass to turn it from singular to plural. In the same way, we refer to 1 dish, 2 dishes. Dish is a 1-syllable word. Dishes is a 2-syllable word. Therefore, we add es to the end of dish to turn it into the plural dishes. So far, so simple. Now it gets a little more complicated. Some nouns have irregular plurals, that is, plurals that are formed in a different way that's hard to predict. You just have to memorize these few difficult irregular plurals. Luckily, there aren't too many common words in English that have irregular plurals. Here are the most common. Man becomes plural by turning it into men. Woman becomes plural by turning it into women. Child becomes children. Foot becomes feet. Mouse becomes mice. And louse becomes lice. If you memorize these few irregular plurals, you'll know most of the irregular plurals that are likely to come up in the sentences you write. Some nouns have singular and plural forms that are the same. For some reason, the most common examples all refer to animals. Here they are: fish, deer, sheep. Whether you're referring to one fish or many fish, one deer or many deer, one sheep or many sheep, we use the same word. In some cases, plurals are formed differently depending on the last letter of the word. Here are the rules you need to know. Nouns ending in a vowel plus y add s to form the plural. In other words, they follow the usual rule. Thus, the word boy, which ends in the vowel o plus the letter y, turns into the plural form simply by adding s, boys. In the same way, key becomes keys, and monkey becomes monkeys. However, nouns ending in a consonant plus y form the plural differently. The y is usually changed to I, and then es is added. So, for example, consider the word berry. This ends with the consonant r and the vowel y. To make it plural, we change the y to I and add es. So berry becomes berries. In the same way, emergency becomes emergencies, and company becomes companies. The letter O can also be tricky at the end of a word. Some nouns ending in a consonant plus O form the plural by adding es. For example, potato becomes potatoes, and veto becomes vetoes. Unfortunately, there are some exceptions. There are some words that end in a consonant plus O, which form the plural simply by adding s with no e. The most common examples are pianos, solos, and sopranos. Notice that all three have to do with music. Maybe that will help you to remember them. Most nouns that end in a vowel plus o simply add s. For example, radio, which ends in the vowel I plus o, becomes plural simply by adding s, radios. In the same way, stereo becomes plural simply by adding s, stereos. Finally, some English words use a foreign plural form. Remember that the English language borrows lots of words from other languages, and those other languages have their own ways of forming plurals. And in a few cases, the English language still follows the foreign rule for whatever reason. Here are the most common words that you need to know which use a foreign plural form. The singular word medium refers to a form of communication. Television, for example, is a communications medium. The plural form is media, M-E-D-I-A. People often talk about the media, by which they mean, for example, television, movies, radio, the internet, the print media, such as books and magazines, and so forth. When you hear people talking about the media, they are really talking about all the different media, each one of which is a medium. So media is a plural word, referring to one medium and yet another. Another singular word that follows the foreign rule for pluralization is phenomenon. A phenomenon is a happening. When you're referring to more than one phenomenon, we call it phenomena. The on at the end turns into a. So when we are speaking of more than one phenomenon, we speak of phenomena, unusual phenomena, for example. A criterion is a rule or yardstick. Again, when we want to turn this into a plural, we change the on at the end into an a. So when we're referring to more than one rule or yardstick, we refer to criteria, the criteria by which we judge whether a movie is good or not. The most important criterion, however, might be the acting. Finally, the word crisis means a turning point or a time of difficulty. We turn it into a plural by turning the final I into an E, crises. Richard Nixon wrote a book about his political career which referred to several crises through which he had lived. One last point under the pluralization issue. There are a couple of words in English that people often confuse as to whether they are singular or plural. So we put these under the heading of, is it singular or plural? Take the word data, for example. Technically, the word data is a plural word. It refers to several pieces of information. A single piece of information, if you want to refer to that, would be called a datum, D-A-T-U-M. That's the singular form of data. It's rarely used, however. The important thing to remember is when you do refer to data that you are using a plural word. So, for example, if you were writing a paper about a scientific experiment, you might say the data are complex. You would use the plural verb are, not a singular verb, because data is plural. Well, now that you've seen these rules about how to turn singular words into plural words and spell them correctly, try the exercise, which will give you a chance to test your knowledge of these rules. When you're done, come back and we'll see how well you did with the exercise. For this exercise, we gave you a number of singular nouns and simply asked you to create the plural form. If you understood the rules in the lesson, you probably didn't find this exercise too difficult. Let's see how well you did. First, studio. How do we turn this into a plural? Well, remember our rule that most nouns ending in a vowel plus O turn into a plural simply by adding S, and that would be correct here. So studio becomes studios simply by adding an S, and the correct spelling would be S-T-U-D-I-O-S. Next, pony. Well, remember most nouns that end in a consonant plus Y turn into a plural by transforming the Y into an I and then adding ES. So the correct spelling of ponies is P-O-N-I-E-S. Next, bunch. Well, when you turn bunch into bunches, notice that an extra syllable gets added. So you are adding an S, but because bunch turns into bunches and becomes a one turning into a two-syllable word, we have to add ES. So the correct spelling of bunches is B-U-N-C-H-E-S. Remember that when adding the S adds another syllable onto the word, you add ES rather than simply the letter S. Next, deer. This is a little bit of a tricky question. Remember that deer is one of those few unusual words that have the same form in both singular and plural. So the singular form is deer, the plural form is also deer. Next, zero. How do we turn zero into zeros? Well, most nouns that end in a consonant plus the letter O turn into a plural by adding ES, and that would be correct with zeros. The right spelling is Z-E-R-O-E-S. Crisis. How do we turn crisis into a plural? Remember that crisis is one of a handful of English words that use a foreign form for the plural. So rather than turning crisis into crisises, for example, we simply change the final I into an E. The correct plural of crisis is crises, C-R-I-S-E-S. How do we make tray into a plural? Well, this is a word that ends in a Y, but remember, our unusual or special rule only applies to a word that ends in a consonant plus Y. When a word ends in a vowel plus Y, we simply add an S as usual. So tray becomes plural by simply adding an S and turning it into trays. Our next question was a truly tricky one. Here's an example of an irregular English plural that we didn't provide to you in the lesson. Perhaps you knew this. If not, you might have noticed it if you looked it up in a dictionary. The plural of ox is not oxes, but rather oxen. We gave in the lesson a few examples of some unusual irregular English plurals: men, women, children, feet, mice, and lice. Oxen is one more example to add to your list. Our next question, triangle. How do we turn this into a plural? This is a very easy one. This is, in fact, the only truly normal word on this list. Simply add an S at the end, triangle becomes triangles. Good job. Turn to the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about one final aspect of spelling, namely capitalization. Capitalization refers to using a large letter at the beginning of a particular word. Now, the rules for capitalization can be very complicated, and they do vary from one type of publication or one situation to another. In fact, for example, newspapers and magazines often have their own style manuals, which are guides that their writers and editors follow, which cover rules such as capitalization, and they may have their own specific form of capitalization, which may differ from what other magazines and newspapers follow. Your teacher may ask you to use a particular style manual in writing papers for his or her class, and if so, you'll want to look at the rules on capitalization that are provided in that specific style manual. What we're going to do in this lesson is provide the basic rules for capitalization. We're not going to try to get into all the possible details that we could address, but we'll provide you with some basic rules which will cover 90% of the situations that are likely to arise in your writing and which you won't make any serious mistakes if you follow. Here they are. First, always capitalize the first word of a sentence. Next, capitalize the name of a specific person, place, or organization. For example, you would capitalize the first letter in each of these names: Brad Pitt, Minneapolis, Swarthmore College. If you're not referring to a specific person, place, or organization, you would use a lowercase letter. So, for example, if you were writing a sentence that simply referred to colleges in the United States, you would not capitalize the word college because a specific college is not being referred to. Capitalize the name of a day, month, or holiday. For example, you would always capitalize the first letter of Saturday, April, Columbus Day. Don't capitalize the names of seasons. So, for example, use a lowercase letter for the beginning of the words spring and autumn. Capitalize the names of historical eras or events. For example, each of these terms would be capitalized: World War II, the Renaissance, the Cultural Revolution. This last phrase refers to an era from modern Chinese history. Notice that the word "the" usually is not capitalized. Only the main word in these titles is capitalized. Always capitalize the name of a nationality or region. For example, you would capitalize the first letter in Korean, the Mideast, the Northwest Territory. Don't capitalize directions. This is different from describing a region. When you're using a directional name to describe a place on the globe, a particular area of the world, such as the Mideast, you would capitalize it. But when simply referring to a direction of the compass, you would not capitalize it. So, for example, in this sentence, we do not capitalize the word west. Go west, young man. Here, the word west is not referring to a region known as the West. Instead, it's simply pointing in a particular direction, and therefore capitalization is not used. Capitalize a rank or title when joined to a name. For example, we would capitalize the ranks or titles in the following phrases: President Bush, Secretary General Kofi Annan, Archbishop Moore. Titles and ranks are usually not capitalized when they're not joined to names. For example, in this sentence, the president addressed the crowd. The word president is not capitalized. Of course, it would be if it said President Bush addressed the crowd. Finally, capitalize the first word and other important words in the titles of works of art. Here are some examples. The Old Man and the Sea. This is the name of a famous novel. The first word is the, so we capitalize the T. Old, man, and sea are all important words, and they are capitalized as well. Another example. Arrangement in black and gray. This is the name of a famous painting. In fact, you probably know the painting by the name of Whistler's Mother. The actual title is Arrangement in Black and Gray. The first word, arrangement, is capitalized, and so are the important words black and gray. Here's the title of a piece of music. Symphony in D major. Symphony, D, and major are all capitalized. Notice that in all of these examples, we did not capitalize words like and or. We did not capitalize articles, which includes the, a, and we did not capitalize prepositions. The rule is that prepositions that are shorter than 5 letters should not be capitalized when they appear in titles. A preposition that is 5 letters long or longer should be capitalized. A word that's that long looks a little strange in the title when it is not capitalized. So, for example, if you were writing the title of a work that included the preposition through, which is longer than 5 letters, you would capitalize the T at the beginning of through. Otherwise, most prepositions, which are shorter than 5 letters, are not capitalized. So words like to, in, for, by, from, and so on would not be capitalized unless, of course, they happen to be the first word of the title. So these are the most important basic rules for when you capitalize words. Otherwise, don't capitalize words that appear in your sentences. It's not necessary. After you've absorbed these rules, try your hand at the exercise that tests your understanding of capitalization. When you're done, come back and we'll see how well you did on the exercise. Here we gave you several sentences, and in some cases words are correctly capitalized, in some cases they are not. Your job is to find all the errors and correct them. Let's take a look at each sentence. First, my favorite book is Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert M. Pirsig. Okay, here we have a sentence that includes the title of a work of art, namely a book. So we know that there's an important rule that's going to need to be followed. Let's take a look at this sentence and see whether capitalization has been done correctly. The first word of the sentence, my, is capitalized, as it should be, so that's fine. Now let's look at the title, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. The first word of the title, Zen, has been capitalized, and that's correct. The author of this sentence has also capitalized the word motorcycle. Well, that's also correct, because that's one of the important words in the title. But the other words have not been capitalized. Is that correct or not? Well, the words and the should not be capitalized, and neither should the word of. Those are short words, and is one of the kinds of words that we taught you in the lesson shouldn't be capitalized. The is an article, and of is a short preposition, and none of those should be capitalized. However, the other words in the title are all important and should be capitalized. So the word art should be capitalized, and the word maintenance should also be capitalized. Now, the sentence ends with the name of the author of the book, and the names of specific people should always be capitalized. So Robert should have a capital R, the middle initial M should be capitalized, and the P in Pirsig should also be capitalized. So there are 5 letters in this sentence that need to be turned from small letters into capital letters, and I hope you caught them all. Next example. The 3 senators were greeted at the airport by Mayor Bloomberg and his young assistant. Okay, here we have a sentence that includes a number of titles. Which ones should be capitalized and which ones shouldn't? First of all, the first word of the sentence, the, is capitalized as it should be. Then we have the word senators, the 3 senators. This is a rank or title. Should it be capitalized? Well, remember our rule. Normally, when a rank or title is not connected to a name, it should not be capitalized. So the lowercase s, the non-capital S, is correct in this sentence. So senators would not be capitalized. What about Mayor Bloomberg? The name Bloomberg is capitalized, as it should be. What about mayor? That's his rank or title. In this sentence, mayor is not capitalized. Should it be? Remember our rule, that when a rank or title is connected to a name, it normally should be capitalized. So the M in mayor, in this case, should be capitalized. There's one other title that's mentioned here, Mayor Bloomberg and his young assistant. Assistant is another rank or title. Should it be capitalized? Once again, it's not connected to a name, so therefore it shouldn't be capitalized. By the way, you might have noticed the word airport and thought, maybe that should be capitalized. After all, it refers to a place. But only the name of a specific place should be capitalized. If the sentence referred to Kennedy Airport, for example, then Kennedy and airport would both be capitalized, because here a specific airport is being named. In this sentence, however, it simply says the three senators were greeted at the airport. No specific airport is being referred to, so a lowercase, non-capital A for airport is correct. So in this particular sentence, only one change needs to be made to make it correct. The M in mayor should be capitalized. In our next sentence, again, only one change is needed. Let's see if you caught it. Many people consider Labor Day weekend the last celebration of summer. Now, remember that the names of specific days, months, or holidays should be capitalized. So Labor Day should be capitalized, L and D, and the way the sentence is written, it was capitalized, so that's correct. Now, what about weekend? Should the W in weekend be capitalized? After all, that's referring to a particular day. Labor Day weekend would be the Saturday, Sunday, and Labor Day Monday itself. But no, not really. The weekend in Labor Day weekend is not strictly part of the holiday. Only the names of days like Saturday, Sunday, Monday should be capitalized, as well as the name of the actual holiday, such as Labor Day. So if you were referring to Labor Day weekend, the evening of Labor Day, the day before Labor Day, you wouldn't capitalize any of those other words. Only Labor Day itself should be capitalized. However, there is another error in the sentence. The word summer here has been capitalized, and many students make the mistake of capitalizing the names of seasons. After all, they figure, if May, June, and July should be capitalized, why shouldn't summer, spring, and winter be capitalized? However, that's not correct. The names of seasons are specifically not capitalized, and therefore the lowercase s should be used. The initial word in the sentence, of course, is capitalized M. That's correct. So with that one change the S of summer from capital to lowercase, the sentence would be correct. Our next sentence also contains the title of a work of art. The Garden of Delights by Hieronymus Bosch is one of the most unusual paintings of the Middle Ages. Let's start with that title. It comes first in the sentence, and let's see whether it's been capitalized correctly. The Garden of Delights is the name of the work. It's a painting, and remember our rule, the first word in the title and all the important words should be capitalized. So the should be capitalized. What about garden? Is that an important word? Clearly it is. What about of? Well, no, that's not. That's a short preposition. Remember that prepositions of less than 5 letters should not be capitalized. So this capital O should be turned into a small o. What about delights? Is that an important word? Yes, it is. So the capital D is correct. The sentence goes on to say, by Hieronymus Bosch, and Hieronymus Bosch is the name of a specific person, and so the capital H and the capital B are correct. Is there anything else in the sentence that needs changing? Well, yes. The sentence ends by referring to one of the most unusual paintings of the Middle Ages. Remember what we learned. A historical era or event should be capitalized. The Middle Ages is certainly an historical era. So Middle Ages should be capitalized. Capital M and capital A should be used in referring to this particular era of history. So 3 changes need to be made to make this sentence correct. Change the capital O in of to lowercase and make Middle Ages capitalized. Capital M and capital A. Now our last sentence. Before being named president of the university, Professor Meyer taught at several other colleges in New England. Well, we've got some places here, we've got a person being named, as well as some ranks and titles. Let's see whether capitalization has been done correctly here. Let's start with the first phrase. Before being named president of the university. Well, here we have a rank or title, president. Is it connected to a name? In this case, it isn't. It doesn't say President Meyer. It just says before being named president of the university. And normally, a title or rank is not capitalized when it's not connected to a name. So we want to change president into a lowercase p rather than a capital P. What about president of the university? Remember we said that the name of a specific organization would be capitalized. Is a specific organization being referred to here? Well, no, it simply says the university. We don't know what university is being referred to. Suppose it said Columbia University. Then there would be a specific organization being referred to, and Columbia university, both of those words would be capitalized. But when we simply refer to the university, it's not a specific organization, so we have lowercase u instead. That's a second change that needs to be made. Okay, the sentence goes on to refer to Professor Meyer. Now, Meyer, of course, is capitalized. That's the name of a specific person. What about professor? It's lowercase here. Is that correct? It's a rank or title, and in this case, it is connected to the name of the person, Professor Meyer. Therefore, it should be capitalized. The P in professor should be a capital P. So that's another change that needs to be made. Finally, the sentence says that Professor Meyer taught at several other colleges in New England. Now, what about the word colleges there? It's the name of an organization. Should it be capitalized? No, because a specific college is not being referred to, rather a group of several other unnamed colleges. Finally, the sentence refers to New England. That is a region of the country, and a region or nationality should always be capitalized. England has been capitalized, but the author of the sentence forgot to capitalize new, and it should also be capitalized because the name of the region being referred to here is not England, it's New England. That's what we call those 6 states in the northeastern part of the United States, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, constitute New England. So those 6 states make up a specific region, and the whole title of the region, New England, should be capitalized. So in this sentence, we actually need to make 4 changes. President and university should be lowercase, professor and new should be capitalized. I hope you caught all those changes. If you did, you can consider yourself an expert in capitalization. It would be really nice if English spelling were simple, logical, and clear. But it isn't, and it's not going to become that way. So this is something you simply have to work at and practice in order to become good at it. Misspellings do make your writing look bad, and people who notice the spelling errors will think you're not very bright. It's not fair to judge people's writing that way, but it's something that people tend to do. So do work at spelling words correctly to make your sentences and your pieces of writing look smarter, more correct, and have people take them more seriously. Here are a couple of final tips that can help you become a better speller. Number 1, don't be afraid to use the dictionary. One of the reasons dictionaries were invented was to make it easy to look up the correct spelling of difficult words. And when you sit down to begin writing a piece of work, whether it's for school, for your job, or any other purpose, get into the habit of pulling the dictionary off the shelf and putting it on the desk next to you. And that way, it'll be easy to look up any word that you are in doubt about. If the dictionary is up on the shelf, out of reach, when you set to work writing and you come upon a word that you're not quite sure about, it's very tempting to simply put down your best guess and not bother to get up from the chair and pull down the dictionary. Getting the dictionary and putting it next to you before you begin work will guarantee that you're more likely to actually use the dictionary and therefore correct misspelled words as you write. My second tip is this: get a little notebook and begin keeping a list of words that you misspell. Whenever you get a paperback from a teacher, for example, if the teacher has pointed out 1 or more words that you've misspelled, write down the correct spelling of those words in your notebook. Review the notebook from time to time and add to it every time you catch yourself misspelling a word. Chances are good that the words you write in your spelling notebook will be words that you'll come to learn sooner or later, and in time, you'll never misspell them again. So the sooner you begin keeping your own personal spelling notebook, the sooner you will banish your own personal spelling demons and improve the accuracy of the spelling you do in your own writing. Well, thanks for watching. I hope you got a lot out of the techniques for spelling and capitalization that we taught you in this program. And I look forward to seeing you and working with you on other grammar topics as you review the other programs in Video Aided Instruction's English Grammar Series.